As for this one-of-a-kind orange Qianyuan mother crystal, thanks to talent amplification, it was guaranteed to be of eternal quality. It might even surpass the eternal grade. The energy shackles that had trapped me since I entered this survival world seemed to have been completely shattered at this very moment. My mind was racing. What grade comes after eternal? Should I use it for Xiao Shi or for Unit 01? If I give it to Xiao Shi, could she control the Remnant Council's meccas? If I give it to Unit 01, would I be able to sweep through this entire world? Big Brother Wu Di, why is there only one of these? It looks completely different from the other crystals. What kind of treasure is this? Lin Yu leaned in, her face full of curiosity as she looked at the crimson gold mother crystal in my hand. This is a Qianyuan mother crystal, orange quality. Lin Yu's words pulled me back to reality. I took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the ecstasy in my heart, and carefully placed the mother crystal back into the box, closed the lid, and stored it in my personal space. I turned to Lin Shi and the others. Take out a few of the boxes you stored in your personal spaces, and let's have a look. The three of them were stunned for a moment, but immediately understood my intent. They took several standard black metal boxes they had collected from the warehouse out of their personal spaces and flipped the lids open. The cylindrical crystals inside were exactly the same as what we had seen on the screen earlier, but the attributes displayed by the system panel showed they were only purple-quality Qianyuan crystals. The ones in the outer warehouse are just ordinary purple-quality goods, Lin Yu said with disappointment after checking them. Lin Shi added, "It's a pity. Time was too tight earlier, and we couldn't collect the rest of the boxes." "It doesn't matter." I shook my head, my tone calm, but carrying an unprecedented sense of confidence. Being able to get these is already far beyond expectations. Greed leads to ruin. Getting out safely is what matters most. As I finished speaking, only one thought remained in my mind. I had to go to the domain space immediately and test whether these Qianyuan crystals could start Unit 01. With that in mind, I stood up and instructed the three of them, "Stay here. If anything happens, call me immediately. I'm going to the domain space." "Big Brother Wu Di, what are you going to the domain space for? Are you going to start that big guy?" Lin Yu jumped up and asked, chasing after me. However, before she could finish her sentence, I had already vanished from the vehicle. The three of them in the vehicle looked at each other, seeing both understanding and anticipation in each other's eyes. "Big Brother Wu Di is going to start that big guy, right?" Su Wanwan was the first to speak. "Definitely," Lin Shi nodded. "Big sister, does that mean we're going to have a bunch of robots soon?" Lin Yu asked, her face full of excitement. "It's possible, Xiao Ya." Lin Shi smiled, reached out to ruffle her hair, and cast her gaze toward the entrance of the domain space. Her heart also filled with unprecedented anticipation. "What do you think, Wanwan?" Lin Yu asked, looking at Su Wanwan beside her. "I don't know, but Big Brother Wu Di mentioned needing materials earlier. I'm not sure if we have enough." Su Wanwan said uncertainly. "If we don't have enough materials, we'll just go grab some more." "Wanwan, we'll just go grab whatever we're missing," Lin Yu said, excitedly gesturing with her hands. Watching Lin Yu, Lin Shi and Su Wanwan exchanged a smile and said nothing. Time ticked by, and after about 5 minutes, I emerged from the domain space and reappeared in the vehicle. To their surprise, there was no excitement or joy on my face. Instead, I was unusually calm, showing no emotional fluctuations at all. "Big Brother Wu Di, how is it? Can that big mecha be started?" Lin Yu was the first to rush over, asking with eyes full of expectation. I looked at her, couldn't help but smile, and reached out to ruffle her hair. "It will take some time," I said in a calm tone. I didn't say much about Unit 01, just turned to the others and said, "Everyone, get some rest. We've been busy all night and are all tired. There's nothing else to do for now. Big Brother Wu Di, you go get some rest. I'll keep watch here," Lin Shi said immediately, her tone firm. "Wanwan and I will take turns keeping watch. I guarantee there won't be any problems, and I'll call you the moment anything happens." Su Wanwan also nodded gently. "Big Brother Wu Di, you get some sleep. We've got this." Even the usually restless Lin Yu quickly raised her little hand and said earnestly, "I can keep watch too. I won't sleep. I'll help my sisters keep an eye out." Seeing them like this, I nodded, turned, and walked back to the driver's seat, slowly leaning back. Even after closing my eyes, my mind was still racing, and I felt no sleepiness at all. I hadn't expected the startup requirements for Unit 01 to be so high. According to Unit 01, at least 100 gold-quality Qianyuan crystals were needed to ensure short-term operation. Recalling Xiao Shi's energy consumption, I realized that the cost of using eternal-grade items was indeed unimaginable. But this disappointment didn't last long. I quickly thought of that orange-quality Qianyuan mother crystal. Once midnight passed, my furnace of all things talent would be available again. My mind was now occupied with one question. Should I use it for Unit 01 or for Xiao Shi? Thinking of this, I leaned against the driver's seat and couldn't help but curl the corners of my mouth, wishing only that time would pass a little faster. The vehicle became completely quiet. I turned my head to see Lin Yu curled up in the passenger seat, then looked back at Lin Shi and Su Wanwan leaning on the sofa. I stopped thinking and closed my eyes. The night slowly faded, and it was around 5 in the morning. Su Kexin walked out of the domain space, yawning and muttering. I'm never coaxing a little girl to sleep again. Whoever wants this job can have it. It exhausted me. As she finished speaking, she looked up and saw Lin Shi and Su Wanwan lying on the sofa, me in the driver's seat looking at the morning view, and Lin Yu curled up in the passenger seat, sleeping soundly. Su Kexin instantly woke up, her eyes darting around. She tiptoed over to the driver's seat, lowered her voice, and asked me in a mischievous tone, "Boss, what's going on? You didn't do anything bad while I was sleeping in the domain space with Xiao Ya, did you?" She raised an eyebrow, leaned in closer, and added with a teasing tone, "Is it that exciting, boss? It looks like they're no match for you combined. Remember to include me next time. I definitely won't hold you back. Don't mess around." I glanced at her helplessly and looked away from the window. The sound of our voices, though quiet, still woke Lin Yu in the passenger seat. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, yawned, and upon turning her head, saw Su Kexin standing by the driver's seat. Her eyes lit up instantly, and she threw her exhaustion to the back of her mind, excitedly saying, "Sister Su, you're awake. We pulled off a big job last night. It was so exciting." Su Kexin had been joking with me, but upon hearing Lin Yu's words, her eyes widened. She turned to me abruptly, stuttering, "Boss, you guys really did it last night?" She then looked at Lin Yu, looking incredulous. "Xiao Yu, you guys, just the three of you?" Lin Yu looked at Su Kexin's shocked expression, tilted her head in confusion, and asked, "What's wrong, Sister Su?" Then, she slapped her thigh in regret and said excitedly, "It's such a pity, Sister Su. If you had been there last night, it would have been great." Hearing this, Su Kexin's face turned bright red, and she couldn't speak clearly. "Xiao Yu, you guys didn't play that big, did you?" But then she saw the pure excitement in Lin Yu's eyes, devoid of the shyness she had imagined. Looking at my helpless expression, she realized she had misunderstood, but she still leaned into Lin Yu's ear, lowered her voice, and said with the tone of someone who knew better, "That's not very good, is it? With so many of us, wouldn't that be too easy for the boss?" She paused, winked, and whispered to Lin Yu, "Xiao Yu, why don't you join me tonight? I'll teach you a few tricks that will guarantee the boss will be head over heels for you. Let me tell you, this sort of thing is all about." "Sister Su, what are you talking about?" Lin Yu's face turned beet red, her ears burning. She quickly reached out to cover Su Kexin's mouth, saying anxiously and angrily, "We went to the inner city to raid the energy warehouse last night. What are you even thinking about?" Su Kexin made muffled sounds behind Lin Yu's hand. Once Lin Yu let go, she took a deep breath and looked at me in shock. "Holy crap, boss. You guys infiltrated the inner city last night and raided their energy warehouse." Just then, Lin Shi and Su Wanwan in the back were also woken up by the noise. Seeing Su Kexin's shocked expression, Lin Shi couldn't help but smile and shake her head, getting up to head to the kitchen area. Su Wanwan followed, rolling up her sleeves. "Cici, I'll help you." Lin Yu pulled Su Kexin aside and chattered away, embellishing the story of their infiltration into the inner city, the forced entry into the energy warehouse, my 1-minute clear out, the massive haul of Qianyuan crystals, and their successful escape before the guard corps could surround them. Su Kexin's eyes grew brighter and brighter as she listened. Once Lin Shi and Su Wanwan served the hot breakfast, Su Kexin had heard the whole story. She leaned over the back of the driver's seat and complained to me with resentment, "Boss, That's not fair. How could you not call me for something so exciting? If I had been there, we could have emptied that warehouse. What a waste. That's right, big brother Wu Di. Lin Yu nodded immediately, saying regretfully, if we had called Sister Sue last night, the four of us could have collected everything, and maybe we could have emptied all the remaining boxes. Listening to their complaints, I smiled helplessly. In truth, I didn't feel much regret. While the quantity of ordinary purple quality Qianyuan crystals was high, what truly mattered to me were the 100 gold quality Qianyuan crystals in the secret room and that one-of-kind orange quality Qianyuan mother crystal. As long as I had those two things, the ordinary purple crystals were not worth mentioning. However, it would still take time to truly convert this top-tier energy into the team's hard power. I leaned against the driver's seat, having a strong premonition that once I passed this stage, my strength would undergo a earth-shattering qualitative change. Boss, are you listening to us? Sue Kexin waved her hand in front of my face, looking indignant. I'm telling you, next time there's a good thing like this, you have to call me, or I'm going to make a scene. Let's eat. I pushed her hand away and nodded with a smile. I'll definitely call you next time and let you carry as much as you want. The group sat around the coffee table, chatting while eating breakfast. Boss, can we get out of the outer city today? You raided their energy warehouse last night. Won't they be hunting us down all over the city today? Sue Kexin asked while eating her noodles. Definitely, Lin Shi nodded. They surrounded us in less than 3 minutes last night. Boss, what if we pull a return of the spear and hit them again? They definitely won't expect it, Sue Kexin said, putting down her bowl and chopsticks excitedly. Hearing Sue Kexin's words, Lin Yu said excitedly, Sister Sue, that actually sounds pretty good. That's how they do it on TV. I looked at the two of them and said helplessly, did you two forget something? I looked at the two excited people and shook my head helplessly, my tone a mix of amusement and frustration. Sue Kexin was stunned, then slapped her forehead and shouted in realization, oh, how could I forget that? Xiao Ya is still sleeping in the domain space. I was too busy listening to your exciting story from last night. With that, she rushed to the entrance of the domain space. Not long after, she walked out holding a sleepy Xiao Ya. The little girl's hair was messy, her small hand tightly gripping the corner of Sue Kexin's clothes, her face still showing the confusion of someone who hadn't fully woken up. Xiao Ya looked up and saw everyone in the vehicle and the hot breakfast on the table. She timidly greeted everyone. Although she was still a bit reserved and her shoulders were slightly hunched, she was clearly not as tense as she had been when she was first rescued, when she looked like a bow pulled to its limit, afraid to even make eye contact. Sue Kexin helped Xiao Ya tidy up and then pulled her to sit around the coffee table. Xiao Ya, come here to sister. Lin Yu immediately pulled Xiao Ya to her side, looking at her with a smile. Come, Xiao Ya, have something to eat. Lin Shi also smiled, picked up a bowl of noodles, and placed it in front of her. The little girl held the warm bowl, the heat from her fingertips slowly relaxing her tense body. She whispered a thank you to Lin Shi and began to eat quietly. Watching Xiao Ya eat quietly, the previously lively atmosphere in the vehicle softened. With nothing to do, I leaned back in the driver's seat and opened the communication channel to see how the players were doing. As soon as the channel opened, a flood of messages refreshed like a tide. My gaze fell on the number of online players in the top right corner, and my pupils constricted slightly. Yesterday, the number was 79,621. After just one night, that number had dropped to 75,108. In a single night, over 4,000 players had perished in this wasteland. Damn it, these indigenous people are crazy. They chased us all night. There were 8 of us in our team, and I'm the only one left. I finally get it. This isn't a survival game. It's throwing us into someone else's territory to be hunted like prey. These indigenous people are organized, disciplined, and have heavy firepower. How are we supposed to fight that? How did you guys meet up? I haven't met a single player, and I don't even have a map. Can you guys stop killing the indigenous people randomly? Damn, how are the rest of us supposed to survive? I just want to find some resources peacefully to get through this stage. A bunch of cowards. So a few people died, big deal. Can't you guys group up? Our team took out another straggler team last night and looted 2 purple rifles. If you want to live, group up. Don't get close to these indigenous people. Just use long-range fire suppression. They're easy to kill. They just don't have anything good besides their weapons. There's a huge black mountain range on the plains. Everyone who wants to team up, come here. There are already over 100 teams here. Damn, is it really necessary? These indigenous people don't even need to rest. They're hunting us at night. This can't go on. Without supply crates, relying solely on raiding and killing 1 or 2 indigenous people isn't sustainable. It's only the second day. What are we going to do later? Haven't you guys thought about that? Finally, someone noticed. We can scrape by for food and water, but without ammunition supplies, we're done for. Just relying on raiding isn't enough. Damn, there are half-machine, half-human things here. I've learned something new. I don't know if they're monsters, but has anyone else encountered them? I'm too scared to go near them alone. They look creepy. Anyone near the Black Mountain Range, come gather. The more people, the safer. We can pull off a big job. I want to go too, but I don't see any Black Mountain Range. It's just endless plains. Can't this game provide a map? The indigenous people are all grouped up. What are we supposed to do? I'll tell you guys something. Don't believe it if you want. I was captured by the Scavenger Alliance last night, but they didn't kill me. As soon as this message appeared, dozens of replies followed, and the rapidly refreshing channel paused for a moment. My gaze also locked onto this post, and I continued to scroll down. Soon, I saw a new message that made my brow furrow tightly. After they captured me, they didn't intend to kill me at all. Instead, they locked me in a room and interrogated me all night, constantly asking where we outsiders came from, how many of us there are, what our special abilities are, and what our ultimate goal is for entering this continent. I looked at this message, a sense of gravity flashing in my eyes. I had originally thought that the Scavenger Alliance's all-out siege on players was simply to defend against invaders, that the players' wanton looting had intensified the conflict, and that the indigenous people were just reacting. But now, it seemed things were far from simple. They were not only suppressing players with force, but also systematically investigating the players' origins, abilities, numbers, and backgrounds in an organized and planned manner. These people were far more clear-headed and dangerous than any player had imagined. I closed the communication channel and turned my gaze to the real-time image of the outer city gate on the center console screen. The thick metal door, over 10 meters high, remained tightly closed. It was still before dawn, and the area around the city wall was lit up like daylight. The guards on the city wall were as vigilant as they had been during the day yesterday, with no signs of slackening. In my mind, I recalled Su Kerson's suggestion of a return of the spear and the messages in the player channel, silently weighing my next plan. Just then, I looked at Xiao Ya, who was eating her noodles, and asked in a softer tone, "Xiao Ya, let me ask you something. What time do the gates of the outer city open and close every day?" Hearing this, Xiao Ya immediately put down her chopsticks, looked up, and answered earnestly, "Big brother, the outer city gates close around 8 p.m. every night and open around 8 a.m. every morning. Also, about the inner city gates, I heard people in town say that the inner city gates never close, they're always open." Hearing Xiao Ya's words, the weight on my heart lifted. As long as the gates had a fixed opening time, it was fine. We wouldn't need to force our way through the heavily armed gates or test the power of the cannons on the walls that were thicker than a waist. As long as we waited for the gates to open at 8 a.m., we could use the holographic disguise to slip out of Wangnan town unnoticed. But before I could fully relax, Xiaoxi's voice suddenly sounded in the vehicle. "Commander, within the radar detection range, 8 armed squads have been detected, each with 12 people, distributed in a grid pattern. They are conducting a dragnet search of the area on the west side of the outer city and are expected to arrive at our current location in 45 minutes. The real-time image has been synchronized to the center console screen." As soon as these words were spoken, the previously soft atmosphere in the vehicle instantly tightened. The people who were eating immediately put down their bowls and chopsticks and gathered around the driver's seat to look at the center console screen. On the screen, the 8 Guard Corps squads were in a standard fan-shaped search formation, advancing steadily along the streets and alleys. They were not missing a single abandoned building or alleyway. They were the same elite armed forces we had encountered at the inner city energy warehouse last night. "Wu Di, these people must be coming for us," Su Wanwan said immediately. "Wanwan, there's nothing to worry about. They can't even see us, so how could they possibly find us?" Su Kexin replied, looking relaxed as she leaned back on the sofa, completely unbothered. Exactly. Since they can't see us, there's no reason to be afraid, Lin Yu added, nodding with a look of certainty. It's hard to say. She shook her head, her tone grave. What if they have detection methods we don't know about? We're still inside the city. As they spoke, Xiao Ya's gaze fell upon the Guard Corps members in black uniforms on the screen. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably, and she instinctively shrank behind Lin Yu, clearly harboring deep psychological trauma from these people. Lin Yu noticed her distress immediately and quickly pulled her into a hug. Xiao Ya, don't be afraid. They can't find us. We have a holographic disguise. Even if they walked right in front of us, they wouldn't notice a thing. That's right, don't be scared. She walked over, crouched down, and offered the little girl a gentle smile. As long as we stay quiet and don't reveal our location, we can just drive out when the city gates open at 8 a.m. We won't have to see these people ever again, so don't worry. I turned around, reached out to gently pat Xiao Ya's head, and deliberately slowed my speech, infusing my voice with a reassuring strength. Don't be afraid. With us here, no one can hurt you. The little girl's trembling finally began to subside, though she buried her face in Lin Yu's arms, refusing to look at the screen again. Seeing this, I turned back to the center console screen. Xiao Shi, keep an eye on our position and avoid their search routes. Understood, Commander. My gaze swept over the search squad still advancing steadily on the screen, then checked the time in the top right corner. It was only 6 a.m. There were still 2 full hours until the city gates opened. Although I knew from last night's infiltration that the Guard Corps couldn't detect the RV thanks to the holographic disguise and the DXF full protection composite coating, my vigilance didn't waver in the slightest. Camouflage is, after all, merely an optical and electromagnetic deception. The RV is a tangible entity. At the very least, the matrix stability tracks would leave faint marks on the ground. It was easy to go unnoticed in the dead of night, but now that dawn was breaking, I didn't think the Scavenger Alliance were fools. Being discovered was only a matter of time. My eyes drifted back to the center console screen, focusing on the massive cannon barrel on the distant city wall, which shimmered coldly in the morning light. A flicker of apprehension crossed my mind. I had no desire to test the firepower of that thing at the final hurdle. Then, the contents of the communication channel from earlier echoed in my mind, and a thought kept circling, one I couldn't quite grasp. At this stage, communication between players is difficult, and there are no maps or supply channels. Meanwhile, the indigenous people are well-organized, well-equipped, and hold intense hostility toward players, even beginning to systematically investigate our backgrounds. Under these circumstances, ordinary players have no survival advantage. Only 24 hours have passed, and out of 100,000 players, over 20,000 are already dead, a casualty rate exceeding 1/5. With the Scavenger Alliance sure to intensify their hunt, what will happen to the remaining players over the next 6 days? It wasn't that I was worried about the lives of strangers, but I knew clearly that these players scattered across the map were my most important source of information. If they all died, we would lose our primary intelligence network. The more I thought about it, the more unreasonable the system's rules for this stage seemed. Is this the test the system set for us? Or will there be other changes later? I muttered to myself subconsciously. Brother Wu Di, what did you say? Lin Yu asked, looking up with curiosity after hearing my whisper. I snapped out of my thoughts, looked at Xiao Ya, who was still sitting timidly on the sofa, and after a moment of hesitation, shook my head without saying anything. I opened the team channel and sent a quick message. Su Kexin saw the notification on the team channel and instinctively wanted to stand up, but remembering the ordeal of putting Xiao Ya to sleep last night, she sat back down and winked at Lin Shi. Lin Shi saw the message immediately, nodded in understanding, and stood up. Xiao Ya, come with me. We'll go into the domain space to tidy up and see if there are any useful supplies. We'll leave this place to Brother Wu Di and the others. Huh? Sister, I want to stay here. Lin Yu blinked, confused as to why they suddenly needed to go to the domain space. Let's go. Xiao Yu, we have things to do. Su Wanwan stood up immediately, smiling as she grabbed Lin Yu's arm and pulled her up without room for argument. Lin Shi took Xiao Ya's small hand. Xiao Ya, come on, sister will get you something tasty. The little girl nodded gently and followed Lin Shi obediently. Without another word, they stepped into the entrance of the domain space, their figures vanishing from the vehicle instantly, leaving only me and Su Kexin in the cabin. Watching them disappear, Su Kexin let out a long sigh of relief and slumped onto the sofa, looking like someone who had just survived a disaster. I looked at her and couldn't help but tease. What? I thought you weren't afraid of anything. Boss, you really don't know. Taking care of a little girl is even more exhausting than fighting. Su Kexin waved her hand, looking miserable. Especially Xiao Ya. She's so timid that the slightest noise scares her. Last night, to get her to sleep, I told her nearly 10 stories until my throat was raw. Let she and the others handle the scouting. I really can't do it. I chuckled, just about to tease her further, when Xiao Shi's voice suddenly rang out in the cabin. Commander, a large convoy is approaching the outer city gate. The outer city gate has been opened. Hearing this, Su Kexin and I exchanged a look of pure astonishment. Without hesitation, we both crowded around the center console screen. On the screen, the outer city gate was wide open. A dozen heavily armed off-road vehicles led the way, followed by dozens of transport trucks covered in thick armor, with several armored vehicles mounted with heavy machine guns bringing up the rear. A seemingly endless line of modified vehicles followed, moving toward the gate in a massive, imposing procession. Holy crap! Such a huge formation. Su Kexin's eyes widened. Boss, why are so many of them leaving the city? Did they have their energy warehouse stolen? Are they mobilizing their entire force to turn the wasteland upside down looking for us? Finding us is likely part of it. I scanned the scale of the convoy, my tone calm. A convoy this large is likely meant to conduct a grid-based sweep of the players in the wasteland, while searching for our tracks on the side. Then they're handing us an opportunity. The gate is open. We can use this chance to slip out. I'm dying of boredom in here. Su Kexin realized instantly. I was thinking the same thing. I had planned to wait until 8 a.m. for the gates to open normally, but now the opportunity was right in front of us. The massive convoy leaving the city was the perfect cover for us to slip out unnoticed. I made my decision in an instant. Xiao Shi, follow behind the convoy. We're slipping out. Understood, Commander. The RV silently merged into the tail end of the convoy, moving slowly toward the gate in rhythm with the other vehicles. The cabin fell silent. Su Kexin held her breath, staring intently at the screen. I leaned against the driver's seat, eyes fixed on the display. Even with absolute confidence in the RV's camouflage, facing the unknown still made me tense. As the entire convoy was about to clear the gate, the RV reached the middle of the gate tunnel. We were only a few meters away from leaving Wangnan town for good. A guard by the gate suddenly frowned and looked down at the ground. He had noticed the faint, dust-covered track marks left by the RV's matrix stability tracks. The guard immediately raised his rifle and prepared to crouch down for a closer inspection. Su Kexin's heart jumped into her throat. My eyes narrowed instantly. If we were exposed here, I wasn't sure if we could escape unscathed. But at that critical moment, someone rushed over and shouted at the guard, "What are you dawdling for? The convoy is almost gone. Close the gate. If the outsiders escape, can you take the responsibility?" The guard looked at the ground with a puzzled expression, frowned, and quickly retreated to the side of the gate without another word. Accompanied by the heavy sound of machinery, the massive metal gate slowly closed behind us just as the RV cleared the exit. Not until the walls of Wangnan town were left far behind, and we had traveled a full kilometer away, safely outside the guard's perimeter, did the tension in the cabin finally dissipate. Su Kexin let out a long breath. My God, that scared the hell out of me. I thought we were exposed. Boss, that was way too intense. It was close. I also relaxed, leaning back in the driver's seat as my nerves finally settled. Even half a second later, we might have been exposed. Fortunately, it was a narrow escape, and we had successfully slipped out of Wangnan town. I looked back at the center console screen, my brow furrowing. The massive convoy that had just left Wangnan town wasn't maintaining its formation. Instead, it was rapidly splitting up on the wasteland into small squads of 2 to 5 vehicles. Like a spreading net, they were fanning out in all directions, clearly intending to conduct a full coverage sweep of the area surrounding Wangnan town. Good grief, they're going to sift through the entire wasteland. Sue Curson watched the squads disperse and clicked her tongue, then said excitedly, "Boss, what do we do now? Should we just start taking them out? There's no pressure now." I didn't answer immediately, weighing our next move. Hiding was safe, but we would lose all control over the situation. Heading deeper into the wasteland without a map or intelligence was equally risky. Just then, a name flashed through my mind, and my eyes lit up. I immediately asked the center console screen, "Xiao Ya, did you detect Tai Shi's life signal in the convoy that just left?" "Understood, Commander. Comparing life signal signatures. Comparison complete." "Confirmed. Tai Shi's life signal detected in a 3-vehicle squad heading southwest. Currently 985 meters away and moving further, about to leave radar range." Xiao Shi's voice provided the precise result. I didn't hesitate. "Xiao Shi, change course immediately. Catch up to Tai Shi's squad. Disable stealth mode. Adjust the RV's appearance to match their vehicle style." "Understood, Commander. Stealth mode disabled. RV appearance synchronizing to match Scavenger Alliance style. Route recalculated. Pursuing at full speed." The RV's exterior shifted rapidly, and within moments, it was indistinguishable from the vehicles in the squad ahead. Less than a minute later, we caught up to the 3 vehicles. As the distance closed to under 200 meters, the 3 vehicles ahead slowed down, adjusted their positions, and clearly noticed our presence. "Boss, they must have seen us." Sue Curson sat up straight. I nodded slightly. "Xiao Shi, rush forward and block them." "Understood, Commander." Accelerating to maximum, the RV surged forward, and in the blink of an eye, it pulled ahead and stopped firmly, completely blocking the path of the 3 vehicles. I stood up, ready to get out. Seeing this, Sue Curson grabbed the cloud-piercing bow and said excitedly, "Boss, I'm coming with you. Just in case, I'll protect you." I nodded and stepped out first, with Sue Curson following closely, staying half a step behind me, ready to strike at any moment. Almost as soon as we stepped out, the doors of the 3 vehicles ahead opened. Tai Shi jumped out of the lead off-road vehicle first. Seeing me blocking the path, his pupils contracted, and a flash of shock and apprehension crossed his face. His 3 teammates followed, and 6 other scavengers from the other 2 vehicles appeared as well. All 10 of them held standard-issue rifles, aiming them directly at us with fingers on the triggers. The atmosphere turned instantly hostile. "Put your guns down." Tai Shi reacted instantly, turning to shout at his men while stepping forward to block the space between us, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He knew all too well how powerful I was. Yesterday in the abandoned factory, I had dealt with them effortlessly. My strength was unfathomable. Furthermore, the inner city of Wangnan Town had erupted into chaos last night, with the entire town locked down and the inner city guard mobilized. He could guess that this had everything to do with me. "Brother Shi, what are you doing? These 2 are suspicious, and they dared to block our path." "Exactly. Look at their clothes. They aren't from our town. They might be the outsiders the higher-ups are hunting." Sue Curson didn't speak, but she watched them with a grave expression, her grip on the cloud-piercing bow tight. I ignored the shouting scavengers and fixed my gaze on Tai Shi. A word in private. I turned and walked to the side, completely disregarding the muzzles pointed at my back. Tai Shi felt a jolt of anxiety. He quickly told his men, "Don't move. Put your guns away. I'm going to talk to them," and hurried to catch up, his heart pounding as he tried to figure out my intentions. After walking a short distance, I stopped and turned around. "What is your specific mission for leaving the city?" "Mr. Wu, our mission is to capture outsiders. The orders from above are to kill on sight. But for every live outsider we bring back, we can trade them at the Alliance for 10 gene of grain, 200 rounds of ammunition, and plenty of medicine. Even bringing back a corpse gets us half that." He paused, then added, "It's not just us. Every squad that left today has the same mission. Something happened in the inner city last night, and the Alliance leadership issued a death order to scour the entire wasteland and purge all outsiders." I raised an eyebrow. Just as I expected, the Scavenger Alliance had turned hunting players into a bounty program. How do all these scattered squads communicate? Tai Shi hesitated, glancing toward the convoy. I gave him a cold, emotionless look that made him shiver, and his hesitation vanished. "We have internal communication channels for the Scavenger Alliance. Each squad has a device to receive headquarters orders and contact nearby squads. If an outsider is spotted, nearby squads can arrive to support within 10 minutes. I need a complete map of the area around Wangnan Town. Do you have one? This was one of my primary reasons for stopping him. Tai Shi shook his head with a pained expression. Mr. Wu, it's not that I don't want to give it to you. I really don't have one. Only the inner city guard has detailed maps. People like us rely on our familiarity with the terrain, and we don't operate more than 200 kilometers from town. Whenever we go further, it's organized by the inner city guard, and we just follow them. My brow furrowed. While we were talking, the convoy had erupted into chaos. The 6 scavengers from the other 2 squads were watching us whisper and seeing our clean, well-made clothes, which stood in stark contrast to their dusty, ragged gear. Their suspicions grew. What is Brother Shi doing? Why is he whispering with that guy? I'm telling you, they're definitely outsiders. Look at the bow that woman is holding. That's not something from around here. Damn it. Is Brother Shi colluding with outsiders? The Alliance has strict rules. Colluding with outsiders is punishable by death. They grew more agitated, raising their rifles again, their voices rising. Tai Shi heard the shouting, and his face changed. He apologized to me. Mr. Wu, please don't mind them. I'll go make them shut up. He ran back toward the slope, shouting, Don't do anything stupid. Put your guns down. Brother Shi, who are these people? Are they outsiders? The bearded leader shouted, showing no intention of lowering his weapon. The Alliance ordered us to kill all outsiders on sight. If you dare to protect them, you're going against the entire Scavenger Alliance. They aren't outsiders. They're friends of mine. Tai Shi was sweating profusely, trying desperately to explain. Put the guns down. This isn't something you can get involved in. Put them away. Friends? I think they're outsiders. Brother Shi, did they bribe you? That's it. Just shoot them. We can still trade their bodies for supplies. They ignored Tai Shi's explanation, arguing more fiercely and looking at us with increasing hostility. The more Tai Shi tried to explain, the more they suspected him of being guilty. The shouting grew louder, and some had already locked their fingers on their triggers. Seeing this, Su Kexin drew her cloud-piercing bow halfway, aiming the arrow at the bearded man who was shouting the loudest. Her eyes turned cold, ready to strike. Damn it! They are outsiders. Open fire. The gunshot did not ring out as expected. Just a second before he pulled the trigger, I suddenly moved. Pushing off the ground, I lunged forward like a ghost, leaving only a faint afterimage behind. The naked eye of an ordinary person could not possibly track my movements. Su Kexin felt a blur before her eyes, and by the time she looked again, I had already reached those men. A series of dull thuds of flesh colliding echoed in rapid succession, accompanied by the crisp sound of shattering bones. Those 6 scavengers holding guns didn't even have the chance to fire before I casually knocked them to the ground. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. Tai Shi and his 3 teammates stood rooted to the spot, cold sweat streaming down their foreheads. I glanced at the men who had passed out on the ground, then turned to the rigid Tai Shi and said calmly, Don't worry, I didn't kill them. They're just knocked out. Tai Shi finally snapped back to reality, nodding repeatedly, not daring to utter a single word. I have a few more questions for you. Answer honestly. I walked up to him, my tone still calm, but carrying an unquestionable sense of pressure. Ask away. I'll tell you everything I know. I won't hide a thing. Tai Shi nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. What is the firepower of those turrets on top of the outer city wall of Wangnan Town? Tai Shi was stunned by the question, then shook his head with a bitter expression. I really don't know. I've lived in the outer city since I was a child, and in all these years, I've never seen those turrets activated. Seeing my expression darken slightly, he felt a jolt of fear and quickly added, I'm not lying to you. I heard from the elders in town that they were used to defend against attacks from mechanical puppets in the wasteland. But over 100 years ago, the large-scale mechanical puppets were all wiped out. I heard those turrets haven't been activated in over a century. They've long since become mere decorations. How much power they have is something we low-level scavengers could never know. Oh, Su Kexin raised an eyebrow, walked up to Tai Shi, and waved the cloud-piercing bow in her hand, squinting at him threateningly. You haven't heard, even a little bit? Don't try to fool us. I can read minds. If you dare to tell even half a lie, I'll see it instantly. Miss, I'm really not lying to you. Tai Shi's face turned pale, and he hurriedly said, everything I said is the truth. I've never even gotten close to those turrets. I really don't know anything. Looking at him, he didn't seem to be lying. I waved my hand to stop Su Kexin and asked the second question. In the last 2 days, has your alliance captured any living outsiders? I have heard that some were caught, but these matters are all handled by the inner city guard. People like us can't get anywhere near that. The captured outsiders were likely all sent to the inner city. We really don't know how they were handled or how many there were. My brow furrowed slightly. Just as I had expected, low-level scavengers like Tai Shi had no access to this core information. The captured players were likely being interrogated by the Scavenger Alliance. Just as that player in the player channel had said, they were systematically investigating every detail of the players. After a moment of silence, I spoke again, asking the most critical question, what is the level of technology in this world? Tai Shi was completely bewildered by this, his mouth agape, unable to say a word for a long time. After a while, he shook his head with a bitter face. Mr. Wu, I really don't know about that either. We only heard that the Remnant Council has mecca, but we've never seen them. As for the rest, I don't know anything at all. You don't know anything? Su Kexin immediately frowned, raised the cloud-piercing bow again, pointed the arrowhead at Tai Shi's chest, and said in an unfriendly tone, then what use are you alive? You don't know anything, I ask. I think I'd better just put an arrow through you. Tai Shi trembled in fear, instinctively wanting to run but not daring to move. He said with a crying tone, I really don't know. The Alliance strictly controls all information. For those of us at the bottom, just staying alive is enough. Who would care about these things? It's not just me. All the other ordinary scavengers don't know these things either. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. As he spoke, he pointed at his 3 teammates behind him who still didn't dare to move. The 3 of them nodded repeatedly, their faces full of terror, fearing that Su Kexin's arrow would really fly toward them. Su Kexin made a move to draw the bowstring, but I reached out and pressed her arm, saying calmly to Tai Shi, put all your firearms and ammunition on the ground. As if granted amnesty, Tai Shi turned around and shouted sternly at his 3 teammates, quick, put down your guns. Take out all the ammo. Hurry. The 3 of them didn't dare to hesitate, immediately placing their standard-issue rifles on the ground and unbuckling all their ammo pouches, piling them together with movements so fast they feared being a second too slow. I glanced at the firearms and ammunition on the ground and signaled for Su Kexin to collect them all. After she finished, I walked directly toward the RV. Inside the cabin, Su Kexin slumped onto the sofa and scratched her hair in frustration. Boss, what do we do now? We asked for ages and didn't get any useful information. We blocked them for nothing. It wasn't for nothing. Our goal is clear now. Find the guard corps and get a map of this place. My plan was simple. Once I had the map, I would head to the territory of the Remnant Council. Only by making contact with higher-level factions could I truly understand this world and find the rewards I was looking for. After speaking, I asked the center console screen, Xiao Ya, within the radar range, is the guard corps convoy that just left the city still there? Commander, there are no traces of any convoys within the current radar range. According to the last captured signal record, the main convoy of the inner city guard headed northwest. Do you wish to follow? Xiao Ya, pursue at maximum speed. I gave the order without the slightest hesitation. Boss, are we just letting Tai Shi and his men go? Su Kexin sat up straight, looking worried. What if they go back to report and bring a large force to chase us? It doesn't matter. I shook my head. They have no value. Even if they report back, it won't change anything. Boss, you can't be soft-hearted. Su Kexin put on a look of deep distress. The lives of everyone in this RV depend on you. Letting a tiger return to the mountain will only lead to endless trouble. Looking at her exaggerated expression, I couldn't help but tap her on the head and said irritably, enough with the drama. The RV slowly started and sped off toward the northwest. I leaned back in the driver's seat, watching the wasteland scenery flying backward outside the window, but I had other plans in mind. When I was in the city, I had my reservations. But now that I was out of the city and on this vast, boundless wasteland, I didn't believe I would encounter any irresistible forces. I glanced at the three vehicles disappearing in the rearview mirror. I hope you bring more people when you go back. The RV sped steadily across the wasteland. After about 10 minutes, Xiao Shi's voice suddenly sounded in the cabin. Commander, 2 armed vehicles detected 1,000 meters ahead. Confirmed as standard-issue vehicles of the Inner City Guard. Real-time footage has been synced to the center console screen. Su Kexin and I immediately crowded in front of the screen. On it, 2 black heavy off-road vehicles were driving at a steady speed toward the northwest, each with a heavy machine gun mounted on the roof. Just 2 cars? Did they split up? Boss, how much stronger do you think these guys are compared to those ordinary scavengers? Su Kexin raised an eyebrow, looking a bit surprised. Xiao Shi scanned to see if there's anything related to a map. I didn't answer Su Kexin, but instructed Xiao Shi directly. Commander, the scan did not detect any information related to a map. Boss, let's just block them and seize it. That would be much simpler. I nodded and, without hesitation, ordered. Xiao Shi, accelerate and rush over. Get close to them. Received, Commander. Accelerating. However, this time, the situation was completely different from when we encountered the ordinary scavengers. When the RV was still 500 meters away, Xiao Shi's voice suddenly sounded. Commander, the weapon systems of the vehicles ahead have been activated. They have locked onto our vehicle and have clear intent to attack. Shall I initiate a counterattack? As soon as she finished speaking, Su Kexin and I clearly saw the sunroof of the off-road vehicle on the left open. A guard wearing a helmet climbed out, gripped the heavy machine gun on the roof with both hands, and instantly turned the muzzle directly toward us. What the hell? Aren't we disguised as an indigenous vehicle? How did they figure it out? They're just opening fire. Su Kexin's eyes widened in surprise. I immediately ordered, Xiao Shi, activate the 30mm autocannon on the roof and blow up the one on the left first. Received, Commander. 30mm autocannon activated. Target locked. Boom. With a dull blast, the autocannon on the roof spat out a tongue of fire, and an armor-piercing shell accurately struck the body of the left off-road vehicle. A massive explosion erupted instantly. The entire vehicle was swallowed by the flames, its body instantly twisted into a mass of scrap metal. The heavy machine gun on the roof was blown away, spinning in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. The remaining off-road vehicles surged in speed, fleeing frantically forward in an attempt to put distance between us. Wanna run? Xiao Shi, chase them. Force them to stop. I want to see how tough these regular troops really are. Su Kexin shouted immediately. The RV accelerated again, following closely behind the off-road vehicle. To my surprise, the performance of this Guard Corps vehicle was exceptionally good. Its speed was almost on par with the RV, and the distance between us remained at about 200 meters. For a moment, we couldn't catch up. I raised an eyebrow. No wonder the Inner City Guard could control all of Wangnan Town. Even their vehicle performance was so much better than the modified cars of ordinary scavengers. It seemed the core resources of the Scavenger Alliance were indeed all tilted toward the Guard Corps. I asked the center console, Xiao Shi, can you flip their car over without destroying it? Commander, I can use armor-piercing shells to strike the ground near the left front wheel to use the blast wave to flip the vehicle. The lethality probability to personnel inside is less than 30%. Shall I execute? Execute. I nodded. Received, adjusting trajectory, firing armor-piercing shells. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 4 armor-piercing shells were fired in succession, landing precisely on the ground half a meter to the left of the off-road vehicle. 4 consecutive explosions rang out, and a massive shockwave rose from the ground, slamming into the left side of the off-road vehicle. The speeding vehicle instantly lost its balance, tilted sharply to the right, rolled twice in the air, and crashed heavily onto its side on the wasteland, its wheels still spinning rapidly. The RV slowed and stopped beside the overturned vehicle. I pushed the door open and stepped out, and Su Kexin immediately followed with the cloud-piercing bow, saying excitedly, Boss, leave these 2 to me. You just watch from the side. As she spoke, she walked up to the overturned vehicle, kicked the roof hard, and shouted, Listen up, you lot inside. Get out here now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. A few seconds after she spoke, The deformed door was kicked open from the inside, and 2 guards in black standard-issue combat uniforms crawled out. However, after coming out, they completely ignored the cloud-piercing bow Su Kexin was aiming at them. They exchanged a glance and simultaneously lunged toward me and Su Kexin. The one on the left swung his fist directly at Su Kexin's face, while the one on the right pulled a dagger from his waist and thrust it toward my chest, their movements crisp and decisive. Death wish. Su Kexin snorted and released her finger. With a whoosh, an arrow accurately struck the man's thigh. He screamed, instantly lost his balance, fell heavily to the ground, and began howling in pain while clutching his leg. On the other side, the dagger thrust at me was easily dodged by a sidestep. I took the opportunity to raise my foot and kick him hard in the chest. With a crisp crack, accompanied by the sound of breaking ribs, the man flew backward like a kite with a broken string, slamming into the overturned vehicle and lying on the ground, unable to move. Don't move. Su Kexin stepped forward, pointing the arrowhead at their heads, and said coldly, "Move again, and this arrow won't be in your thigh. It'll go straight through your skulls." The 2 lay on the ground, glaring at me and Su Kexin with eyes full of resentment and unwillingness, but they didn't dare to make any more moves. I walked slowly up to them, my gaze sweeping over their combat uniforms. They were identical to those worn by the guards who had hunted us in the outer city. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The man shot in the thigh gritted his teeth and said in disbelief, "How can you have such strength? You outsiders are clearly a bunch of weaklings. It's impossible for you to have this kind of firepower and combat ability." The other man, injured by my kick, also looked at me with disbelief, muttering, "Who exactly are you people?" Su Kexin waved the cloud-piercing bow, keeping the arrowhead aimed at their heads, and said impatiently, "Stop the nonsense. You're from the Scavenger Alliance Guard Corps, right? Hand over your map. Otherwise, you'll have a hard time." Upon hearing this, the 2 exchanged a glance and then sneered, their eyes full of disdain and defiance. The man shot in the thigh gritted his teeth and said viciously, "Although I don't know if you're really outsiders, I advise you not to do anything. If you're smart, let us go," the other threatened. "The Alliance's main force is nearby and will be here soon. You won't be able to escape. If you dare to kill us, the Alliance will never let you go." Seeing they were stubborn, Su Kexin leaned into my ear and whispered, "Boss, they aren't cooperating at all. I don't know any torture methods. Why don't you do it?" I looked at the 2 on the ground. "We don't want to be completely hostile to the Scavenger Alliance. Give us the map, and we'll leave immediately. You can go back alive." As I said this, I kept my eyes fixed on their facial expressions. Sure enough, as soon as I finished, one of the guard's eyes flickered instinctively, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Although he covered it up quickly, I caught it precisely. But the 2 still cursed. "Dream on. You'll only get our map over our dead bodies. Let us go. Otherwise, when the main force arrives, you'll be dead." Su Kexin drew the cloud-piercing bow to its full extent, aiming the arrowhead dead at one of their heads. My temper. "Boss, I can't take it anymore. Let's just kill them and search for the map ourselves." "No need." I raised my hand to press her arm and said in a flat tone, "Go search the vehicle. The map must be in there." Hearing this, the guard I had kicked changed color instantly, a flash of panic appearing in his eyes, though he still pretended to be calm while cursing. Seeing this, I was even more certain of my judgment. I stood where I was, coldly watching the 2 on the ground, completely ignoring their foul-mouthed insults. A moment later, Su Kexin climbed out of the cab of the overturned off-road vehicle, holding a black metal device the size of a palm, shaking it with curiosity. "Boss, look at this." There was nothing in the car except this thing. It's smooth and doesn't have a single button. It looks like a power bank. As she spoke, she instinctively pressed her finger onto the smooth surface of the device. The next second, a soft, pale blue beam of light shot from the top of the device, unfolding in the air to form a clear, half-meter square floating projection. On the projection was a complete 3D map of the wasteland around Wangnan town, clearly marking all roads, water sources, and abandoned strongholds with lines and symbols of different colors. "Wow, this is so cool," Su Kexin exclaimed, gesturing in the air. "It's actually a floating projection map. High tech." This is 10,000 times more convenient than a paper map. By the way, boss, I also collected all the guns and ammo from their car. Not a single thing left. She turned to look at the two guards on the ground and raised her chin triumphantly. Now that we have the map, you're completely useless. She looked at me and asked, Boss, what about these two? Should we just kill them? I withdrew my gaze from the floating map, looked at the two, and asked one last question. What exactly do you use the captured outsiders for? However, the two remained silent, just staring at me, clearly determined not to say a word. Seeing this, I said no more and turned toward the RV. Let's go. Su Kexin was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly followed, looking back at the two on the ground with confusion. Boss? We're just going to leave them like this? Let them go back to report. We didn't look back and walked straight onto the RV. I returned to the driver's seat and ordered the center console in a low voice. Xiao Ya, activate the 30mm autocannon on the roof and give them a shot. Received, Commander. 30mm autocannon activated. Target locked. Fire. Boom. Through the window, Su Kexin saw the overturned off-road vehicle in the distance instantly swallowed by flames, followed by the sound of an explosion. She let out a long sigh of relief, patting her chest. You scared me. I thought you were going to be soft-hearted and let them go again. If those two went back, they would definitely bring a large force to chase us. I didn't answer, placed the black map device on the center console, and asked Xiao Ya. Xiao Ya, can the data from this map be uploaded to your system? Commander. Scanning. Scan complete. Data successfully and fully uploaded to the system. As she spoke, the center console screen lit up instantly, and the floating projection map appeared completely on the screen. It uploaded that easily? Su Kexin leaned over, surprised. I thought such high-tech stuff would take ages to crack before we could get the data. I didn't speak, my eyes fixed on the complete map on the screen, listening to Xiao Ya's synchronized explanation. As her voice slowly sounded, I saw for the first time, truly beyond the limitations of Wangnan Town, the general layout of this world. According to the map data, we are currently in Wangnan Town, located at the easternmost tip of the Eastern Plains. It is indeed, as Tai Shi claimed, the largest gathering place for scavengers in the region. The entire Eastern Plains is vast and boundless, scattered with hundreds of scavenger settlements of varying sizes, all under the jurisdiction of the Scavenger Alliance. To the north, the area marked as the Frozen Fortress is controlled by the Remnant Council, approximately 3,200 kilometers from Wangnan Town. This region is covered in ice and snow year-round. To the west, the area marked as the Blackstone Mountains is the territory of the Myriad Machine Clan, about 3,000 kilometers from Wangnan Town. This region is primarily mountainous and rich in mineral resources. Xiao Ya paused for a moment before continuing. As for the entire southern region, it is completely covered in a large expanse of red. There are no text labels, no geographical information, and no records of any activity from the Scavenger Alliance. Based on the map scale, this unknown red zone is far larger than the Eastern Plains, the Frozen Fortress, and the Blackstone Mountains combined. Boss, are we really going straight to the Remnant Council? That's 3,200 kilometers. Even at full speed, it'll take at least a dozen hours. Isn't that too far? Su Kexin pointed at the blue Frozen Fortress area on the center console screen, unable to hide her disbelief. The Remnant Council currently displays the most advanced technology, so we need to go and get a clear understanding of the situation. After explaining, I spoke directly into the air. Xiao Ya, plot the optimal route and proceed at full speed toward the Remnant Council. Understood, Commander. The optimal route has been plotted, totaling 3,172 kilometers. Proceeding at full speed, the RV slowly turned and sped off into the depths of the northern wasteland. I leaned back in the driver's seat and glanced at the time in the top right corner of the screen, 7:12 a.m. I rubbed my temples, a sense of melancholy washing over me. Less than 30 hours had passed since the system threw me into this world, yet it felt like months had gone by. I hadn't had a single moment of rest. Finally, a chance to catch my breath. There shouldn't be anything to worry about for the next 10 hours or so, right? Perfect time for a good rest. Su Kexin lay down in the passenger seat. I nodded without speaking. It was true. We had completely cleared the perimeter of Wangnan town, and the surrounding area was desolate. We shouldn't encounter any danger in the short term. I raised my hand to open the player communication channel, curious about the current state of the player base. The moment the channel opened, a flood of messages refreshed like a tidal wave. The content was completely different from what I had expected, and my brow furrowed instantly. Holy crap! The Scavenger Alliance actually let me go and even gave me a quest. For real? How come I didn't get one? Do you have to get captured by them first? I was captured last night and thought I was a goner, but they didn't kill me. They just gave me a purple quality rifle and a map, telling me to find 3 people. If I bring them back, I can trade them for a ton of supplies. Just got stopped by some indigenous people and received the same quest. The map is a high-end 3D projection, too. No time to talk. They're only 600 kilometers away. I'm heading out. Are they hunting players or indigenous people? It's 1 man and 2 women. There are portraits of them on the map locator. They look like players. This map even provides real-time tracking. Damn, they're constantly moving, and they're fast. I got the quest too. The final reward is an orange quality sniper rifle. Too bad I can't post the stats here, but you guys have no idea. The stats are insane. Real-time tracking? That's ridiculous. What kind of heaven-defying thing did these 3 do to warrant such a massive bounty? They have to be players. If they were indigenous people, they wouldn't be asking us to hunt them. Could they be players from the vehicle leaderboard? Come out and show yourselves. Cooperate, and let us take that orange quality weapon. Anyone want to team up? Let's go get this job done. By the way, what tier is orange quality? Is it after gold? Is it stronger or weaker than gold? How do you accept the quest? Will the Scavenger Alliance actually pay up? What does provide modifications mean? Can I upgrade my level 5 vehicle to level 6? Don't you guys think about it? If they really are players, what did they do? Are you sure you're going to catch them and not just walking into your own deaths? Whether it's a trap or not, isn't it great to at least get a purple quality rifle and supplies? Once we have them, what can they do to us? As long as you find the indigenous people of the Scavenger Alliance, they'll give you this quest. As long as you find the indigenous people of the Scavenger Alliance, they'll give you this quest. As long as you find the indigenous people of the Scavenger Alliance, they'll give you this quest. Important things must be said 3 times. Exactly. We've only got 1 life anyway. Might as well bet big. If we manage to kill them, we'll be set. Who cares? There's strength in numbers. Even if they're gods, they can't handle hundreds of us attacking at once. The entire communication channel was in an uproar. Every player was discussing the matter. Players who had been hunted by the Scavenger Alliance overnight had turned into the Alliance's bounty hunters. What the hell? What's going on? The Scavenger Alliance is actually issuing quests to players to hunt us? Boss, there's an orange quality weapon involved. Should we go accept this quest too? Sue Curson was looking at the channel as well. I turned my head and looked at Sue Curson as if she were an idiot. Sue Curson looked confused. Boss, why are you looking at me like that? Aren't you tempted? I replied. Who do you think they're hunting? Hearing my words, Sue Curson immediately realized what was happening. Her mouth dropped open, and it took her a long time to process it. No way. The commotion is this big? Do we have that much of a grudge against them? I never imagined the Scavenger Alliance would use such a method to deal with us. Not only did they stop slaughtering players, but they turned them into tools, using generous rewards to lure them into hunting us down. What alarmed me even more was that the Alliance could track our real-time location. This meant that no matter where we ran, there would be a constant stream of players swarming toward us. This was far more troublesome than the Scavenger Alliance sending their own troops to hunt us. Players were numerous, scattered across every corner of the wasteland, and they didn't fear death. Even if we killed 10 or 100, we couldn't kill 1,000 or 10,000. As long as that real-time tracking remained, we would never have peace. How do they even know where we are? Could they be lying to us? Sue Curson still found it hard to believe. I don't know. I shook my head, pondering the same question. Damn, doesn't that make us living targets on the entire map? We'll be hunted wherever we go. Sue Curson realized the gravity of the situation, and the relaxed look on her face vanished completely. I took a deep breath, suppressing my shock, my eyes turning icy cold. I ordered the center console in a low voice. Xiao Ya, from now on, If the radar detects any vehicles or personnel, and there is even the slightest hint of hostile intent, do not ask for permission. Eliminate them immediately. Understood, Commander. Oh, by the way, boss. I found 2 rifles in that guard corps vehicle earlier. They're different from the ones regular scavengers use, and the stats are pretty good. Kexin suddenly remembered and displayed the attribute interface in front of me. TW, 1 standard assault rifle, purple quality caliber 7.62 by 39 millimeters, effective range 800 meters, magazine capacity 50 rounds. Compatible with all 7.62 millimeters ammunition types. This is the standard issue rifle mass-produced and equipped by the Remnant Council's arsenal. Features a built-in standard stability effect, ensuring smooth and controllable full auto fire with tight, consistent ballistic spread. Capable of armor-piercing damage against armored targets and various mechanical constructs. Looking at the weapon's stats, I said, this world is truly interesting. Boss, everyone on the map is holding these guns to hunt us down. How is that interesting? Kexin said with a bitter face. With so many players, plus the indigenous people, even if we're good at fighting, we can't handle a war of attrition, right? What are we going to do? That's only if they can catch us. I said calmly. I sounded relaxed, but my heart was anything but calm. What I feared most was never the players themselves, but the Scavenger Alliance's eerie real-time tracking capability. If we couldn't figure out how they were tracking us, we would be forced into a passive defensive position forever, unable to escape the hunt no matter where we went. With that thought, I looked up at the center console. Xiao Ya, can you analyze how the indigenous people are tracking us? Commander, based on the information currently available, the most probable method of tracking is satellite positioning. What? A satellite? No way. There are satellites in this dump? I thought we were back in the Stone Age. The Scavenger Alliance can actually control satellites? How are we supposed to hide from that? Kexin jumped up from the passenger seat. Wait, boss. If they really have such powerful satellite tracking, why didn't they use it when we were in Wangan Town? We were hanging around right under their noses for so long. If they could track us, they would have sent a massive force to surround us long ago. Why go through all this trouble now? Kexin quickly realized the inconsistency and frowned. Boss, what do you think is really going on? Kexin looked completely baffled. I didn't speak, thinking back to the weapon stats. I wondered if the satellite might belong to the Remnant Council. But the strange thing was that the Remnant Council and the Scavenger Alliance seemed to be hostile toward each other. So, what was their actual relationship? Forget about that for now. Just keep an eye on the communication channel. I shook my head, pushing the thought aside. Overthinking wouldn't help right now. Okay. Kexin nodded immediately. Who are these 3 people being hunted? Does anyone know? Everyone. Don't let greed cloud your judgment. Don't you think that if the indigenous people couldn't handle them, you'd be able to? I don't think they're ordinary players. Ordinary players wouldn't make the Alliance spend this much. If they're players, can't they see our chat too? How are we supposed to hunt them? I still think something's fishy. Could this be an Alliance trap to lure us all in and wipe us out? Damn, now that you mention it, I've got chills. If they can see our chat, doesn't that mean they've seen everything we've said? So what if they see it? What are you afraid of? There's strength in numbers. With so many of us, are we really afraid of 3 people? I also think this quest is wrong. The indigenous people are clearly stronger than us and still can't solve it. I'm not participating. Anyone want to join me in fighting the indigenous people instead? Staying alive is what matters most. Everyone, I'm ranked 58th on the vehicle leaderboard. Add me if you want to team up. I'll take command. Not only can we get the reward, but we can also attack the indigenous people while we're at it. Holy crap, a real pro. Lead the way, big boss. I've already added you. By the way, those 2 women are really pretty. I haven't seen a woman since I got here almost a month ago. True, what a shame. If only we could capture them alive. I'm in, and once we catch them, I'm going to key. If the indigenous people had the power to wipe us all out, we wouldn't be able to run anyway. Why worry so much? Let's get the gear first. I've never even seen a purple quality weapon until now. This is a huge score. Watching the diverse comments in the channel, my brow furrowed even tighter. The worst-case scenario had arrived. Players were starting to organize. This meant that from now on, we would encounter either swarms of players or organized groups of indigenous people. Just then, Xiao Shi's voice sounded in the cabin. Commander, the radar has detected 5 vehicles 1,000 meters ahead. Identified as players. No hostile intent detected. They are driving in our direction. Shall I initiate attack protocols? Su Kexin and I looked up at the center console screen simultaneously. On the screen, 5 red dots were slowly approaching. 5 vehicles? Someone caught up this fast. Why don't we just blow them up? Save us the trouble later. Su Kexin suggested. I didn't answer immediately, my eyes fixed on the 5 dots on the screen. The vehicles were traveling in a scattered formation, not surrounding us, and their speed was slow. They really didn't look like they were here to attack. Boss, is it possible they're afraid to make the first move and are waiting for the main force to arrive? It's possible. I nodded slightly. I didn't believe in such a coincidence, that they just happened to be heading in our direction. Boss, stop thinking about it. You're overthinking again. Why waste the brain power? Su Kexin complained, seeing me fall into silence. I remained silent for a few seconds. Xiao Shi, go around them. No need to engage in conflict. Our primary goal is to reach the Remnant Council. There's no need to waste time here. Understood, Commander. Plotting route. We will bypass the target from the left side of the wasteland. Expected deviation from the main route is 5 kilometers, which will not affect the overall journey. Xiao Shi's voice responded immediately. The RV slowly turned left, avoiding the 5-player vehicles ahead. Su Kexin looked out the window. Boss, they're still going to be chasing us. And this is just the first batch. There will definitely be more people behind them. Are we really going to keep hiding like this? I didn't speak, my gaze returning to the wasteland scenery flying past the window. Hiding? We wouldn't hide forever. I had to figure out the Scavenger Alliance's tracking method as soon as possible and resolve this trouble once and for all. Otherwise, we wouldn't have a moment of peace for the next 3,000 kilometers. These people could find us through tracking, but I didn't believe they could bypass the dual stealth of the holographic shape-shifting camouflage and the DXF full protection composite coating. With that thought, I said, what's the rush? It's only the second day. The RV sped steadily across the withered wasteland. I leaned against the driver's seat, my eyes occasionally scanning the radar on the center console and the player communication channel. Su Kexin sat in the passenger seat, staring at the channel. Since bypassing the first group of players, neither of us had let our guard down. Whenever a target appeared on the radar, Xiao Shi would immediately plot a detour, avoiding all possible contact. Messages in the player communication channel continued to refresh frantically, the topic always revolving around the bounty. Damn, the target is too fast. I've been chasing for half an hour, and the distance is only getting larger. Does anyone know what kind of car they're driving? It must have at least a purple quality engine, plus speed boosting parts. I'm at 200 speed and still can't catch them. I'm at 220 speed and the distance is still growing. How are we supposed to catch them? If I'm not careful, I'll flip my own car. We were being chased by indigenous people before, but now I can't find a single one. You guys, slow down. Wait until we accept the quest and get the weapons before you go in. It's a rare benefit. Anyone else want to team up? There are indigenous people everywhere. Anyone want to join me in taking them on? What about that big boss ranked 58th on the vehicle leaderboard? How's his organization going? Why is it so quiet? Aren't you guys curious why the indigenous people are so strong? Their physical stats aren't normal, right? And the recoil on these weapons is huge. Do you think there's some kind of super serum in this world? We've got mecca, so a serum seems reasonable, right? Let's just go accept the quest first. Regardless of whether we join the raid, at least we get weapons and supplies. I think this quest is a bust. We can't even catch them. So how are we supposed to do anything? Su Kexin looked at the channel and curled her lip. These people want to chase us? They can't even see our taillights. What a pipe dream. For the next 2 hours, everything was exceptionally smooth. Small squads of indigenous people occasionally appeared on the radar, and we occasionally encountered player groups, but Xiao Shi detected them in advance, steering the RV to bypass them from the side without any conflict. Su Kexin's tense nerves finally began to relax, and she yawned, leaning back in her seat. Doesn't seem that dangerous after all. Making a mountain out of a molehill. Do these people even know who they're dealing with? Right, boss? I was about to speak when Xiao Shi's voice suddenly rang out. Commander, High-speed flying targets detected approaching from the rear. Quantity, 3. Speed, 500 kilometers per hour. Estimated arrival in 20 seconds. Target identified as unknown mecha units. Real-time footage has been synced to the center console. Shall I initiate counterattack protocols? As the words fell, Su Kexin and I looked at the center console screen in unison. On the screen, 3 striking red dots were closing in at an astonishing speed. A second later, real-time footage of the 3 dots appeared. They were 3 humanoid mecha, entirely silver gray, less than 3 meters tall, with sleek and sharp lines. The overall design was full of futuristic aesthetics. The surface of the mecha was covered in a smooth alloy armor, with no exposed wires or interfaces. The armor was engraved with dense, dark gold runes that shimmered faintly in the sunlight. Mecha. Boss, are these the Remnant Council's mecha? Holy crap, we didn't offend them, did we? Why are they coming after us? Su Kexin jumped up from her seat. My eyes turned icy cold, and without a moment's hesitation, I said, Xiao Ya, activate the roof-mounted 30mm autocannon, fire at will, and destroy them. Understood, Commander. 30mm autocannon activated. Target locked. Fire. Bang, 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 bang. The autocannon on the roof erupted with long tongues of fire, and armor-piercing shells rained down toward the 3 mecha behind us. However, a scene that made my pupils shrink occurred. Just as the shells were about to hit, the 3 mechas simultaneously performed extremely agile evasive maneuvers, carving 3 eerie arcs in the air and dodging the vast majority of the shells. The dust kicked up by the explosions instantly engulfed the entire area. Commander, 30mm autocannon ammunition is completely depleted. 3 hits confirmed, but no effective damage caused. Xiao Ya's voice sounded immediately. Even the 30mm autocannon can't scratch them? This armor is too hard. Boss, which one do you think is stronger, these mecha or yours? Do you want to go down and test it out? Su Kexin wasn't even nervous, still joking around. Xiao Ya, activate the LD 1130 close-in weapon system. I ignored Su Kexin. I hadn't tested the power of the LD 1130 close-in weapon system since it was synthesized, so this was the perfect opportunity to test it on these 3 mecha. Understood, Commander. LD 1130 close-in weapon system activated. Rate of fire adjusted to 11,000 rounds per minute. Target locked. Fire. Da-da-da-da-da. Following Xiao Ya's voice, a continuous roar of gunfire erupted from the top of the RV, deafening and echoing across the wasteland. A dense torrent of shells poured out like a river of steel, raining down upon the 3 mechas amidst the dust. Orange-red tongues of flame flickered incessantly at the muzzles, and shell casings cascaded like a waterfall from beneath the cannons, eventually piling up into a glittering golden mound on the ground. In less than 10 seconds, the barrage ceased. Commander, all targets have been destroyed. Xiao Ya's voice returned to its calm state. On the center console screen, the swirling dust gradually settled, revealing the scene within. The 3 mechas, which had looked so imposing just moments ago, were now nothing more than 3 heaps of twisted scrap metal. The dense barrage had completely shredded their armor, scattering internal components everywhere. Thick black smoke billowed from the wreckage, and they were rendered completely immobile. Su Kexin stared blankly at the 3 piles of scrap on the screen, unable to utter a word for a long time. After a while, she let out a long sigh, patted her chest, and said, My God, is this close-in defense system really that fierce? Or were those mechas just too pathetic? I stared at the remains of the 3 mechas on the screen, my brow furrowing tightly. That mechas from the Remnant Council would appear here, targeting us so explicitly, was alarming. When I considered that standard weapons produced by the Remnant Council's factories had appeared in the hands of the Scavenger Alliance, it suggested that the relationship between the two was far more complex than I had imagined. The mobility and defensive capabilities those mechas had displayed also raised a sense of vigilance in my heart. Xiao Ya, go over and take a look. Received, Commander. Boss, if that firepower coverage were aimed at you, could you hold up? Should we test it sometime? The RV pulled up beside the mecha wreckage, and I was the first to step out. The ground before us had been leveled by the recent bombardment, the scorched earth mixed with molten metal fragments. The three meccas, originally silver gray, were now twisted heaps of scrap. Their armor had been torn to shreds by the dense shells, and internal wiring and parts were scattered everywhere, still emitting faint wisps of blue smoke. Su Kexin followed behind me, crouching down to pick up a palm-sized piece of armor. It felt heavy in her hand, the surface still bearing the marks of high-temperature scorching. She turned it over and over for a long time before suddenly pointing to a crystal embedded in the center of the fragment. "Boss, look at this. Isn't this a Qianyuan crystal?" I walked over and took the fragment, confirming that a fingernail-sized crystal was indeed embedded inside. A faint halo of light flowed across its surface, identical to the Qianyuan crystals I had previously retrieved from the energy warehouse. It seems these meccas are all powered by Qianyuan crystals. My fingers brushed lightly over the crystal before I looked at the dense, dark gold patterns on the surface of the mecca wreckage. These patterns weren't engraved on the surface. They looked as if they had grown from within the metal, spreading along the texture of the armor in a way that appeared both eerie and mysterious. These patterns are also very strange. They don't look like ordinary decorations, Su Kexin added, leaning in with a frown. I shook my head. These patterns didn't feel like products of technology to me either. Collect all the mecca fragments. Don't leave a single piece behind. I stood up and ordered. You got it. Su Kexin replied immediately. We finished gathering everything quickly and returned to the RV. The vehicle started up again and sped off toward the north. Boss, do you think these meccas were really sent by the Remnant Council? We haven't offended them, have we? Why go for the kill right away? Su Kexin asked indignantly after depositing all the fragments into the domain space and returning to the passenger seat. Probably. Boss, when we get to the Remnant Council's territory, we have to teach them a lesson. I really can't swallow this. It makes me so mad. I didn't answer her, instead focusing on the piece of wreckage in my hand, pondering the purpose of those patterns. Just as Su Kexin was about to say more, Su Wanwan, Lin Yu, and Lin Shi emerged from the domain space. Big Brother Wu Di, was there a fight just now? Why didn't you call us? Lin Yu was the first to jump out, her loud voice instantly filling the cabin. I looked at them and asked, where's Xiao Ya? Xiao Ya is asleep inside. We didn't wake her, Su Wanwan replied. By now, Lin Yu had already crowded next to Su Kexin, asking questions incessantly. Su Kexin gestured vividly as she described the battle, from the sudden appearance of the meccas and the 30mm autocannon failing to penetrate them, to the Lu Dun 1130 close-in defense system showing its might and turning the three meccas into scrap in just over 10 seconds. She told the story with great flair. Time slipped away in their idle chatter, and soon it was noon. I kept my eyes fixed on the communication channel. It's very strange. The target keeps heading north. Do you think they might have accepted some mission, and they get a reward once they reach the north? Are the people above idiots? Still discussing it here. Can't you use private messages? The target is obviously a player. Won't this just let them know our information? Is anyone in the north? Go and stop them. What are you thinking? Only the Scavenger Alliance issues this mission. Even if there are players in the north, why would they go and intercept them if they haven't accepted the mission? Do they have a death wish? I accepted the mission and got a purple rifle, 200 rounds of ammo, and some food and water. It's a profit. As for the bounty, whoever wants to go can go. I'm not going to throw my life away. Everyone doing the mission, add each other as friends, and use private messages. Stop communicating here. I was quite close to the target just now, probably less than 2 kilometers away. I heard a very loud sound, dense and dull. I don't know what happened. Are you being too controlling? Is it up to you to tell me where I can discuss things? Fuck, don't let me find out who you are, or you'll be the first one I take out. Hasn't anyone contacted that Remnant Council person on the map? Could it be that the mission for this bounty was issued by the Remnant Council? At this moment, Su Wanwan suddenly spoke up. Big Brother Wu Di, Xiao Ya is much better now. She shouldn't have any resistance toward us anymore. That's right, Big Brother Wu Di. My sister, Wanwan, and I put in a lot of effort, Lin Yu added. I'll go make lunch. It'll be ready soon, Lin Shi said before walking away, with Su Wanwan following closely behind. Then I'll go get Xiao Ya, Lin Yu said, raising her hand before turning toward the domain space. Not long after, she walked out holding Xiao Ya's hand. Xiao Ya still looked timid, hiding behind Linyu. When she saw me, she lifted her head slightly and whispered, "Big brother Wu Di." After lunch and cleaning up, we all sat together. Xiao Ya sat on the sofa, twisting the corner of her shirt. After hesitating for a long time, she finally looked up at me and whispered, "Big brother Wu Di, I have something I want to tell you all." Everyone turned to look at Xiao Ya. Xiao Ya's eyes turned slightly red. She took a deep breath and said slowly, "Actually, I wasn't born to my parents. When I was 3, they found me in the wasteland. I don't remember who my biological parents were." Her voice was very soft, trembling slightly. "My adoptive parents were ordinary scavengers, and they were very good to me. Half a year ago, they went with the Inner City Guard Corps to carry out a mission on the edge of the Blackstone Mountains. In the end, only the Guard Corps returned. They told me my parents had encountered mechanical puppets and died, and they couldn't even bring their bodies back." At this point, Xiao Ya couldn't hold back her tears. "Since then, no one has cared about me. The Guard Corps just notified me and never appeared again. I had to scavenge for trash in the outer city by myself. When I was hungry, I ate what others left behind. When I was cold, I hid in abandoned houses." She wiped her tears, her eyes filled with conflict and pain. "I was told from a young age that the Guard Corps protected us and were good people. But if they were really good people, why wouldn't they give me a bite to eat after my parents died? Why didn't they even bring back my parents' bodies? I hate them, but I don't know who else to hate." Xiao Ya's voice was thick with nasal congestion as she sobbed and continued, "I also heard my adoptive parents secretly mention something. Over 300 years ago, I don't know what happened, but everyone from the great Tian royal family retreated to the south and never appeared again." She looked up, her eyes filled with confusion. "They also said that whether it's the Scavenger Alliance or the Remnant Council, all the technology they possess was inherited from what the great Tian royal family left behind. They always wanted to go to the south, and my parents were often conscripted to carry out missions there." As her words fell, my pupils constricted sharply. The great Tian royal family, the red zone in the south. I finally understood why that area in the south on the map was painted entirely red without any labels. Lin Yu's grip on Xiao Ya's arm tightened slightly, and she opened her mouth but couldn't say a word for a long time. Su Kexin also put away her usual carefree demeanor, her face full of shock. Su Wanwan and Lin Shi exchanged glances, both seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. They had never imagined that this chaotic wasteland world had such a history. After a long while, Lin Yu said softly, "It's okay, Xiao Ya. It's all in the past." "Exactly." Su Kexin nodded, her tone firm. "Those Guard Corps members aren't good people. If we get the chance, we'll definitely help you find out the cause of your adoptive parents' deaths and get revenge for them." I looked at Xiao Ya, my eyes flickering slightly. I was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. "We will. There will definitely be a chance." The RV continued to speed steadily across the wasteland, drawing ever closer to the frozen fortress in the north. I leaned against the driver's seat, my gaze fixed on the scenery flying past the window, but my mind kept echoing with what Xiao Ya had just said. Why did the great Qian royal family retreat to the south? What happened 300 years ago? What kind of entanglement exists between the Remnant Council and the Scavenger Alliance over the legacy of Great Qian? What is their relationship now? Question after question arose in my heart, like a fog, making the truth of this world even more elusive. The subsequent journey was unexpectedly calm. Radar constantly picked up groups of indigenous people and scattered player vehicles, but Xiaoxi detected them in advance and steered the RV around them. Along the way, we also encountered continuous small scavenger settlements. I had no intention of stopping and bypassed all of them, heading straight north. Time slipped away in the monotonous driving, and the sun gradually sank in the west. At 5:50 p.m., after we had a simple dinner, we sat around the sofa in the cabin. "We're finally almost there," Su Kexin said, looking at the map on the center console. "Look, there's less than 300 kilometers left to the frozen fortress. If we hadn't been dodging those damn indigenous people and players the whole way, we could have arrived this afternoon." "Yeah, all this hiding and dodging really wasted time," Lin Yu complained. "But it's okay, we're about to reach the Remnant Council's territory. Once we're there, the Scavenger Alliance shouldn't keep chasing us, right?" "Hard to say." I shook my head. Since the Remnant Council sent meccas, it means they definitely have a connection with the Scavenger Alliance. Once we reach their territory, it might be even more dangerous. Just then, the time hit 6 p.m., and Su Wanwan's talent treasure chest refreshed on the coffee table right on time. It was Xiao Ya's first time seeing this, and she leaned forward to look at the chest that had appeared out of thin air, her eyes full of curiosity. Xiao Ya, this is Big Sister Wanwan's talent ability. There are some amazing things inside, Lin Yu said, hugging Xiao Ya. Su Kursen, we haven't seen a supply crate in 2 days. I actually kind of missed them. Su Wanwan looked at everyone and reached out to open the chest. She then displayed the attributes of the blueprint she obtained to everyone. Spatial Backpack Blueprint. Purple Quality used this blueprint to craft a spatial backpack with a built-in 2 cubic meter exclusive independent storage space. It comes with dual effects of spatial stabilization and weight exemption. The internal environment remains constant, and stored supplies are unaffected by external environmental factors. It also has a weight reduction effect, reducing the weight of all items stored inside by 50%. Permanently unlocks spatial backpack, crafting upon use. Crafting requirements: rubber 5, plastic 5, quantum primordial matter 5. Spatial backpack? Su Kursen looked at the blueprint, puzzled. Why is there something like this? Don't we already have a personal space? What is this backpack for? Yeah, Big Sister Wanwan. Lin Yu also looked at the attributes curiously. This blueprint is so strange, isn't it? Not everyone has as much space in their vehicle as we do. She spoke up from the side. Lin Yu, Su Wanwan, and Su Kursen immediately looked at Lin Shi, suddenly realizing. Oh, right. Lin Yu and Su Kursen said in unison after exchanging glances. I looked at the attributes on the blueprint and nodded slightly. However, this item was indeed of no use to us. This blueprint would either become a secondary sacrifice for a talent promotion or be crafted and sold. Then can we take this out and sell it? Lin Yu shook Su Wanwan's arm, excited. This thing will definitely be popular. The price won't be bad. Everyone looked at Lin Yu, and even Xiao Ya, who was being hugged by her, looked at her in surprise. Su Kursen looked at Lin Yu. Xiao Yu, I've discovered you have a real talent for this. You get so excited whenever business is mentioned. That's true, Xiao Yu, Su Wanwan said with a smile, handing the blueprint to me. At this moment, Xiao Yu suddenly spoke up. I remembered something else. Her words instantly attracted everyone's attention. Being watched by everyone, Xiao Yu looked a bit nervous and uneasy. I softened my tone and said gently, It's okay, Xiao Yu. Just take your time. Xiao Yu bit her lip and said, I remember hearing my parents chatting before. They once followed the Guard Corps on a mission, and along the way, they cooperated with the Remnant Council's runic meccas. But that mission ended with heavy losses. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Kursen immediately said excitedly, No wonder the Scavenger Alliance and the Remnant Council are colluding in secret. They were a team all along. No wonder they sent meccas to hunt us down. After saying this, she turned to look at me, her tone eager. Boss, when we get there, let's go settle the score with the Remnant Council. You didn't take me on the last operation, but you can't leave me out this time. Let's pull off something big together. She spoke up at the right moment, looking at Xiao Ya and asking softly, Xiao Ya, can you remember any other details? Like the specific location of that mission, or what the meccas looked like? Xiao Ya wrinkled her little face and shook her head with some difficulty. I can't remember much more. I was too young then. I just happened to hear them say a few things. I only remembered this just now because everyone mentioned meccas. My mind was entirely focused on what Xiao Ya had said, and I pondered to myself, runic meccas? Could it be that the patterns on the mecca wreckage I saw earlier were runic patterns? Or does the Remnant Council possess even higher-grade mecha power? Boss, you're spacing out again. Su Kursen nudged me with her elbow and winked. With so many beauties around, you still have the heart to daydream. What kind of bad things are you plotting? I came back to my senses, glanced at her, and didn't respond, only saying in a deep voice, Everyone, be careful tonight. The closer we get to the frozen fortress, the easier it is for things to go wrong. Don't worry, Big Brother Wudi. I won't sleep tonight, and we'll keep watch here. Lin Yu immediately raised her hand. If I find anything, I'll call you all. I guarantee there won't be any problems. Su Kursen immediately moved next to Lin Yu. Xiao Ya, I'll stay with you tonight, so you won't be bored. I shook my head slightly. It's not that extreme. Just don't sleep too soundly. Lin Shi stood up, took Xiao Ya's hand, and said softly, Xiao Ya, tonight big sister will take you to the bedroom to rest. After saying this, she gave Su Wanwan a subtle look. Su Wanwan immediately stepped forward to take Xiao Ya's other hand, and said with a smile, Let's go, Xiao Ya. Tonight I'll show you some TV. Seeing this, Lin Yu waved at Xiao Ya and said with a smile, Go ahead, Xiao Ya. Big sister has things to do tonight, so I won't be able to keep you company. Xiao Ya stood up, looked at Lin Yu and me, nodded obediently, and entered the bedroom with Lin Shi and Su Wanwan. The cabin instantly became quiet. Meanwhile, in the frozen fortress in the north, in an underground conference room without windows deep within the fortress, on the cold metal walls, a massive holographic image was projected. 5 people wearing identical black uniforms sat on either side of a long table, their faces expressionless. Sitting in the main seat was an elderly man with gray hair and a withered face, the chairman of the Remnant Council, Chen Xian. Let's begin. Chen Xian's voice was hoarse and low, carrying a hint of unquestionable authority. A middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses sitting to his left nodded and raised his hand to pull up a set of data. Chairman, counselors. This is the statistical report on the losses caused by the outsiders over the past 2 days. As of now, 37 small settlements have been attacked by outsiders, and over 800 refugees have been killed. According to statistics, all the outsiders who have appeared are scattered across the eastern wasteland. He paused and pulled up another image. Additionally, according to news from the Scavenger Alliance, 3 days ago, the energy warehouse in Wangnan town was burglarized, and a large amount of Qianyuan crystals were lost. The specific quantity was not stated, but it has been confirmed to be the work of outsiders. As his words fell, a burly man sitting on the right side sneered, That bunch of trash in the Scavenger Alliance can't even guard their own nest. I think they've gotten too comfortable in recent years. But this is a good thing for us. Counselor Zhao is right. Another thin, tall counselor chimed in. The Scavenger Alliance has become increasingly disobedient over the years. Suffering a big loss this time will just make them behave. Chen Xian didn't speak, only tapping his fingers lightly on the table. At this moment, a woman in military uniform sitting at the end of the table spoke up. She was the garrison commander of the Remnant Council, Chu Ling. Everyone, don't be too happy yet. Chu Ling's voice was cold. Although the Scavenger Alliance is trash, they are our most important source of energy. If they collapse, all our standard meccas will turn into a pile of scrap metal. Furthermore, just this morning, the 3 standard meccas we sent to track the outsiders who burglarized the energy warehouse were all destroyed. What? The burly man stood up abruptly, looking incredulous. 3 standard meccas were destroyed by a few outsiders? How is that possible? That is the fact, Chu Ling said expressionlessly. According to the analysis of the final data transmitted back, the opponent's firepower is extremely fierce. Moreover, they have high mobility. Currently, this group is heading toward the frozen fortress and has already reached the outer perimeter alert zone. The conference room fell into an instant silence. Everyone's expression turned grave. Standard meccas were the core combat strength of the Remnant Council. Having 3 of them destroyed was an unprecedented event in the last decade. We cannot let them get close to the fortress, Chen Xian finally spoke. Chu Ling, mobilize the 2nd and 3rd mecha squads immediately. Once they enter the warning zone, kill them without mercy. Bring back all the Qianyuan crystals. Yes, Chairman. Chu Ling replied, snapping to attention. Very well, the first item on the agenda is concluded, Chen Xian said, waving his hand. Now, let's discuss the second and more important matter. No sooner had he finished speaking than a technician in a white lab coat stepped forward and pulled up a holographic image of a red-zoned area. Chairman, counselors, the technician's voice carried a subtle tremor. According to our satellite monitoring data, the activity frequency of out-of-control mechanical entities in the southern region has increased 30-fold over the past 3 days. A massive number of dormant mechanical entities are waking up on a large scale. He pointed to the flickering red dots on the display. Based on our model projections, a new mechanical tide will erupt in the south within a month at most. And this time, the scale may It may be even more powerful than the last one. This statement hit the room like a bombshell. Everyone's face turned deathly pale. They had all lived through the mechanical tide 50 years ago and knew exactly what kind of devastating catastrophe it was. How could it be so sudden? The thin, tall counselor gasped. It's been less than 50 years since the last tide. Why would it appear so suddenly? We don't know the reason. But since these outsiders appeared, the revival of the mechanical entities has clearly accelerated. The technician shook his head. Chen Xian's face was so dark it looked like it could drip ink. He remained silent for a long time before speaking slowly. Chu Ling, present. Initiate the highest level of combat readiness protocol immediately, Chen Xian said, enunciating every word. Order all arsenals to operate 24 hours a day to accelerate the mass production of standard meccas. At the same time, form the 3rd Frontline Legion, deploy them all to the southern border to establish a defensive line, and investigate the exact timing and scale of the mechanical tide. Yes, Chairman. I guarantee the mission will be accomplished. Chu Ling replied loudly, then hesitated before adding, Chairman, how should we handle the outsiders? Chen Xian was silent for a moment before finally speaking. Leave them be for now. Chu Ling looked up abruptly, looking puzzled. Chairman, is it possible that the mechanical tide was caused by these outsiders? There are tens of thousands of them. The mechanical tide is what matters most right now. A flash of memory crossed Chen Xian's eyes, followed by a hint of disdain. Once the mechanical tide is dealt with, these outsiders won't be worth mentioning. Yes, Chairman. Although Chu Ling felt it was improper, he replied immediately. There is one more thing. The thin, tall counselor suddenly spoke, his expression grave. The Tian Sect has been restless lately. We've monitored a large number of their personnel operating near the southern border. Could the sudden appearance of these outsiders be related to the Tian Sect? At the mention of the Tian Sect, the atmosphere in the room became oppressive. Chen Xian frowned slightly, then let out a disdainful scoff. The Tian Sect? They are just a bunch of lunatics who worship physical strength. A group of rats that can't be brought into the light. They won't be able to stir up any major waves. Exactly, Counselor Zhao chimed in. In this era, the power of the flesh can never surpass that of machines. No matter how much they struggle, they could never be a match for our mecha troops. Don't worry about them. Let's solve the mechanical tide problem first. The other counselors nodded in agreement. Meeting adjourned. Chen Xian waved his hand, stood up, and left the room first. The other counselors rose one by one and walked out with grim expressions. On the wasteland, the night was as dark as ink. At 8:08 p.m., the RV was still speeding steadily through the darkness. The cabin was lit with soft light. Lin Yu and Su Kersin were squeezed into the passenger seat, their heads together. Lin Shi and Su Wanwan sat on the sofa in the back. I sat in the driver's seat, my eyes fixed on the map on the center console screen. We were less than 200 kilometers from the frozen fortress, and the closer we got, the stronger my unease became. Just then, Xiao Shi's voice suddenly rang out. Commander, radar detects flying meccas approaching from the flank. Quantity, 10. Estimated contact in 10 seconds. The LD 1130 close-in weapon system has initiated countermeasures. Before she could finish, the hum of the close-in weapon system rotating on the roof echoed through the cabin. Lin Shi and Su Wanwan, who had been in the back, stood up instantly and rushed to the front. Da-da-da-da-da. A deafening roar of gunfire instantly filled the cabin, and a dense torrent of shells poured into the darkness ahead like a river of steel. Orange-red tongues of fire flickered in the night sky, illuminating the pitch-black wasteland around us. However, after less than 3 seconds, the gunfire stopped abruptly. Commander, the LD 1130 close-in weapon system is out of ammunition. 5 targets destroyed. The remaining 5 meccas are 300 meters away and closing in fast. Xiao Shi's voice sounded immediately. My eyes sharpened. I stood up and shouted, Xiao Shi, open the door. Received, Commander. Door opened. I didn't say another word and leaped straight out of the speeding RV. The moment my body left the cabin, the Titan's Fury mecha instantly enveloped me. Boom! My feet slammed into the ground, the immense force carving 2 deep craters into the hard earth. I shot forward like a cannonball, rushing toward the 5 incoming meccas. In the night sky, 5 silver-gray figures were diving toward the RV. Seeing the 3-meter-tall mecca suddenly charge out, the 5 meccas clearly hesitated for a moment before adjusting their posture and raising their arms. The next second, 5 pale blue energy beams shot toward me. I dodged to the side, easily avoiding all the attacks. The energy beams struck the ground behind me, blasting 5 massive craters. Xiao Ya, can you detect what kind of energy attack that is? I asked, my voice echoing inside the mecca. Commander, insufficient data. Unable to analyze. I accelerated violently, instantly closing the distance to the lead mecca. I clenched my right fist and smashed it hard into the mecca's chest. Crack! A piercing sound of metal snapping rang out. The silver-gray standard mecca flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground and never moving again. Its chest armor was completely caved in and deformed, with internal parts scattered everywhere. Having dealt with the first one, I didn't stop for a second and turned to pounce on the second. Although these standard meccas had decent mobility, in front of the Titan's fury, they were like moving in slow motion. My movements were as fast as lightning, giving them no chance to react. In less than 3 minutes, 2 more standard meccas were completely destroyed, turning into 3 piles of scrap metal on the ground. The remaining 2 meccas saw this and immediately turned around, flying toward the frozen fortress in the north. I stood where I was, watching the 3 silver-gray figures grow smaller in the distance. My current Titan's Fury mecha hadn't unlocked its flight capabilities yet. I could only fight on the ground and couldn't catch up to the high-speed standard mechas. I could only watch them escape. Commander, the remaining 2 mechas have left the radar detection range, Xiao Ya's voice said. I slowly lowered my fist and disengaged the Titan's Fury. Not long after, the RV slowly pulled up beside me. The door opened, and Su Kexin was the first to jump out, running to my side with excitement. Boss, you said you'd give us each a mecha. When are you giving them to us? That was so cool. Yeah, Brother Wu Di. Lin Yu followed, running down and hugging my arm with expectant eyes. I really want to try it too. Su Wanwan and Lin, she also stepped out, looking at the mecha wreckage on the ground with curiosity. Don't worry about that for now. Collect all the mecha fragments. Don't leave a single piece behind. I ordered. You got it. They immediately sprang into action, and soon the scene was cleaned up completely. Everyone returned to the RV, the door slowly closing to shut out the cold wind. Are these mechas really all there is to it? Su Kexin said, holding a piece of mecha fragment. Boss, if you prepare one like yours for each of us, we could just flatten the remnant council ourselves. These mechas have strong mobility, I said, sitting in the driver's seat with a slight frown. And this might not be the full strength of the remnant council. 3 of them got away, Lin, she said worriedly. What do we do now? Will more mechas come to hunt us down? It doesn't matter. I shook my head, my eyes firm. Conflict is inevitable sooner or later. My gaze fell on the time on the center console screen, and I calculated to myself, 3 more hours. When the time comes, I'll see whose mecha troops are superior. At the thought, a smile tugged at the corner of my mouth. The RV continued to speed north, and the wasteland outside the window was gradually covered in a thin layer of white frost. After driving another 200 kilometers, when the screen showed we were less than 100 kilometers from the frozen fortress, I suddenly spoke. Xiao Ya, find a hidden spot to stop. Received, Commander. As the RV slowly came to a stop, the others gathered around. Su Kexin, what's wrong, boss? We're almost there. Why stop suddenly? Are we not going over? Now is not the time, I said, looking at the dark night outside. Since the Remnant Council can track us, they must have known we were heading this way for a long time. Charging in now is not as good as stopping and waiting for the right moment. But if we stop, will we be caught by those behind us? Lin, she looked at me with concern. We don't know if those players and indigenous people are still following. I shook my head. Haven't you noticed? The further north we go, the fewer players there are. Oh, you're right, Brother Wu Di. It feels like I haven't seen any players for a long time. Lin, you realized. Boss, you aren't getting cold feet, are you? If you can't do it, give me that mecha of yours. If you're not up to it, I'll take the lead. Su Kexin looked at me suspiciously. I reached out and tapped Su Kexin on the head. Stop messing around. Get some rest. There might be action tonight. As soon as I said that, Lin Yu and Su Kexin both asked loudly, really? Then Lin Yu urged, Sister Wan Wan, hurry up and rest. Su Kexin followed up, right, Wan Wan, Cici, hurry and sleep. We're going to raid the Remnant Council tonight, and I can't be left behind this time. Watching their excitement, I sighed and said to Su Wan Wan and Lin Shi, nothing else for now. You two go get some rest as well. Lin Shi and Su Wan Wan exchanged a look, and Lin Shi said, then we'll just lie on the sofa. Brother Wu Di, call us if anything happens. Su Wan Wan nodded, and the two went back to the sofa to lie down. The cabin gradually quieted down. Lin Shi and Su Wan Wan rested on the sofa, while Su Kexin and Lin Yu squeezed into the passenger seat. Only I remained in the driver's seat, feeling no sleepiness at all. My eyes scanned the time on the screen from time to time. The closer it got to midnight, the brighter the light in my eyes became, and a hint of undisguised excitement surged within me. I had been waiting for this moment. This was why I hadn't continued deeper immediately. Time ticked by, and the numbers on the screen finally jumped to 23:59. I took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in my heart, turned to look at Lin Yu, who was drowsy in the passenger seat, and whispered, Lin Yu? Lin Yu jolted, instantly springing up from her seat. She looked around and then looked at me expectantly. Huh? What is it, Brother Wu Di? Is it time to act? I'll go call Sister and Sister Wan Wan. Seeing her flustered state, I couldn't help but smile and shake my head gently. No one is attacking us. Don't call them. Just give me the talent amplification. Lin Yu blinked, taking 2 seconds to process it before her eyes lit up. Oh, okay. No problem, Brother Wu Di. After Lin Yu applied the talent amplification, I activated my talent. Ding! Do you wish to select the Qianyuan Mother Crystal, Orange, as the main offering and Qianyuan Crystal, Gold, ×3 as secondary offerings? Ding! Talent usage successful. Item promoted to Tier 3. Obtained. Source Realm Core, Law Quality. The moment I saw the words Law Quality, my heart skipped a beat, and blood rushed to my head. I clenched my fists, my knuckles turning white from the pressure. Before this, I had always wondered if there were levels beyond eternal quality. When I obtained the Qianyuan Mother Crystal, I had considered the possibility of a Tier 3 promotion and wondered what lay beyond. Now it seemed that after eternal quality came law quality. I subconsciously thought of the other players. A strange emotion stirred in my heart. Forget about law quality items. Among the tens of thousands of players on the entire wasteland, those who possessed gold quality items could be counted on one hand. Most people probably hadn't even seen an orange quality item. And now, I possessed a law quality item that transcended the eternal grade. That was a gap of 4 whole levels. I had a feeling that from this moment on, an insurmountable chasm had opened between me and all other players. I suppressed my excitement, focused my mind, and began to check the attributes of the item I had just obtained. Source Realm Core. Law quality, a condensation of pure source energy born in the cracks between dimensions. The core forms an eternal energy loop within itself, capable of self-derivation and infinite cycling, never decaying. Effect 1. Condenses a constant, pure source energy field into a rock-solid spatial anchor, capable of stabilizing turbulent airspace and resisting dimensional chaos. Effect 2. Can freely release internal source power, capable of destroying everything in an instant. Effect 3. Can replace fuel as a vehicle core energy source. Note: born in the dimensional cracks unreachable by any world, it is not bound by any laws. It is both the doomsday judgment that can end everything and the creation light that can nurture new life. After reading the attribute panel, I was completely stunned. The attributes of this item, which transcended the eternal grade, were so different from what I had imagined that I even felt its paper stats were inferior to the eternal grade items I already had. I stared at the last sentence of the note. Doomsday judgment that can end everything. Creation light that can nurture new life, and my frown deepened. Could it be that this law quality item had a massive amount of hidden attributes that weren't written down? I recalled all the special items I had obtained previously. The vague descriptions in the notes often corresponded to abilities that weren't explicitly stated. But then, I fell into a deep dilemma. I had originally planned to install the Qianyuan Mother Crystal into Unit 01 after strengthening it. But now, looking at the attributes of the Source Realm core, I hesitated. If I installed the core into the RV, not only would the energy be infinite, but more importantly, Xiao Shi, as an eternal grade AI, had always been limited by the RV's energy output and couldn't exert her full capabilities. With the infinite energy support of the Source Realm core, all of Xiao Shi's abilities would undergo a qualitative leap, especially one of her core abilities, the ability to instantly hack and overwrite the underlying logic of all intelligent machines within her detection range. At that point, let alone the Remnant Council's standard meccas, even if they had higher-level meccas, they would be instantly controlled by Xiao Shi and become trophies delivered to my door. As for the out-of-control mechanical entities on the wasteland, they would be even less worth mentioning. Now, this difficult choice lay before me. Should I use the Source Realm core on Unit 01 or the RV? I was silent for a full 5 minutes. Finally, I slowly clenched my fists and made a decision. Unit 01, as an eternal quality mecha, had been gathering dust in the domain space since I synthesized it, never having truly unleashed its power. Meanwhile, the RV still had 55% energy reserves, which was perfectly adequate for normal use. What truly made up my mind was the radar's detection range. Currently, the RV's radar limit was only 1,000 meters. Even if I gave Xiao Shi infinite energy, her mechanical hacking ability could only cover that 1-kilometer range, failing to exert a real advantage. Rather than that, it was better to first unleash the full potential of Unit 01. Having made my decision, I turned to look to the side. Lin Yu had long since lost her sleepiness and was watching me curiously with wide eyes. Seeing me look over, she blinked. I have something to take care of in the domain space. Call me immediately if anything happens, I said in a low voice. Without waiting for Lin Yu to react, I stood up and strode into the entrance of the domain space. Entering the domain space, the first thing I saw was the world tree in the center. It had been 2 days since I last came in. The 5-meter-tall tree didn't look significantly different, but the surrounding scenery had undergone a world-shaking change. Originally, apart from the vegetable patch Lin Shi and the others had cleared, the area was all hard, grayish-brown soil. Now, it was covered in a layer of tender green grass that extended to the edges of the space, and the air was filled with the faint, fresh scent of vegetation. I raised my eyebrows in surprise. I hadn't expected the world tree to drive the ecological change of the entire domain space. But now wasn't the time to study this. We could still be attacked by the Remnant Council at any moment. I withdrew my gaze and walked straight toward the huge figure standing silently in the corner of the space. Unit 01 was pitch black, like a sleeping giant beast, standing there quietly and exuding a cold, majestic aura. I took the Source Realm core out of my personal space. A pure white crystal appeared in my palm, emitting a soft and pure halo that seemed to draw all the light in the space toward it. Is this a law-quality item? I whispered to myself, my fingertips gently brushing the smooth surface of the crystal. However, at that moment, something unexpected happened. I subconsciously turned to look at the world tree in the center. Its branches, which had been motionless, were now swaying gently. There was no wind, yet it was as if an invisible hand were plucking them. A feeling, extremely faint yet incredibly clear, reached my heart from the direction of the world tree. It was a pure longing, like a hungry child seeing food, direct and eager. My heart stirred, and I subconsciously walked toward the world tree. Under the tree, the resting area Lin Shi and the others had made with clothes was still there. I walked up to the trunk, reached out to gently stroke the rough bark, and whispered, "Do you want this too?" No sooner had I finished speaking than a clearer sense of attachment came through, like a kitten rubbing against my palm, carrying a hint of coquettishness. There were no words, only the purest telepathic connection. I was stunned. I hadn't expected it to truly possess its own thoughts and have such deep attachment to me. "So, are you truly sentient?" I asked again, but this time there was no response. It was as if the world tree had exhausted all its strength after conveying that longing and had fallen back into silence. I looked at the tree before me, which radiated a sense of familiarity, and gently patted its trunk. "Don't be impatient. I still have a use for this crystal. Once I find a better one, I promise it will be yours first. Miraculously, the moment I finished speaking, the swaying branches slowly calmed down and returned to their previous state. I smiled and turned to walk toward Unit 01 once more. I looked up at the 12-meter-tall black mecca, then down at the source realm core in my hand, and muttered in confusion, "So, how am I supposed to install this for you?" The next second, the previously pitch-black eyes of Unit 01 suddenly lit up with a scarlet glow. A low, mechanical voice resonated through the space. "Commander, you only need to place the energy core in my palm." As it spoke, Unit 01 slowly crouched its massive frame, extended a metal hand the size of a small hill, and waited silently with its palm facing upward. I didn't hesitate and placed the source realm core into Unit 01's palm. It slowly closed its hand, gripping the core tightly. There was no complex installation process, nor was there any dazzling light. It simply stood there quietly. "Commander, the energy core has been successfully integrated. Internal energy is fully replenished, and all systems are unlocked to 100%. I await your orders." "That's it. It's installed," I asked, somewhat surprised. "How did you do that?" "Commander, I used my spatial ability to transfer the energy core directly into my internal power compartment. No physical connection was required." I nodded, deciding not to dwell on the technical details. Looking at the fully awakened eternal-grade mecha, I asked the question that concerned me most. "How exactly do I produce heavy hammer Xuanjiao warriors?" "Commander, simply provide me with sufficient metal raw materials and energy bodies, and I can mass-produce heavy hammer Xuanjiao warriors." My eyes lit up, and I immediately pointed to the mountain of mecha fragments and mechanical remains not far away. All the spoils we had collected along the way, weighing several dozen tons. "Are these metal materials enough?" Unit 01 turned to look at the pile of debris, its red eyes flickering slightly. The next second, an invisible suction force emanated from it. All the metal fragments on the ground rose into the air, surging toward Unit 01 like a tide, disappearing the moment they made contact. A few seconds later, all the debris had vanished without a trace. "Commander, the metal raw materials are sufficient. We are currently lacking the energy bodies required for production." I immediately took 10 gold-quality Qianyuan crystals from my personal space. "Will these work?" Unit 01 reached out and absorbed all 10 Qianyuan crystals. Energy bodies confirmed. Current materials are sufficient to produce 2 heavy hammer Xuanjiao warriors. Estimated production time, 2 hours. 1 hour to produce one? "Yes, Commander. The production process will proceed automatically, and I will notify you upon completion." I nodded in satisfaction. I walked over to the world tree, sat on the ground where I had laid out some clothes, and leaned against the thick trunk, letting out a long sigh. The scent of fresh grass and the gentle aura emitted by the world tree enveloped me, finally allowing my nerves, which had been taut for days, to relax. I closed my eyes, my mind constantly imagining what the heavy hammer Xuanjiao warriors would look like. Just how powerful would a combat unit produced by an eternal-grade mecha be? Time ticked away second by second. Before I knew it, an hour had passed. "Commander, the first heavy hammer Xuanjiao warrior has been produced." Unit 01's cold, mechanical voice suddenly rang out, breaking the silence of the space. I snapped my eyes open, stood up, and walked quickly to Unit 01. "Bring it out so I can see." As soon as I said that, I suddenly realized something. How big is a Xuanjiao warrior? "Commander, a standard heavy hammer Xuanjiao warrior stands 5 meters tall with a standard combat weight of 28 tons. I was completely dumbfounded. Looking at the 12-meter-tall Unit 01 and then at the narrow entrance to the space, I said helplessly, "It won't fit through there. I can't exactly dismantle the RV." "Commander, I can perform a spatial jump through the entrance. No physical passage is required." Unit 01's voice remained devoid of inflection. I was stunned for a moment. Then a look of pleasant surprise appeared on my face. "Can you come back?" I asked quickly. "Yes, Commander. As long as I have the spatial coordinates, I can travel to and from the domain space from any location." "That's great," I said excitedly. "Then go out first and wait for me outside the RV." "Understood, Commander." As the words fell, Unit 01's massive body slowly levitated without making a sound. It flew steadily to the entrance of the domain's space. And then, the entire mecha distorted like ripples in water before vanishing into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Not daring to delay, I immediately turned and ran out of the domain space. Inside the RV, Linyu was sitting in the passenger seat. Seeing me suddenly run out, she was about to ask a question when she saw me pull open the door and rush outside. Linyu hurriedly followed me out. The cold night wind hit my face instantly, carrying fine snow particles. I looked up and saw the 12-meter-tall black Unit 01 standing quietly in the open space next to the RV, radiating a suffocating sense of oppression. Wow! Linyu followed behind me, and upon seeing Unit 01, she couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Big Brother Wu Di, how did it get out? I didn't answer, but looked up at Unit 01 and said, "Bring out the heavy hammer, Xuanjiao warrior." Understood, Commander. The space in front of Unit 01 rippled slightly, a black light flashed, and a 5-meter-tall mecha appeared out of thin air in the open space. This mecha was pitch black with sharp, rugged lines, almost identical in design to Unit 01, like a perfect miniature version. Wow, this little one is so cool too. Lin Yu's eyes lit up instantly as she leaned in to examine it closely. Big Brother Wu Di, is this mecha prepared for us? Can I wear this? I smiled and shook my head. This isn't for you to wear. It's an unmanned combat mecha. As I spoke, I reached out and placed my hand gently on the cold armor of the Xuanjiao warrior. The next second, the detailed attribute panel of the Xuanjiao warrior appeared in my mind. Heavy hammer, Xuanjiao warrior, orange quality. Basic parameters. Height 5 meters, standard combat weight 28 tons, standard humanoid, main battle mecha configuration. Mobility. Maximum flight speed 900 kilometers per hour, maximum flight altitude 15,000 meters, all-terrain and all-scenario adaptation. Defense system. The entire body is covered in high-grade biometal forged composite Xuanjia, perfectly inheriting Unit 01's basic self-healing characteristics. Capable of repairing conventional combat damage at low speeds. Can effectively withstand conventional thermal weapon strikes, high-intensity physical impacts, and low-level energy attacks. Energy system, powered by a gold-quality Qianyuan crystal as the core power source, capable of 72 hours of continuous full-load combat, supports energy module replacement, and can passively replenish energy from trace environmental sources. Weapon system, melee, standard heavy armor-piercing battle blade, featuring both heavy crushing and high-grade armor-piercing cutting characteristics, capable of easily tearing through armor of equivalent mechas and breaking through various defensive fortifications. Ranged, built-in multi-linked energy firing modules in shoulders and arms, capable of precision strikes at medium to close range and wide area fire coverage, highly effective against physical armor, energy shields, and clustered targets. Holy crap! I couldn't help but curse. I never expected that the combat units produced by Unit 01 would be of orange quality. And looking at these attributes, they were far beyond what ordinary orange quality equipment could compare to. The maximum flight speed of 900 kilometers per hour alone was significantly faster than the standard mechas of the Remnant Council. Not to mention the self-healing capabilities and energy weapons. Up until now, I had never seen any weapon capable of firing energy attacks. The blue energy beams used by the Remnant Council's mechas had already surprised me enough. I just wondered how the heavy hammer Xuanjiao warrior's energy weapons compared to those of the Remnant Council. Lin Yu, who was standing next to me, leaned in to check the attributes, and her expression was even more exaggerated than mine. Her mouth was open wide enough to fit an egg. I took a deep breath to suppress my excitement, looked up at Unit 01, and suddenly said, "From now on, I'll call you Zero." Naming successful. From now on, I am Zero. Unit 01's mechanical voice replied, seemingly without any emotional fluctuation. Zero, do all heavy hammer Xuanjiao warriors have the same attributes as this one? I asked. Commander, the base attributes of the Xuanjiao warriors are fixed, but slight attribute fluctuations will occur based on the quality of the metal materials and energy bodies used during production. The higher the quality of the materials, the stronger the performance of the produced Xuanjiao warrior. Then, Can those abandoned cars and mechanical remains on the side of the road be used for production too? Lin Yu asked quickly. Yes. Any substance containing metal components can be decomposed and reorganized via nanotechnology into the raw materials required for production. However, the conversion efficiency of low-quality metal is lower. My eyes lit up. The wasteland had no shortage of abandoned metal remains. If these could all be used to produce Xuanjiao warriors, our Mecha Legion would take shape very soon. I was just about to tell Zero to start collecting materials when I suddenly thought of a key question. Zero, how far can you go from me to execute missions? And what is the communication range between you and the Xuanjiao warriors? Commander, I can execute any mission independently with no distance limit. However, direct communication between you and me requires corresponding communication equipment. The communication between the Xuanjiao warriors and me utilizes quantum entanglement, which has no distance limit. As long as we are within the same space, I can maintain connection and command at any time. Perfect. I couldn't help but clench my fist. Although I didn't have equipment to communicate directly with Zero yet, that wasn't a problem at all. The Xuanjiao warriors were unmanned combat units themselves. As long as Zero could command them at any time, it was equivalent to me possessing a remotely deployable, autonomously operating Mecha Legion. Even if I were thousands of miles away, I could control the actions of all the Xuanjiao warriors through Zero. I immediately took 90 gold-quality Qianyuan crystals from my personal space. I handed the crystals to Zero. Zero, go to the surrounding area immediately, collect all available metal materials, and produce heavy hammer Xuanjiao warriors at full capacity. Remember, if you detect any abnormal activity, safety first. Understood, Commander. Energy bodies received. Mission execution initiated. Zero extended its massive metal palm, and with a gentle suction, all 90 Qianyuan crystals rose into the air and merged into its palm. Subsequently, the space in front of it rippled slightly again, and the heavy hammer Xuanjiao warrior that had been standing quietly on the ground was drawn by an invisible force and slowly vanished into thin air. The next second, Zero's 12-meter-tall massive body distorted like ripples in water again, and without making a sound, it vanished into the pitch-black night. It was as if that eternal grade mecca, which had radiated such terrifying oppression, had never appeared at all. Only Lin Yu and I remained, along with 2 deep footprints half a meter into the snow, which were exceptionally clear under the moonlight. Lin Yu stared blankly at the spot where Zero had disappeared. After a long moment, she grabbed my arm and asked excitedly, "Big Brother Wu Di, was that spatial teleportation? Are we really going to have our own Mecha Legion? Doesn't that mean we're invincible?" "Yeah, let's go back into the RV and we'll talk." I patted Lin Yu on the shoulder, my tone much lighter. We both turned and returned to the RV. The heavy door closed slowly, sealing out the howling wind and biting cold. Inside the cabin, Su Kexin, Su Wanwan, and Lin Shi were already awake, sitting on the sofa and looking at us with confusion. "Boss, what were you and little you doing outside? We were just about to go out and check. You were pretty quick, weren't you?" Su Kexin looked suspiciously at Lin Yu and me, our faces flushed with excitement. "It's incredible. Sister Su. Sister Wanwan." Lin Yu didn't care about the implication in Su Kexin's words and immediately rushed over, grabbing their arms and gesturing wildly as she described everything she had just seen. "Just now, Unit 01. Oh wait, it's called Zero now? It can actually perform spatial jumps. It jumped right out of the domain space. And then it brought out a 5-meter-tall miniature mecha, which is actually an orange-quality unmanned combat mecha. Boss has already ordered Zero to collect materials for mass production. We're going to have our own Mecha Legion soon." Lin Yu spoke rapidly, spilling everything in one breath, her face filled with irrepressible excitement. "Oh, thank goodness. I thought you two went out to do something bad." After hearing this, Su Kexin let out a long sigh of relief. But as soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly raised her voice and exclaimed in astonishment, "What? An orange-quality mecha?" Su Wanwan also covered her mouth in surprise and turned to look at me. "Big Brother Wu Di, has the energy problem for Unit 01 been completely solved?" Lin Shi remained silent, but her eyes were fixed on me, filled with anticipation. I nodded gently. The first batch of Xuanjiao warriors will be mass-produced very soon. Su Kexin immediately leaned forward, affectionately hugging my arm, and asked with anticipation, "Boss, is there a manned version of this mecha? Can you arrange one for each of us? Next time at night, I'll accompany you out to do something interesting." After saying this, she winked at me, giving me an ambiguous look. I helplessly raised my hand and tapped her forehead lightly. "Didn't you hear me? These are unmanned mechas. Stop letting your imagination run wild and just stay put." "Oh, so they're unmanned mechas." Su Kexin instantly wilted and muttered, "Then when will my mecha dream ever come true?" Seeing her disappointed look, Lin Shi and Su Wanwan couldn't help but chuckle. At this moment, Lin Yu stepped forward and pulled Su Kexin onto the sofa. "Sister Su, let me tell you just now." I watched the group playing around and smiled faintly, then sat in the driver's seat, silently taking stock of our current resource reserves and overall combat strength. In terms of combat strength, Zero had fully awakened and unlocked the ability to mass-produce heavy hammer Xuanjiao warriors. Judging by the attributes of the first Xuanjiao warrior, its combat power far exceeded that of the Remnant Council's standard mechas, and since they were unmanned, there was no need to worry about casualties. As long as there was enough energy and materials, the scale of this mecha legion could be expanded indefinitely. Coupled with my Titan's Fury mecha, as far as safety was concerned, as long as there wasn't anything too hardcore in this world, it shouldn't be a problem anymore. In terms of energy, the most critical factor was the Qianyuan crystals. We had previously harvested a total of 110 gold-quality Qianyuan crystals. I had used 3 as secondary sacrifices to promote the Qianyuan Mother Crystal into the Source Realm core. I had just given 100 for the mass production of Xuanjiao warriors, so now there were only 7 gold-quality Qianyuan crystals left in my personal space. I stroked my chin, calculating to myself. Once Zero finished producing the first batch of Xuanjiao warriors with these gold-quality Qianyuan crystals, I would try using purple-quality Qianyuan crystals as energy bodies to see how much of a difference there would be in the combat power of the produced Xuanjiao warriors. I forgot to ask earlier. It's not like 10 Qianyuan crystals can only produce 2 meccas, right? I slapped my forehead. Whatever, it's not too late to ask later. Then I thought about Zero and the Xuanjiao warriors. A sense of emotion stirred in my heart. This was the first time I had truly realized the power of an eternal grade item. Previously, whether it was the Titan's Fury Mecha or the eternal grade AI Xiao Shi, they hadn't been able to fully exert their intended power due to various limitations. I looked at the pitch-black night outside the window, my thoughts swirling. Was it because of the difference between the items? Or was it because Zero now possessed its current strength because it was loaded with the law-level Source Realm core? If it was because of the Source Realm core, the Remnant Council must also possess Qianyuan crystals. If that were the case, there couldn't possibly be only one Qianyuan Mother Crystal. Thinking of this, I looked at the map on the center console screen, a fierce heat burning in my eyes. The cabin gradually quieted down. After playing for a while, Su Kexin and Lin Yu leaned on the sofa and fell into a deep sleep. Su Wanwan and Lin Shi also closed their eyes to rest, leaving only the radar on the center console screen slowly rotating, emitting a faint light. I sat in the driver's seat, feeling no sleepiness at all. I looked at the pitch-black night outside, my brows slightly furrowed. It had been over 6 hours since the attack by those 10 mechas that night. The Remnant Council hadn't made any further moves, nor had they sent more mechas to surround and suppress us. This was too abnormal. Logically speaking, since we had destroyed so many of their mechas, the Remnant Council wouldn't just let it go, especially since we were only about 100 kilometers away from the frozen fortress. I thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out the reason. I shook my head and temporarily pushed these distracting thoughts aside. No matter what the Remnant Council was planning, as long as our Mecha Legion took shape, we would have enough confidence to deal with any danger. Time passed slowly in the silence, and the horizon gradually began to turn a pale white. At 4:40 a.m., Xiao Shi's voice suddenly rang out in the cabin. "Commander, Zero has returned and is requesting to open the domain space." I looked up abruptly, a look of surprise on my face. "Xiao Shi, did Zero contact you?" "Yes, Commander." Hearing the affirmative reply, I immediately stood up, opened the entrance to the domain space, and stepped inside. As soon as I entered the domain space, I saw Zero standing quietly in the open space at the edge. "Commander." Seeing me enter, Zero immediately said, "Reporting on mission execution. I have completed the collection of all metal resources within a 50-kilometer radius and produced 4 heavy hammer Xuanjiao warriors. The remaining metal materials are sufficient to produce 10 more." "Well done." I nodded, then asked the question that had been on my mind. "Zero, how many Qianyuan crystals does it take to produce 1 heavy hammer Xuanjiao warrior?" "Commander, producing 1 standard heavy hammer Xuanjiao warrior requires 1 Qianyuan crystal as the core energy body." I let out a long sigh of relief. I had been worried that 10 Qianyuan crystals could only produce 2 meccas, which would make the cost of mass production too high. Now it seemed I had been overthinking it. 1 gold crystal could produce 1 orange-quality unmanned mecca. This cost-effectiveness was ridiculously high. "By the way, can you and Xiao Ya communicate while you're in here?" I asked again. "Commander, as long as the domain space entrance remains open, I can maintain stable communication with Xiao Ya." I nodded, feeling incredibly excited. This ability was simply perfect. From now on, I only needed to keep the domain space entrance open, and I could command Zero and all the Xuanjiao warriors anytime, anywhere, through Xiao Ya. Understanding the issues regarding communication and mass production costs, I felt much more at ease. I turned my gaze toward the world tree in the center. With a flick of my mind, I retrieved a purple-grade Qianyuan crystal from my personal space. Almost the moment the crystal appeared, the branches of the world tree shook violently. A complex sensation flooded into my heart. There was a hint of longing, but it was dominated by clear disdain, as if it were saying, "Is this low-quality trash really fit for me to eat?" I couldn't help but laugh. "What? You're picky now? You should be grateful you have anything at all." I walked up to the world tree. "How do I give this to you?" "Just put it on the ground." A faint intent reached me, confirming my thought. I turned and walked to the corner of the domain space where supplies were stored, where a small mountain of purple-grade Qianyuan crystals was piled up. I moved a full 1,000 of them and stacked them at the roots of the world tree. "The quality isn't high, but the quantity is," I said with a laugh, clapping my hands. "Just make do with this for now. I'll get you something better when I find it." No sooner had I spoken than countless tiny rootlets emerged from the base of the world tree, wrapping around all the purple Qianyuan crystals on the ground. A few seconds later, all the crystals had vanished without a trace. The branches of the world tree swayed gently, conveying a sense of satisfaction. I smiled and walked out of the domain space. Back in the RV, the others were already awake. Su Wanwan was preparing breakfast in the kitchen, and a faint, appetizing aroma filled the air. "Boss," Xiao Ya said, "Zero is back. Can I go take a look now? I still haven't seen the Xuanjiao warrior that Lin you mentioned." Su Kexin looked at me with excitement. "Finish your meal, and I'll let you see all you want," I said, shooting her a glare. Soon, everyone was gathered around the dining table, discussing our next plan while eating. "Big Brother Wu Di, are we still heading north today?" Lin Yu asked impatiently between bites. I shook my head. "Not for now." "Huh? Why?" "We haven't gotten our revenge yet, boss." Su Kexin looked up, looking puzzled. "The situation has changed. Instead of rushing in blindly, it's better to collect materials in the surrounding area and produce more Xuanjiao warriors. It won't be too late to go in once our mecha army has reached a certain scale," I said, setting down my milk and speaking slowly. I paused, then added, "And most importantly, we are still being tracked by the Remnant Council. As long as we are being tracked, we are living targets. We still don't know the true strength of the Remnant Council. We cannot act rashly until we resolve this tracking issue." Lin Shi nodded in agreement. Big Brother Wu Di is right. Now that we have the ability to mass-produce mecha, time is the one thing we have in abundance. Building up our strength before facing the Remnant Council head-on is the most prudent approach. Besides, they aren't chasing us right now, and we aren't short on supplies. We're actually at our safest point, Su Wanwan added with a nod. Although Su Kexin was a bit disappointed, she knew I was right and just pouted. "Fine, you're the boss, you call the shots." While we were discussing our plans, thousands of miles away at the frozen fortress, inside the underground conference room of the Remnant Council, A giant holographic screen on the cold metal wall was playing a recording. The footage showed the early hours of the morning, with me and Lin Yu standing outside the RV. The 12-meter-tall Zero stood silently beside us, along with that 5-meter-tall heavy hammer, Xuanjiao warrior. The conference room was silent. All the counselors stared fixedly at the black mecca on the screen, their expressions varying. The cold metal lighting cast long shadows over everyone. The room was deathly quiet, the air so heavy it felt like it could be wrung out. Every counselor stared at the screen, their shock nearly overflowing. Counselor Zhao suddenly snapped back to reality, his voice trembling with unconcealable agitation. What on earth is that? Spatial teleportation? How is that possible? That's right, it's spatial teleportation. The technical director, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, turned pale and pointed at the spot where Zero had vanished on the screen. No energy fluctuations, no signs of spatial tearing. It just appeared and disappeared out of thin air. This kind of technology, let alone us, even the great Qian royal family at their peak 300 years ago never mastered it. This statement hit everyone like a boulder. The reason the Remnant Council could stand firm in this wasteland and become the most powerful force was because they had inherited the mecha technology of the great Qian royal family. They had always believed they stood at the pinnacle of the world's technology. But now, a black mecha that appeared out of nowhere had completely shattered their pride. Chun Xian sat in the main seat, his fingers gripping the armrest so tightly his knuckles turned white. His gaze was locked onto the 12-meter-tall black figure on the screen, his expression grave. "Keep playing," he said in a hoarse voice. The technical director nodded and switched to the next surveillance clip. In the footage, Zero was standing quietly in an abandoned factory district. It extended a hand, and an invisible suction force radiated out. The surrounding wreckage of cars and metal debris all lifted into the air, pouring into its chest like a tide. In just a few seconds, all the metal within a radius of several hundred meters had been completely absorbed. "It's collecting metal," the tall, thin counselor said, frowning. "Why collect so much metal? Could it be producing mecha?" Counselor Zhao thought of the smaller mecha from the previous footage and gasped. "Can it actually produce mecha on its own?" "That's impossible." The technical director stood up abruptly. "Producing a mecha requires precise production lines, countless components, and complex assembly processes. How could it possibly build a complete mecha using only this scrap metal? It defies all scientific laws." "But the facts are right in front of us," Chu Ling said coldly. "Current data analysis suggests the most likely scenario is that it is collecting materials to produce mecha." The technical director opened his mouth, but eventually slumped back down. He had been researching mecha for decades and had never seen technology that so completely overturned his understanding. Chun Xian's brow furrowed even deeper. He waved his hand, signaling for the playback to continue. The third clip began to play, showing me wearing the Titan's Wrath mecha last night, destroying 3 standard mecha. "This is another mecha," Chu Ling said, pointing at the Titan's Wrath on the screen. 3 meters tall, extremely fast, and possessing incredible strength. Our standard mecha are like paper in front of it. They can't even block a single punch. Furthermore, analysis shows its defensive capabilities far exceed our imagination. Our energy cannons didn't even leave a scratch on it. And this RV. She switched to another screen, which now showed only an empty stretch of the wasteland. It possesses perfect stealth and camouflage capabilities. All our ground radar and aerial detectors are completely unable to track it. If it weren't for the fact that some satellites left behind by the great Qian royal family are still partially functional, we wouldn't even know these people existed. The atmosphere in the conference room became even more oppressive. Other outsiders, while numerous, are just a rabble, relying on their numbers to bully small settlements, Chu Ling said, her voice heavy. "We could easily deal with them by sending a single mecha squad. But these people are different. They are not on the same level as any other outsiders. They are too dangerous. In 2 attacks, we have lost a total of 11 standard mecha." Everyone fell silent. They had never imagined that one day, their pride and joy, their mecha forces, would be so powerless against someone else. "What are your thoughts?" Chun Xian finally spoke, his voice tinged with exhaustion. "The 3-meter-tall mecha's strength is unknown, but its defense and melee capabilities are definitely superior to our standard mecha, Chu Ling said immediately. And that 12-meter-tall mecha possesses spatial jump capabilities. If it really can produce mecha autonomously, according to current data analysis, its combat power far exceeds all our conventional forces. She paused, took a deep breath, and delivered a conclusion that chilled everyone to the bone. Even our most elite ace unit, the runic mecha unit, is likely no match for it. What? Counselor Xiao stood up abruptly. Impossible. The runic mecha is the strongest technology left by the great Tian royal family. How could it lose to a mecha of unknown origin? I wish it weren't true. Chu Ling shook her head. But this is the most objective assessment based on existing data. While the runic mecha are powerful, their mobility is far inferior compared to a mecha with spatial jump capabilities. We wouldn't even be able to touch it, let alone defeat it. The conference room fell into a deathly silence once again. The runic mecha unit was the Remnant Council's final trump card and their greatest source of confidence. If even the runic mecha were no match, what else could they use to fight these people? So what do we do now? The tall, thin counselor asked, his voice dry. Their route is clear. They are heading straight north. What else can we do? Throw everything we have at them and fight to the death. Counselor Xiao said through gritted teeth. We still have 300 runic mecha. No matter how strong they are, we can overwhelm them with sheer numbers. No. Chu Ling immediately opposed him coldly. The mechanical tide in the south is about to erupt. If we commit all our forces to a battle with them now, even if we win, we will suffer heavy losses. When the mechanical tide hits, what will we have left to defend ourselves? Commander Chu is right, the tall, thin counselor agreed. The mechanical tide is our greatest threat. Betting the future of the entire Remnant Council on a few outsiders is not worth it. Their goal in coming north is definitely us. Are we just going to sit here and watch them? Counselor Xiao said, unwilling to give up. Everyone turned to look at Chen Xian in the main seat. Chen Xian remained silent for a long time. He knew clearly that Chu Ling was right. They couldn't fight these people head-on right now. Once the mecha forces suffered too many losses, the entire Remnant Council would be doomed when the mechanical tide arrived. But could they just let them in? The frozen fortress was the foundation the Remnant Council had operated for 300 years. They couldn't afford any mistakes. Just then, the tall, thin counselor spoke up. Chairman, perhaps we could try to communicate with them. Communicate. Everyone looked at him in unison, their faces full of surprise. That's right, the tall, thin counselor nodded. Other outsiders are willing to accept our missions and work for us to obtain our weapons and supplies. While these people are powerful, they are still outsiders. They came to this world, as far as we can tell, for resources and power. We can offer them generous enough terms to win them over. Let them work for us. Counselor Xiao sneered, full of disdain. With their strength, why would they be willing to take our orders? Besides, the Scavenger Alliance is still hunting them. If we cooperate with them, how do we answer to the Scavenger Alliance? As soon as he said this, whispers broke out in the conference room. Counselor Xiao has a point. The Scavenger Alliance paid a heavy price for that bounty, and many people died. If we suddenly cooperate with them, the Scavenger Alliance will definitely have objections. What time is it now? Who cares about the Scavenger Alliance's opinion? The mechanical tide is coming soon. If we fight these people and both sides are crippled, will the Scavenger Alliance be able to stop the mechanical tide? The two factions argued endlessly, neither able to convince the other. Chu Ling frowned and spoke up. Quiet, everyone. There's no need to worry about the Scavenger Alliance. Their so-called losses, those Qianyuan crystals were never important reserves. As for the bounties they issued to outsiders, those were just basic supplies. She paused and continued. The Scavenger Alliance knows better than we do what is most important. When the mechanical tide erupts, they will be begging for more powerful allies. We just need to send them a message to cancel the bounty. Whether they agree or not is their business. Do they really dare to turn against the Remnant Council over a few irrelevant people? Chu Ling's words silenced everyone. Indeed, in the face of absolute power, the Scavenger Alliance's attitude was insignificant. Even if they were dissatisfied, they would have to swallow it. I agree with Commander Chu. The tall, thin counselor immediately echoed. We can just find an excuse to brush off the Scavenger Alliance. The most important thing now is to solve the problem of these people. Counselor Zhao opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but eventually sat down sullenly. He knew Chu Ling was right. We don't necessarily have to make them take our orders, the tall, thin counselor continued. We can reach an equal agreement with them. As long as they don't destroy the frozen fortress and don't become our enemies, we can provide them with what they need, and even allow them to move freely within the fortress. If they are willing to help fight the mechanical tide, we can offer them even more benefits. For them, this is also a win-win situation. They don't need to pay a high price to get the resources they want, and we can avoid a battle that would leave both sides crippled, while gaining a powerful ally to fight the mechanical tide. The conference room fell completely silent as everyone contemplated the feasibility of this proposal. It had to be said that this was indeed the best approach for now. It avoided the risk of total annihilation in a head-on fight, while potentially putting the other side's power to use, or at the very least, keeping them neutral. Chun Xian looked up, his gaze sweeping over all the counselors present, and spoke slowly. Do as you suggested. Send someone to contact these people immediately and convey our goodwill. Tell them that as long as they are willing to cooperate with us, we can meet all their reasonable demands. But remember, his eyes suddenly turned sharp, like a blade drawn from its sheath. While communicating, all units are to enter the highest level of combat readiness. The runic mecha unit is to be on standby. If the negotiations break down, stop them outside the fortress at all costs. Yes, Chairman. Everyone replied in unison, their voices solemn. Chun Xian stood up and looked again at the black mecha figure on the screen, his expression complex and unreadable. He didn't know if this decision was right or wrong. He only knew that the Remnant Council could no longer afford to lose. Meanwhile, in the wasteland 100 kilometers away, inside the RV, Su Kexin was lying on the sofa, muttering, "So boring. They won't let me go out to see how Zero collects supplies, and they won't let me watch movies. How are you going to keep up with Zero's speed? If you want to watch, go to the bedroom. This isn't the place. Or go to the domain space and help Wanwan and Linyu." Lin, she said, sitting nearby while watching the communication channel. I sat in the driver's seat, looking at the map on the center console screen. I was thinking about the next plan. Once Zero produced enough Xuanzhou warriors, I could split my forces. Some would stay to protect the RV, while others could be sent out to collect more resources and gather intelligence on the Remnant Council. Just then, Xiaoxi's voice suddenly rang out in the cabin. "Commander, a communication signal has been detected. The other party is requesting a voice connection." I looked up abruptly, a look of surprise on my face. "A communication signal?" Su Kexin sat up from the sofa. "Boss, do you have acquaintances here? Could it be the Remnant Council?" Lin, she said, frowning. I pondered for a moment and said, "Xiaoxi, connect the signal." "Received, Commander." "Establishing connection." Connection established. The next second, a slightly hoarse male voice came through the speakers, his tone very polite. "Is this Mr. Wu Di?" "Hello, I am Li Wei, the head of the diplomatic department of the Remnant Council. We have no malicious intent. We just want to talk to you about a potential cooperation." The cabin went silent instantly. Everyone looked at each other, their faces full of disbelief. The Remnant Council? Cooperation? Weren't they supposed to send a massive army to wipe us out? Why would they suddenly send someone to talk about cooperation? I was also stunned. Cooperation? If I recall correctly, just last night, you sent 10 mecca to attack us. What is the meaning of this? Li Wei on the other end of the line seemed to have expected this, as he quickly apologized with a smile. "Mr. Wu Di, yesterday's incident was truly a misunderstanding. It was mainly because the Scavenger Alliance had a bounty on you, and a few squad leaders acted without reporting to the Council. We have already dismissed and investigated those responsible. On behalf of the Remnant Council, I would like to extend our sincerest apologies to you and your team." "A misunderstanding?" I sneered, but I didn't reject him outright. "How do you plan to handle this?" "For this misunderstanding, we are willing to provide full compensation. As long as you are willing to cooperate with us, we can provide you with sufficient Qianyuan crystals and any other supplies you need," Li Wei said quickly. Hearing this, the others in the cabin exchanged glances, their faces full of surprise. I didn't expect the Remnant Council to be so straightforward, offering material conditions right from the start. I raised an eyebrow. Put that aside for now. Tell me, what do you want me to do for you? We hope you can go to the southern border area to investigate the recent anomalies in the mechanical tide. Li Wei's tone became more serious. Mechanical tide? I frowned. This was the first time I had heard the term. What is a mechanical tide? It's like this, Li Wei explained simply. Every so often, all the out-of-control mechanical entities on the southern wasteland gather on a large scale and launch an assault on the human settlements in the north. We call this the mechanical tide. In the past, the mechanical tide had a fixed cycle and pattern, but this time, the outbreak is much earlier than expected, and the scale is unusually large. So, we would like to ask for your help in investigating the specific situation. He downplayed the terrifying destructive power of the mechanical tide and didn't mention the fact that every previous mechanical tide had resulted in the deaths of hundreds of thousands of survivors, describing it merely as a common anomaly. I pondered for a moment. I could feel that Li Wei was hiding something, but that didn't stop me from getting the benefits first. Cooperation is possible, I said slowly, but I have a few conditions. First, I need a large amount of high-quality Qianyuan crystals. Second, I also want some special items from this world. When special items were mentioned, my heart skipped a beat. I was now eager to know if this world contained items like the blueprints that we players so desperately needed. After a brief pause, I continued. Third, I want to know how you tracked us. Can this tracking be disabled? Also, the bounty placed on us by the Scavenger Alliance must be cancelled as well. The tracking was achieved through a satellite system left behind by the great Qian royal family, Li Wei said without holding back. We can disable our satellite tracking immediately. As for the bounty, we have already formally petitioned the Scavenger Alliance to cancel all warrants against you and your team. However, the Scavenger Alliance has its own rules, so we cannot guarantee they will comply, but we will exert as much pressure as we can. I nodded. As long as the tracking issue was resolved, one of my biggest headaches would be gone. One last condition, I said, my tone brooking no argument. The Qianyuan crystal must be paid in advance. Furthermore, I must inspect the quality of the crystals first. Only after confirming everything is correct will we set off. Li Wei fell silent on the other end of the line for a few seconds, seemingly calculating something. After a moment, he spoke. Mr. Wu Di, I need to consult my superiors regarding these conditions. Please wait a moment. I will give you an answer within half an hour at most. Very well. I didn't refuse. This was an ideal situation. I had originally planned to head south anyway. Being able to resolve the bounty issue while getting paid was undoubtedly the best outcome. Thank you. Thank you for your understanding. I will go ask for instructions immediately and get back to you as soon as possible, Li Wei said quickly, his tone sounding relieved. With that, the communication was cut off. The RV fell into silence once more. After a long while, Su Kexin suddenly slapped her thigh and exclaimed, Did I hear that right? The Remnant Council actually wants to cooperate with us? And they're giving us Qianyuan crystal for free? Has the sun started rising in the west? It's too strange, Lin Shi said, frowning with worry. Didn't they just attack us before? Why the sudden 180-degree turn? There must be a conspiracy here. There's definitely a conspiracy. Su Kexin agreed immediately. Maybe they're trying to lure us to that place in the south. Who knows what it's like down there? If we get stuck, we'll be completely helpless. We'll be doomed. Lin Shi asked, could it be because of that mechanical tide? Brother Wu Di, the map shows that area in the south as a red zone. Could it be exceptionally dangerous? Whatever they're thinking, we'll take the benefits first, I said, sitting in the driver's seat and looking out the window. I hadn't expected things to develop this way. The Remnant Council's sudden show of goodwill was completely unexpected. There had to be an unknown reason behind it. Perhaps, as Lin Shi suggested, it was because of the mechanical tide, and they were so overwhelmed that they wanted to recruit my powerful combat force. Or perhaps this was just a stalling tactic, and once they gathered all their forces, they would still come for me. Regardless of their motives, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for me. At the very least, I could avoid an all-out war with the Remnant Council for now, buying myself precious time to develop my mecha army. Besides, I wasn't going to turn down high-quality Qianyuan crystal delivered to my doorstep. With these crystals, Zero could produce more Xuanjiao warriors. Once my mecha army was large enough, I would have the confidence to deal with whatever schemes the Remnant Council had in store. Most importantly, if I could obtain another orange-grade Qianyuan Mother Crystal. At the thought of that, my heart burned with anticipation. The half-hour passed quickly amidst the group's discussion. Just as the agreed time arrived, Xiaoxi's voice sounded in the cabin right on cue. "Commander, the other party has sent another communication request." I took a deep breath, pushing my thoughts aside. "Connect." "Mr. Wu Di, greetings." Li Wei's voice came through the speakers again, his tone even more polite than before. "I have consulted with the council chairman, and we agree to all the conditions you proposed." I was stunned. I hadn't expected the Remnant Council to agree so readily. I had assumed they would at least haggle, especially regarding the advance payment, but it had gone through without a hitch. "The convoy transporting the crystals has already set off," Li Wei said with a clear smile. "They are not carrying any weapons, and we hope you will not attack them. The satellite tracking on our end has been completely shut down. From now on, we will no longer be able to track your location," he continued. "The Scavenger Alliance has also officially replied that they will cancel all warrants against you and your team within the day." I nodded and asked, "Then what exactly do I need to do? Once I reach the south, what should I investigate?" "It's actually very simple," Li Wei said, his tone so relaxed it was as if he were talking about a trivial matter. "You just need to head south and send us real-time reports on everything you encounter along the way, including the number, types, and gathering locations of the mechanical entities, as well as any abnormal phenomena. You don't need to engage the mechanical entities directly. Just relaying the intelligence is enough." Hearing this, I frowned even deeper. Just relaying intelligence? They clearly had satellites of their own. There was no reason to pay such a high price to hire an outsider for this. There was definitely something wrong here. But I didn't call him out on it. I just said calmly, "Understood. Once I receive the crystals and confirm everything is correct, we will depart immediately." "Very well, I won't disturb you further. We will contact you again once the crystals are delivered. I wish you a safe journey." Li Wei paused, then added, "By the way, we have also prepared a special gift for Mr. Wu Di. We hope you like it." With that, the communication was cut off. The cabin went quiet again. Lin Shi and Su Kersin both looked at me. "We'll take the supplies first," I said directly to them. Whatever the Remnant Council was planning, I would secure the crystals first. These tangible benefits were far more reliable than some vague conspiracy. I turned to Xiaoxi. "Xiaoxi, is 0 within radar range? Notify it to move toward us immediately and follow our direction." "Understood, Commander." Command sent. 15 minutes passed in a flash. On the center console screen, a red dot slowly approached and finally stopped 100 meters away from the RV. "Commander, the convoy has arrived. There is only one off-road vehicle with 2 occupants. No weapon signals detected," Xiaoxi reported. I nodded, pushed the door open, and stepped out. Su Kersin and Lin Shi followed behind me. 2 men in gray uniforms stepped out of the off-road vehicle. Seeing us, they bowed respectfully. Then, they took a black box from the vehicle and placed it on the ground. "Mr. Wu Di, this is your payment. Please check it." I opened the box, and my pupils constricted slightly. Inside the box, 100 gold-grade Qianyuan crystals were neatly arranged. And resting on top of the pile were 2 crystals that were solid crimson gold. They were actually 2 orange-grade Qianyuan Mother crystals. My heart pounded. I had gone through hell and high water to snatch just 1 orange Qianyuan Mother crystal from the Scavenger Alliance. I never expected the Remnant Council to hand over 2 right off the bat, but I kept my face expressionless and said calmly, "These are fine. These are additional supplies we've gifted you," the other man said, unloading several large boxes. "Inside are 20 cases of energy bars and 15 cases of purified water. It's enough for you to eat for half a month. And this." The lead man carefully carried over a black metal box. It had no markings, and the lock was custom-made. "This is a special gift the chairman specifically asked us to give you. We don't know what's inside." I glanced at the black box, remembered what Li Wei had said, and reached out to take it. "Understood. You can go back now." "Very well, Mr. Wu Di." The 2 men didn't dare linger. They turned, got back into their vehicle, and drove away quickly. I watched as the off-road vehicle disappeared into the horizon of the wasteland. "Boss, how was it? What did they give us?" Su Kurson immediately crowded around, asking with curiosity. I didn't speak, just opened the box containing the crystals. Holy crap, orange crystals? Su Kurson shrieked. And 2 of them. Do they have that many good things? Boss, are you sure we shouldn't just rob them? Lin Shi was also filled with astonishment. I ignored their exclamations and focused on the black metal box. I reached out and snapped the custom lock, which broke with a click. The box opened to reveal black velvet lining, upon which lay a piece of parchment. I reached out and picked up the parchment. A second later, the attribute panel appeared. Runic circuit modification blueprint. Orange grade can be used to perform a runic circuit modification on any mecha, increasing energy efficiency by 30%, increasing energy absorption speed by 50%, and slightly enhancing the power of energy weapons. Note: only applicable to mecha, consumed upon use. At first glance, I never imagined that blueprints actually existed in this world, but looking at this one, I finally understood why the Remnant Council had suddenly done a 180-degree turn, why they were willing to pay such a high price, and why they had even offered 2 orange Qianyuan mother crystals as a greeting gift. They must have seen Zero via satellite. They knew of Zero's existence and understood how terrifying this 12-meter-tall, eternal-grade mecha was. They couldn't beat it, so they chose to recruit it. This runic circuit modification blueprint was the stepping stone they had thrown our way. What is this? Su Kurson leaned in to look. A blueprint? And it's orange grade. It's a modification blueprint for a mecha, I said slowly, putting the blueprint away. Mecha modification? Lin Shi frowned. Is this some special technology of the Remnant Council? Why would they give this to us? Su Kurson said. Oh, Cece, why think so much? Whatever they're thinking, we'll just eat the sugar-coated pill and throw the shell back. They can't catch us anyway, so it doesn't matter. Just then, Lin Yu ran out from inside the vehicle, her face full of excitement and surprise. Brother Wu Di, sister, you have to look at the communication channel. Holy crap, why is the tracking gone? Did someone already finish the mission? What rewards did they get? For real? Let me see. Damn, it's really gone. Who's so badass? Where are those people who were forming groups to split the bounty? Come out and talk. Talk about what? They didn't even catch the person, and the tracking just disappeared. I just don't know who finished the mission. No way. The mission is already over? I haven't even received the mission yet. I'm struggling to even find food and water. Why worry about it? The benefits are already secured. Isn't it better that someone finish the mission? Saves us from having to risk our lives. Are these NPCs going to turn around and keep hunting us down? Damn, that's possible. Are these indigenous people really going to kill the donkey after the millstone is done? Has anyone run into them? This map is really useful. I'm not giving it back anyway. The mission is over, and I got a bunch of supplies for free. Nice. If the indigenous people don't hunt us down, does that mean the next few days will be safe? Finally, we can have a few days of peace. I thought this place was hell, but now it looks like heaven. You guys haven't forgotten this is a survival game, have you? How could the system let us be at peace? I suspect something new is about to happen. Everyone be careful. Don't die without even knowing how you died. Who's going to check out the indigenous people's settlement? Now that you say that, I'm afraid to keep interacting with them. I'm still curious who finished the mission and if they got anything good. Any brothers in the north? Come out and say something. What's going on? Haven't you noticed that there are more and more of these mechanical entities? No one would have guessed that the bounty cancellation and the disappearance of the tracking weren't due to a mission being completed, but because the Remnant Council had voluntarily called it off. Inside the cabin, looking at the dense stream of messages on the screen, Su Kurson couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha, these people definitely wouldn't guess it. The Remnant Council voluntarily sued for peace. Someone even said we were wiped out by the Scavenger Alliance. That's hilarious. I leaned back against the driver's seat, wondering why the Remnant Council had done this and what the mechanical tide represented. There was no such thing as a free lunch. The more the Remnant Council paid, the more they wanted in return. I took a deep breath, suppressed my thoughts, and turned to Xiao Shi. Xiao Shi, notify Zero to follow our convoy closely and collect all available metal materials along the way. Understood, Commander. Command sent. I looked out the window, my gaze firm. Whatever conspiracy the Remnant Council had, I would take it on. Besides, I wanted to see what this mechanical tide they spoke of was really like. I took the runic circuit modification blueprint out of my personal space. The parchment was covered in dense, intricate circuits, like a sophisticated spiderweb. I stared at the blueprint for a long time, my brow furrowing slightly. To us players, this was just a one-time item that could be used with a click. But to the indigenous people of the Remnant Council, this was surely a technical blueprint that required massive amounts of manpower and resources to implement. So, was it possible to not just click and use it, but to actually learn and master the runic technology on it? If I could do that, every Xuanzhou Warrior Zero produced in the future could be equipped with runic circuits, and our overall combat power would increase by a huge margin. That would be far more cost-effective than a one-time use. Boss, what are you looking at? So focused. Su Kexin leaned over and poked the blueprint curiously. Lin Shi and Lin Yu gathered around as well. I'm wondering if we can learn the technology on this instead of just using the blueprint directly, I said, pointing to the circuits. Look, these lines are drawn very clearly. Theoretically, it should be learnable. Right. Su Kexin's eyes lit up. If we could learn it, we could modify all our mecha. Wouldn't that make us invincible? Lin Shi said. It probably won't be that easy. We'll see, I said, looking up at the center console screen. Xiao Shi, scan this blueprint. Can you parse the technical content and copy/save it? Commander, scan complete. Blueprint content saved. However, the runic logic cannot be parsed, and technical replication is impossible. Xiao Shi's reply was regretful, shattering my fantasy. I sighed helplessly and put the blueprint away. Looks like trying to exploit the system's loopholes isn't realistic. I glanced at the map on the screen and added, we are still over 8,000 kilometers away from the red zone in the south marked on the map. At our current speed, it will take at least 30 hours to get there. That long? Su Kexin stretched. Then for the next 30 hours, is there nothing to do? Finally, we can get some good rest. Lin Shi said, Sister Su, someone on the communication channel just said this is a survival game. The system won't let us be that relaxed. Maybe we'll encounter some danger on the road. I nodded. The calmer things are, the more vigilant we need to be. But we don't need to worry too much for now. Although we haven't seen the specific combat power of the Xuanzhou warriors with our own eyes yet, it shouldn't be bad. I paused, my tone carrying a hint of confidence. Besides, Zero is here, so there won't be any problems. You can all get some rest. I believe that as an eternal grade unit, with Zero equipped with law-level energy, its combat power was definitely my strongest asset. The RV drove steadily along the desolate road. The scenery outside the window remained unchanged, ruined debris and withered yellow grass everywhere, with the occasional rusted mechanical wreck scattered by the roadside. Time ticked away, second by second. Commander, 12 mechanical entities detected 1,000 meters ahead. Xiao Shi's voice suddenly rang out. I looked up at the center console screen, where a dozen red dots were moving rapidly. Have Zero dispatch a Xuanzhou warrior to take care of them. I wanted to see exactly how capable the Xuanzhou warriors were. Understood. Command sent. Immediately, the screen displayed a real-time feed. A 5-meter-tall Xuanzhou warrior appeared in the frame, flying at high speed. It made no unnecessary movements. The multi-linked energy firing module on its shoulder activated instantly. A dozen pale blue energy beams shot out like sharp swords, hitting every single mechanical entity with precision. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions rang out. The mechanical entities didn't even have time to react before they were blown into fragments by the energy beams, parts scattering all over the ground. The entire battle took less than 10 seconds. The Xuanzhou warrior stood silently in place for a few seconds. Then, Zero's figure appeared out of thin air above the highway. It descended slowly, extended a massive metal palm, and an invisible suction force radiated out, absorbing all the metal fragments on the ground. After doing this, Zero vanished into thin air again, as if it had never appeared at all. In the RV, Su Kexin was dumbfounded. Holy crap, that fierce. That was so cool. I watched the screen, a satisfied smile curling my lips. As expected, the orange-grade Xuanzhou warrior did not disappoint. As the convoy continued south, we encountered more and more mechanical entities. From encountering a group every few dozen kilometers to encountering several waves every dozen kilometers, the numbers grew from scattered individuals to dozens. This was something we had never experienced on our way north. But every mechanical entity that entered radar range was precisely eliminated by the Xuanzhao warriors. Each battle lasted less than a minute, and after it ended, Zero would appear right on time to recycle all the metal debris cleanly. I leaned back in the driver's seat, watching the ruins fly past the window while scrolling through the player communication channel. The channel was already flooded with new messages. Brothers, major news. The Scavenger Alliance and the Remnant Council have both released new missions. Head to the southern border to investigate the mechanical tide anomaly. The last mission ended without us even seeing a shadow, and now another one? Is this world just going to be endless missions? It's like an online game. Mission accepted. Got another wave of supplies for free, plus free energy. This purple-grade Qianyuan crystal is awesome. One piece can last for 7 days. It's way better than fuel. I really can't figure out how this thing generates energy. I got them too. And the NPCs are giving everyone a week's worth of food and water for free. This is so much more comfortable than the previous world. There's no danger, and we get supplies. I used to think this world was a total scam, not even a single supply crate to be found. Now it looks like this is a welfare office. Don't get too happy yet. Have you forgotten about the wanted posters from before? Maybe they're just trying to trick us into going to the south to be cannon fodder. So what if we're cannon fodder? Can you honestly say you didn't enjoy getting these 2 rounds of supplies? We didn't have to pay anything for them. We got weapons and energy. These NPCs are truly wealthy. Just think about how many supplies they're handing out. I have an idea. Forget it, brother. All those people who died earlier are a bloody lesson. Isn't it better to just live in peace now? Don't get yourself killed. Is anyone looking to form a team? I'm near Wangnan town, and there's a massive gathering of mechanical entities in the valley 200 kilometers to the west. Let's go surround and annihilate them together, then trade the kills for rewards from the NPCs. Once we finish this, we won't have to worry about energy for a while. Those mechanical entities aren't easy to deal with. A few are fine, but once there are too many, there's really no way to handle them. The rewards are tempting, but my life is what matters most. Surely there won't be anyone here trying to backstab their own kind, right? What are you afraid of? There's strength in numbers. Let's gather more people and attack together tomorrow morning. We'll definitely take them down. I closed the communication channel, my eyes flickering slightly. It seems these indigenous people are truly desperate. Not only did they deliberately try to win me over, but they also issued missions to all the players, hoping to use the players' strength to scout the movements of the mechanical tide. But thinking about it carefully, there's something fishy here. Could they be planning to use this mechanical tide as an excuse to wipe out all the players? My gaze remained calm, and I let out a cold snort in my heart. No matter how you calculate and scheme, in the end, strength is what matters. Heading south, the day passed by peacefully. My Xuanzhao warriors efficiently cleared the mechanical entities along the way, while Zero continuously recycled metal to produce new Xuanzhao warriors. The few people in the RV enjoyed a rare moment of leisure. Aside from keeping an eye on the communication channel, there was nothing else to worry about. At 6 o'clock in the evening, after we finished dinner and sat around the coffee table, Su Wanwan's talent treasure chest refreshed right on time. Su Wanwan reached out, opened it, and immediately displayed the blueprint she obtained to everyone. Rapid Stamina Potion Crafting Blueprint. Restores 30% stamina upon consumption, taking effect within 10 seconds. The effect is mild with no side effects. If more than 3 are consumed in a single day, the efficacy will diminish, and the effect will fluctuate based on the user's personal physique. Permanently unlocks the recipe after learning the blueprint. Crafting materials. Round leaf grass ×1, white fluff flower ×1. Su Kursin asked in surprise, "There's such a thing? Boss, have you seen this before?" Linyu. Sister Su, I was just about to ask the same thing. I've never seen an item like this before. Lin Shi. Then where do these herbs come from? Xiao Ya, have you seen them on the trading channel? Linyu shook her head. I haven't seen them either. I check it every day, and herbs have never appeared on the trading channel. She looked at me curiously and asked, Brother Wu Di, have you seen them before? I shook my head, pondering to myself. Lin Yu has always handled all the trading affairs within the team, and even she hasn't seen them, so it seems these supplies are currently unavailable. Could it be that these materials won't appear until the next stage? I regained my focus and said, we'll definitely come across them later. Su Kursen, the things appearing are getting weirder and weirder. Wanwan, if only you could control what appears. Lin Yu, wow, Sister Su, then we could have whatever we wanted. Su Wanwan chuckled. Perhaps there will be a day like that. Time drifted by, and in the blink of an eye, it was 10 o'clock at night. The map on the center console screen showed that we were less than 100 kilometers away from Wangnan Town. Boss, Su Kursen leaned toward me, saying with a strange expression, Wangnan Town is right ahead. Should we go back and raid it again? Yeah. Lin Yu, who had followed her over, nodded as well, her face full of anticipation as she said, Brother Wu Di, shall we go back and grab what we didn't take before? I looked at the two of them, shook my head helplessly, and flatly rejected the idea. No need. Those low-grade Xianyuan crystals aren't of much use to us. Going back would just be a waste of time. Oh, what a pity. Su Kursen pouted in disappointment, but she didn't raise any further objections. Lin Yu continued to ask, Brother Wu Di, then should we go check out that valley mentioned in the communication channel? Nearly 2,000 players have already gathered there, and everyone in the channel is saying they plan to join forces to attack the valley tomorrow morning. 2,000 people? I raised an eyebrow, surprised that so many had come. Yeah. Lin Yu nodded vigorously. They said the valley is full of mechanical entities, and they wouldn't dare go in with fewer people. Brother Wu Di, let's go check it out too, shall we? Her tone was full of anticipation. Clearly, she was curious about the upcoming battle. Boss, Xiao Ya is right. Su Kursen immediately chimed in, her tone plaintive. We're heading south anyway, so it wouldn't hurt to stop by and watch the fun. It's been so long since I've seen living people. Lin Shi and Su Wanwan also nodded gently without saying a word. I didn't answer immediately. I was thinking, with so many mechanical entities gathered together, this is the perfect training ground. It's a great opportunity to fully test the true combat power of the Xuanjiao warriors. After a moment, I slowly said, all right, let's go take a look. Hearing my agreement, Su Kursen and Lin Yu cheered immediately. Time ticked away, second by second. The RV drove silently along the pitch-black highway. The mechanical entities along the way were still being efficiently cleared by the Xuanjiao warriors, while Zero followed not far behind the convoy, continuously recycling metal resources. At 11:40 p.m., Xiao Shi's voice suddenly sounded in the cabin. Commander, according to the map markers, we are less than 10 kilometers from the target valley. Xiao Shi, stop here, I said. Boss, why are we stopping here? Hearing my words, Su Kursen immediately leaned in and asked, confused, you aren't planning to wait until tomorrow morning like the other players, are you? Yeah. Lin Yu, in the passenger seat, nodded as well. Brother Wu Di, let's go now? They won't be able to see us anyway. I shook my head. No rush. We'll go in after midnight. Hearing this, Lin Shi and Su Wanwan exchanged a glance and instantly understood what I meant. Su Kursen paused for a moment, then realized it too, and patted her own head. Oh, I get it, he. Hearing my words, everyone quieted down and stopped talking, waiting silently for midnight to arrive. Midnight sharp. Lin Yu looked at me immediately. Meeting her gaze, I nodded. With Lin Yu's talent amplification applied, I began to use my talent. Ding. Do you wish to select Xianyuan Mother Crystal, Orange, as the main sacrifice and Xianyuan Crystal, Gold, ×3 as secondary sacrifices? Ding. Talent usage successful. Item promoted by 3 tiers. Obtained. Source Realm Core, Law Quality. Looking at the notification that my talent had promoted the item by another 3 tiers, an undisguised look of ecstasy appeared on my face. Another Source Realm Core. Without any hesitation, I clicked to use it, replacing the current red quality Stellar Core Fusion Reactor. The next second, the RV's center console screen flickered violently, but it only lasted for an instant before disappearing without a trace, as if it had never happened. Seeing this, I immediately said, Xiao Shi, I've replaced your energy source. Run a full system check. Received, Commander. Performing a comprehensive system check. Unlike usual, after waiting for a few seconds, Xiao Shi's voice sounded again, carrying a hint of agility and lightness I had never heard before. Commander, Source Realm Core detected and successfully integrated into the vehicle system control. New energy core successfully loaded. Under normal operating conditions, estimated energy loss is 0. Special function consumption has not yet been determined. Energy is in a state of continuous recovery. Xiao Shi prompted again. Commander, all of Xiao Shi's functions are currently available. I suggest the next upgrade target be the radar. I clenched my fist tightly, my knuckles turning white from the force. 0 loss during normal operation. It even recovers automatically. And this time, Xiao Shi actually took the initiative to suggest an upgrade. Holy crap. Boss, what is this Source Realm Core thing? Su Kersen's eyes widened as she looked at me in shock. What kind of grade is law quality? Is it even more powerful than eternal quality? Did you cheat on your gear again? Don't the GMs care? By now, Lin Shi and the others had all gathered around the driver's seat. When I had Xiao Shi check the new energy source, they had already impatiently opened the vehicle information panel. Upon seeing Source Realm Core, law quality, everyone was filled with curiosity. That's right. I nodded, my tone filled with undisguised excitement. And for the first time, I explained the item's information to them in detail. Law quality is a higher grade than eternal grade. From now on, we basically don't have to worry about energy for our RV. After finishing, I ordered, Xiao Shi, start the vehicle and head to the valley. Let's go test your capabilities. Received, Commander. The RV restarted and drove silently toward the valley. You guys? I turned back and looked at the group gathered around. Su Kersen. Boss, is it really okay for you to be like this? How are other players supposed to survive? Other players don't even have orange quality items, right? Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Lin Shi and Su Wanwan didn't say a word, but they were also looking at me with curiosity. I smiled. All right, there's nothing left for you to do. Get some rest early. Su Kersen, that won't do. Since there's nothing to do, I want to see just how powerful Xiao Shi is. Right, Xiao Yu? Lin Yu? Yeah, Brother Wu Di, I want to see too. Sister Su and I won't bother you. Although Lin Shi and Su Wanwan didn't speak, I could tell from their expressions that they wanted to see as well. I couldn't help but laugh. I didn't stop you from watching. Su Kersen, great. Boss, I knew you loved us. After Su Kersen said that, she and Lin Yu high-fived excitedly and ran to the passenger side to keep an eye on the window. Lin Shi and Su Wanwan stopped talking and quietly watched the screen on the center console. A dozen minutes later, the RV arrived at the outskirts of the valley. Commander, a large number of life-form signals detected 1,000 meters ahead. Do you need to continue approaching? Xiao Shi's voice sounded. I looked at the center console screen, which displayed dense red dots. The open ground outside the valley was packed with all kinds of vehicles. There were off-road vehicles, pickup trucks, heavy armored vehicles, and even a few modified buses. Having been through the baptism of the previous dungeon, almost all the players had modified their vehicles to varying degrees, making for a motley collection. There were campfires everywhere on the open ground, with players gathered in 2s and 3s. Go around them to the other side of the valley, I ordered directly. I had no interest in the purple and blue quality gear and supplies those players had. The purple gear that ordinary players scrambled for was nothing but useless trash in my eyes. I didn't want to waste my time here. Boss, aren't we going over to take a look? Su Kersen immediately leaned in. This is the first time I've seen so many players gathered together without it turning into a riot. Do you think they'll start fighting each other tonight? Brother Wu Di, are we going around them? Lin Yu nodded as well, asking in a low voice. Do you think anyone will attack us if we go over? Xiao Yu, are you stupid? Su Kersen patted her on the shoulder. We don't have a wanted bounty on us anymore. How could those players recognize us? She paused, then looked at me, her eyes shining with eagerness. Boss, why don't we go test the strength of these players? I looked at these two belligerent girls and shook my head helplessly. I really don't know when they became like this. I said, no need, these people have no value. Don't be like that, boss. Su Kersen immediately grabbed my arm and shook it, her tone wheedling. We haven't been in contact with normal people for so long. Let's just go take a look. We'll leave after one look. Yeah, Brother Wu Di, Lin Yu chimed in. Let's just go see. We promise not to cause any trouble. Looking at them, I thought about it. Both Zero and Xiao Shi could be operated remotely, so going over wouldn't have any impact. I sighed. Let's go take a look. Su Kexin and Lin Yu cheered immediately. Xiao Shi, adjust the vehicle's appearance to the most common black off-road vehicle among the players, and approach slowly. I ordered. Received, Commander. Adjustment complete. The RV drove for less than 15 minutes before arriving at the edge of the player gathering. Through the window, I could see that the players had surrounded the valley entrance tightly with their vehicles. There were people guarding the entrance, signaling those inside the vehicles to get out. Who's coming with me? I asked. I'll go. Su Kexin immediately raised her hand. I'll go too. Lin Yu followed suit. She shook her head and said, I won't go. I'll stay in the car to monitor the feed and notify you if anything happens. Su Wanwan also nodded gently. I'll stay too. Brother Wu Di, you guys go down. She and I will stay in the car. All right. I nodded, pushed the door open, and stepped out. Su Kexin and Lin Yu followed immediately. Just as I stepped out of the car, a burly man in camouflage carrying a rifle walked up. He looked the three of us up and down and said in a blunt tone, Enter the camp. Pay 100 bullets first, and I'll let you in immediately. What 100 bullets? Isn't this a player gathering place? Do we have to pay a fee to get in? Su Kexin said in surprise. Lin Yu. Yeah. Why do we have to pay 100 bullets? Why? The burly man sneered and pointed inside the camp. This is a camp organized by Lone Wolf, the 58th on the leaderboard. Once you pay the fee, we guarantee no one will dare touch you inside, and players are forbidden from attacking each other. We'll attack the valley together tomorrow morning. If you don't want to pay, get lost. There are plenty of people who want to get in. Su Kexin and Lin Yu were quite angry upon hearing this and were about to argue, but I grabbed them. I looked at Lin Yu. Give him the bullets. Seeing this, Lin Yu didn't say anything more, took 100 bullets from her personal space, and handed them over. Here you go. The burly man took the bullets and waved his hand. Go in. Someone will guide you to park. Behave yourselves and don't cause trouble. I then took Su Kexin and Lin Yu back to the car, and the vehicle slowly drove into the camp. The camp was already packed with all kinds of vehicles. As soon as we entered, someone pointed in a direction and shouted at the vehicle, Drive this way. Go to the very front. 10 minutes later, the RV was parked near the valley entrance under guidance. It makes me so mad. As soon as the car stopped, Lin Yu couldn't help but say, Boss, even we, the number one on the leaderboard, don't act this arrogant. These people are actually extorting us. What right do they have? I should have known that a bunch of players getting together would be nothing but trouble. Su Kexin slapped her forehead, her face full of anger. Boss, let's just wipe them all out. Leave no one behind. I smiled. Didn't you want to see other players? After saying that, I pushed the door open. Since we're here, let's go sit by that campfire and listen to what they're talking about. Su Kexin and Lin Yu hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded and followed me toward a nearby campfire. 3 people were sitting around the campfire, a middle-aged man with a beard, a young man with dyed yellow hair, and a woman in her 40s. Seeing the 3 of us walk over, they all looked up but didn't say anything. Mind if we sit for a while? I asked. The middle-aged man waved his hand. Sit. The spot is empty anyway. Are you here to grind this valley dungeon too? The yellow-haired young man asked first. Yeah, I paused, then nodded. I saw on the communication channel that there were a lot of players here, so I came to check it out. You're telling me? The middle-aged man sighed. The rewards given by the Remnant Council and the Scavenger Alliance this time are too generous. Every corpse can be traded for rewards. I heard that those who get the most kills have a chance to trade for gold-quality Xianyuan crystals and weapons. Gold-quality weapons? Lin Yu asked in surprise. Who knows? The female player shook her head. It's all rumors. No one has seen them. But even without gold weapons, just trading for those purple-quality Xianyuan crystals is attractive enough. Otherwise, so many people wouldn't have come. Did you pay the 100-bullet fee when you came in? Su Kexin couldn't help but ask. We did, of course we did. The middle-aged man smiled. Have you forgotten the past? When have players ever gathered together without fighting each other first? They'd fight to the death over a few supplies. This time, with the big boss lone wolf holding down the fort, no one dares to mess around. So everyone can wait peacefully to attack the valley tomorrow. 100 bullets for a night of peace is a great deal. That's right, the yellow-haired young man nodded. And attacking together tomorrow means strength in numbers, which is much safer. Otherwise, just relying on us few solo players, going in would be suicide. If we can just snag a few kills, we'll earn back the protection fee. The middle-aged man asked, "Did you guys form a team in this world? It's been a long time since I've seen a three-person team." The female player next to him also chimed in. "I knew quite a few three-person teams, but they all died in the last round. However, I heard that in this world, the system won't specifically target players who travel together. I wonder if it will be the same in the next world. It's really too hard to survive alone." The yellow-haired young man looked at Su Kexin and Lin Yu and said casually, "They probably formed the team after arriving here. Otherwise, they might not have survived until now." He muttered in a low voice, "They're quite lucky to have two beauties with them." Immediately after, he looked at Su Kexin and Lin Yu and invited them. "Two beauties, do you want to join me tomorrow? I have 2 purple weapons and a piece of purple armor. Staying in my car is absolutely safe." After saying that, he specifically glanced at me. Su Kexin and Lin Yu exchanged a glance, both seeing the speechlessness in each other's eyes. They were about to say something, but they caught my gaze. Both of them immediately closed their mouths and swallowed their words. We chatted for a while longer. I occasionally interjected a word or two, but spent most of the time listening, silently collecting information. After chatting for about half an hour, I stood up and said, "All right, it's getting late. We're heading back." The middle-aged man nodded. "Take care. The attack should start at 6 tomorrow morning. I hope you guys survive." I smiled and nodded without saying a word, then turned and returned to the car with Su Kexin and Lin Yu. As soon as I returned to the RV, Su Kexin couldn't help but complain. "Boss, why didn't you let us speak earlier? It was just a few purple-grade items. Look at how smug that blonde guy was. If he knew we've already started phasing out red-quality items, he probably wouldn't even understand what we were talking about." Exactly. Lin Yu chimed in repeatedly. "If they knew we still had 0, they'd probably be stunned." Lin Shi and Su Wanwan, who were sitting on the sofa, saw the others complaining as soon as they got on board and were about to ask what happened. Su Kexin pulled Lin Yu onto the sofa and began to vividly describe the events that had just unfolded. I watched their indignant expressions and found it somewhat amusing, so I didn't join the conversation. I walked over to the center console screen, pulled up the feed, and zoomed in on the scene inside the valley. At this moment, the RV was about 500 meters away from the valley. Through the center console screen, I could see the entire valley densely packed with mechanical entities. The various beast-like forms were about 1 to 5 meters in size, while the rest were all humanoid mecha, mostly around 2 meters tall. What made my pupils constrict even more was that I actually saw several mechanical entities inside that were identical to the standard mecha of the Remnant Council. There are even Remnant Council mecha here? I frowned and muttered to myself, what is going on with these mechanical entities? Could they be controlled? For some reason, these mechanical entities had been gathering in the valley without spreading outward. It was as if something was attracting them, or perhaps something was controlling them. Unable to figure it out, I stopped overthinking. I had only one goal for coming here today, to test the true strength of Xiao Shi and the Black Armor Warrior Legion. "Xiao Shi," I said in a solemn tone, "try to see if you can control these mechanical entities." "Received, Commander." Attempting to rewrite the underlying code. The moment Xiao Shi's voice fell, countless lines of rapidly scrolling green code flashed across the center console screen. The entire screen was engulfed in a torrent of green code. In less than a minute, something eerie happened. In the valley, within the radar's coverage, the previously restless mechanical entities suddenly all went still. They raised their heads in unison, their hollow electronic eyes shifting from blood red to pale blue, as if they had lost their souls, standing quietly in place without moving an inch. "Commander, the intrusion is complete. Within the radar detection range, all 145 intelligent mechanical entities have been controlled." My pupils contracted slightly. Although it wasn't instantaneous, This was the first time I had witnessed the power of the eternal grade Xiaoxi. Not to mention anything else. In a world like this, Xiaoxi's ability was essentially invincible. Very good. I took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in my heart. Xiaoxi, notify 0, deploy all black armor warriors, and clear the entire valley. Destroy all mechanical entities. Received, Commander. Command sent. The next second, on the center console screen, Zero's 12-meter-tall black figure appeared out of thin air above the valley. It hovered there silently like a black, grim reaper, radiating a suffocating sense of oppression. Immediately after, 24 5-meter-tall black armor warriors appeared abruptly near Zero. They made no unnecessary movements. The energy-firing modules on their shoulders activated simultaneously. Countless pale blue energy beams poured down like a torrential rain. Bang, 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 bang. Deafening explosions instantly echoed throughout the entire valley. Flames soared into the sky, and metal fragments flew everywhere. The scorching fire illuminated the entire valley as if it were broad daylight. Those mechanical entities controlled by Xiaoxi didn't even have a chance to resist before they were precisely struck in their cores by the energy beams, exploding into balls of fire. Following that, the 24 black armor warriors split into 4 squads, cutting into the valley from 4 directions simultaneously. Wherever they passed, there was no enemy that could withstand them. The sounds of metal colliding, explosions, and the roars of mechanical entities intertwined. Zero did not make a move from start to finish. It simply hovered silently above the valley like a supreme monarch, overlooking the battlefield below. Although there were still areas deep in the valley beyond the radar's detection range that I couldn't see, the progress of the battle was exceptionally smooth. Holy crap, Zero is so cool. Su Kexin's voice suddenly rang in my ears. I turned back to see that everyone had gathered around, staring intently at the image on the center console screen. Lin Yu's eyes were filled with amazement as she asked, Big Brother Wu Di, is Xiaoxi already this powerful? After she finished, she curiously followed up, Xiaoxi, does that mean you can control all the vehicles here? Vice Commander, I can. After installing the Source Realm core, I can fully unlock all the capabilities of the Apocalypse Matrix, and the energy currently being consumed is also continuously recovering. Xiaoxi, you're too awesome. Su Kexin exclaimed in wonder, then turned to look at me, her tone exaggerated and excited. Boss, we're invincible now. We can just lie flat and relax, right? At this very moment, the player communication channel had already started discussing what was happening in the valley. Holy crap, did you guys hear that? There are explosions coming from the valley. So loud. The whole camp is shaking. I saw the fire too. The whole valley is lit up. What's going on in there? Did a fight break out? No one notified us. What's going on? Did someone go in early? Wasn't it agreed that we would attack together tomorrow morning? Who is so dishonorable? Sneaking in and starting first. Are they trying to get themselves killed? Why didn't the NPCs I encountered give me a quest? I snuck in. Oh my god. It's full of large mecha in there. They're clearing out the mechanical entities like they're mowing grass. And there's a huge mecha in the sky. Damn, they're too fierce. Mecha. Did the Remnant Council NPCs arrive? Why are they here too? They aren't going to steal our quest, are they? It must be the Remnant Council. Who else has mecha besides them? It seems the NPCs are quite humane. They even know to come and help us. If I had known, I would have taken the quest too. Brothers, is it too late to take the quest now? I want to get some rewards too. I took the quest today, and there are rewards. This world is finally acting normal for once. Although there are no supply crates, these free purple-grade items are really satisfying. Help my ass. They've already cleared out all the mechanical entities. What are we supposed to fight? You aren't planning to steal the corpses from them, are you? Exactly. We waited here all night and paid the protection fee, only to wait for nothing. It's so infuriating. But then again, these NPC mecha are too badass. I didn't see many of them, yet they've almost leveled the place. You guys say, if the Remnant Council is so strong, why do they need to issue quests for us to investigate? Couldn't they just come themselves? Who knows? Maybe they wanted us to be cannon fodder, but they ended up going in first. Regardless, the mechanical entities are all cleared out. We can go in tomorrow and pick up some scraps. Maybe we'll find something good. All sorts of discussions were flying everywhere. Everyone was guessing the origin of these suddenly appearing black mecca. The player camp outside the valley was in complete chaos. Players who were originally chatting in 2s and 3s around campfires were now all crowding to the edge of the camp, pushing to the front to peer toward the valley. Flames soared into the sky, and explosions continued one after another, shaking the ground slightly. Through the RV window and the flickering campfires outside, I could even see a man in his 30s at the front of the crowd. He was gripping a rifle tightly, his face so gloomy it could drip water, staring fixedly at the flickering flames in the valley. Sue Curson leaned against the car window, looking at the chaotic crowd outside with a smug expression. "Boss, this commotion is too big. They definitely wouldn't guess that we cleared out the mechanical entities inside, without even stepping out of the car. This feels so good. It would be even better if I could go down and show off." Lin Shi and Su Wanwan couldn't help but laugh. Lin Shi smiled and said, "Sister Su, if you went down to show off, they might just surround you. Then a fight might break out. Cece, that's because they don't know what an eternal grade is." Sue Curson lifted her chin, looking disdainful. "If they really dared to make a move on us, I'd teach them a lesson in a heartbeat." I looked at the chaotic crowd outside. "All right, stop joking around." Just an hour later, Xiao Shi's voice sounded calmly in the cabin. "Commander, all mechanical entities in the valley have been cleared. A total of 3,329 mechanical entities were destroyed. Zero is already performing resource recycling, with an estimated time of 1 minute. Lin Yu, it's all over, and they're still just standing there watching. So silly." Xiao Shi, notify Zero to follow after recycling is complete. Activate stealth mode. We're leaving now. Received, Commander. Stealth mode activated. The RV's exterior instantly became transparent, blending into the surrounding darkness. Then, it silently drove out of the camp. The entire process didn't make a sound, and no one noticed that an off-road vehicle that had been parked at the very front had simply vanished into thin air. At the edge of the camp, the young man with dyed yellow hair was standing on tiptoe, stretching his neck to peer into the valley. He had been secretly watching Sue Curson and Lin Yu earlier, still calculating how to talk to them again tomorrow. But the explosions in the valley were too loud and the fire too dazzling, so he couldn't help but turn his head to look. It was less than a minute. When he turned back to look at the spot where Wu Di and the others had parked, he was stunned. The spot was empty. There was nothing there. "Huh? Where are the people?" The yellow-haired guy rubbed his eyes, thinking he had seen wrong. He looked carefully several more times, confirming that the spot was indeed empty. "How is that possible?" The yellow-haired guy looked incredulous. "They were just there. How did they disappear in the blink of an eye?" On the other side, the RV had already driven more than 10 kilometers out of the camp. "All right, it's already 2 o'clock. I turned to Sue Curson and the others. "You guys go get some rest. We have to hit the road tomorrow." Lin Shi said, "I'll stay here to keep Big Brother Wu Di company tonight. You guys go rest first." Sue Curson blinked and teased. "All right, Cece, tonight you'll be the one serving Big Brother Wu Di. We'll go rest then." After saying that, she didn't wait for the blushing Lin Shi to argue, and pulled Lin Yu and Su Wanwan into the domain space. The cabin fell silent instantly. Lin Shi sat in the passenger's seat, and after a moment of silence, she spoke softly, her tone full of worry. "Big Brother Wu Di, after we survive the 7-day limit of this world, the system will definitely send us away. But what about Xiao Ya? She's just a little girl, with no one to rely on. Can she really survive alone in this cruel world?" I looked at the deep night outside the window and fell silent. I had thought about this question countless times, but I never had an answer, so I never mentioned it to anyone. Moreover, we had barely encountered any normal indigenous people along the way, so there was no way to find a proper solution. Lin Shi paused, the worry in her eyes deepening. "Big Brother Wu Di, do you think there's any way we could take Xiao Ya?" She swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue and didn't continue, but I understood what she was thinking. I shook my head gently, my tone tinged with helplessness. "I'm not sure either. Let's take it one step at a time." I had no clue either. Usually, it was Lin Yu and the others who spent time with Xiao Ya, but I didn't dislike this simple little girl in my heart. She nodded gently at my words and said no more, and the cabin returned to silence. 7 o'clock in the morning. After everyone had breakfast, the map on the center console screen clearly showed that they were only 1,600 kilometers away from the red danger zone marked in the south. At the current speed, they would arrive by this afternoon. I sat in the driver's seat, keeping an eye on the communication channel. There are more and more of these mechanical entities. I just ran into a group on the road, at least 50 of them. I barely managed to escape. My teammate just died. Damn it, they can suddenly pop out from underground. How are you supposed to defend against that? One moment of carelessness, and you're dead. I was planning to check out the red zone on the map to the south, but who knew there would be more mechanical entities the further south I went? I've already turned back. Is that so? I haven't encountered many mechanical entities. Where are you guys running into them? These are all rewards. Is this world only about weapons and energy? Has anyone obtained anything else? Has anyone tried the modifications the Scavenger Alliance mentioned? Do you think that mecca can be exchanged? If you could get a mecca, you'd be set. There might be good stuff in the south. Don't dungeons always have better loot in harder areas? Is anyone teaming up to head south? Is anyone in the central area? Let's team up. It's hard to survive alone in this world, and there's no penalty for teaming up. Anyone want to fish in troubled waters and take over a few gathering spots? If we could grab a batch of purple quality crystals, we'd be rich. That would solve the energy problem once and for all. Isn't that better than killing mechanical entities? No. Are there still idiots planning to go head-to-head with the indigenous people? Aren't you afraid of being wanted? Don't drag us down with you. By the way, has anyone been to the west? What's the situation in the west? What is that Blackstone Mountains thing? I'm heading west. So far, there are almost no mechanical entities in the west. It's very safe. Anyone want to join? I'm in front of a mountain peak. I frowned slightly. As it stood, there was no useful information on the communication channel. Everyone was either teaming up or trying to find ways to get resources. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, it was 10 o'clock in the morning. Just then, Xiao Shi's voice suddenly sounded in the cabin. Commander, Zero has sent an alert. An unidentified vehicle has been detected approaching us at high speed. Do you need to intercept? I was stunned for a moment. This place was desolate, and along the way, except for mechanical entities, we hadn't even seen the shadow of a player. How could a car suddenly come by? No need to intercept, I said. Tell Zero not to act, just stay alert. Let's see who they are. Received, Commander. A few minutes later, an off-road vehicle appeared at the end of the highway, clearly an indigenous vehicle. It was moving fast, and in the blink of an eye, it drove in front of the RV, then slammed on the brakes and stopped on the side of the road. The door opened, and a man wearing a black robe and a silver mask on his face stepped out. He was tall, and his whole body exuded a cold, mysterious aura. You guys stay in the car, don't come out, I said to Shi and the others, then pushed the door open and stepped out. You are Wu Di. The masked man's voice was hoarse and low, devoid of any emotion. I am. I nodded, looking at him calmly. Who are you? What do you want with me? I am from the Tian Sect, the masked man said straightforwardly. We know you reached a deal with the Remnant Council. We came here this time to make a deal with you. Tian Sect. I frowned. I had never heard of this name. What kind of deal? The masked man didn't explain anything, just took a small medicine bottle from his robe and threw it to me. This is the body-tempering spirit liquid specially made by our Tian Sect. It can increase physical strength. I caught the bottle. The next second, a system notification popped up. Body-tempering spirit liquid, purple quality after consumption, permanently increases physique plus 20. Only effective for the first dose. I raised an eyebrow. A permanent increase of 20 points in physique. For ordinary players, this would be a top-tier item, as most players only have a base physique of around 10, so one dose would double it directly. But this item was useless to us. No one in our team had a physique below 100. We can give you 10 bottles, the masked man's voice sounded again, in exchange for that little girl in your car. My expression darkened instantly. What do you want with Xiao Ya? That is not something you need to know, the masked man said coldly. She is of no use to you outsiders. 10 bottles of body-tempering spirit liquid is the highest price we can offer. I refuse. I didn't even think about it, refusing directly. Xiao Ya is one of us. and I won't use her for any deal. The masked man seemed to have expected me to say that and didn't get angry. He just looked at me deeply and said, "You will regret this." After saying that, without caring about the medicine bottle still in my hand, he turned and got into the car. The off-road vehicle turned around and soon disappeared at the end of the highway. I watched the direction the car disappeared in, my eyes solemn. Tian Sect. This mysterious organization that appeared out of thin air actually knew about Xiao Ya. What was their purpose in wanting her? Coming all this way just to say a few words and then turning to leave was truly baffling. Furthermore, did the indigenous people of this world possess such high technology? They could find out my whereabouts no matter where I went. I gripped the medicine bottle in my hand and turned back to the car. "Boss, who was that guy just now? An indigenous person? That mask was pretty cool." Kexin immediately leaned in and asked curiously, "Yeah, Big Brother Wu Di, why did he stop us?" Lin Yu also asked. Xiao Ya, who was sitting on the sofa, also raised her head, her clear, large eyes looking at me, clearly also full of curiosity. I glanced at Xiao Ya. There was only pure curiosity in her eyes, nothing unusual. My heart stirred slightly, and I said, "It's nothing. They are an organization called the Tian Sect. They are also heading south to investigate the mechanical tide and came over to ask about the situation here." I didn't mention the deal. I didn't want to worry Xiao Ya, nor did I want the others to overthink it. After saying that, I quietly put the body-tempering spirit liquid into my personal space and continued to observe Xiao Ya's reaction. But from start to finish, Xiao Ya just sat there quietly, with nothing out of the ordinary. Su Wanwan suddenly said, "Big Brother Wu Di, look at the communication channel. It's chaotic again. Holy crap, the indigenous people have gone crazy. I just ran into a group of them on the road, and they started shooting at me without a word. Good thing I have purple quality bulletproof glass and armor, otherwise I would have been done for. I told you guys not to mess with the indigenous people, but you didn't believe me. Well, now we're all implicated. Damn, have these indigenous people lost their minds? What's going on? Everything was fine a few days ago. They were even giving us supplies and quests. Why did they suddenly turn hostile? Who knows? These indigenous people are just psychos. One minute they're fighting, the next they're stopping. Everyone be careful. Try to avoid the indigenous people. They won't hunt you down. As long as you run fast, you can survive. There are indigenous people everywhere, convoys after convoys. No, can we still get quests from the indigenous people now? What about the rewards? What quests? Are you going there to die? This game is impossible to play. The strength of the indigenous people is completely overpowered. Just thinking about encountering that mecca makes me panic. Fight my ass. How are we supposed to fight? They have mecca and cannons. We only have rifles. Going there is just suicide. No way are there really meccas? How come I haven't seen a single one until now? You guys aren't just blowing smoke, are you? We can't just let it slide. Let's band together. Let's fight them to the death. Is anyone looking to team up? It's too dangerous alone. There's safety in numbers. It's so strange. I've been watching from afar, and these indigenous people aren't attacking me. They're just heading south, and every mechanical entity along the way has been wiped out. Damn, you guys are all running into indigenous people? Why are they everywhere? I just saw a few meccas fly past from a distance. Looking at the dense stream of messages on the screen, I furrowed my brows even tighter. What exactly was the situation? Were the indigenous people planning to start purging the players? Why choose this specific moment to act? Could there be some development I wasn't aware of? All these questions left me without a clue. What concerned me more was the sudden appearance of the Tian Sect. The fact that they could pinpoint our location meant they had been monitoring us from the shadows. Since their trade offer was rejected, would they take a desperate risk and send someone to snatch Xiao Ya directly? I sighed softly. The biggest regret right now was not having a way to contact the Remnant Council. If I could reach them, I might be able to dig up some information about the Tian Sect and figure out the real reason why the indigenous people had suddenly turned hostile. Unfortunately, after our last communication ended, they never reached out to me again. At noon, we finished our lunch. Xiao Yu, Kexin, why don't you take Xiao Ya to the domain space to rest for a while? I suggested. Sure thing. Lin Yu nodded immediately and took Xiao Ya's hand. Xiao Ya, come on, I'll take you there. Is there anything you want to eat? I'll go find it for you. Okay. Xiao Ya nodded obediently. Su Kexin nodded as well and stood up, and the three of them walked into the domain space together. Only Lin Shi, Su Wanwan, and I remained in the RV. Brother Wu Di, what about those people from the Tianyin sect earlier? Lin Shi asked first. She could tell I had been hiding something. I was silent for a moment before saying slowly, they wanted to make a deal with me. 10 bottles of body-tempering spirit liquid that can permanently increase constitution by 20 points, in exchange for Xiao Ya. What? Lin Shi and Su Wanwan exclaimed in unison. What do they want with Xiao Ya? Lin Shi asked urgently. I don't know. I shook my head. They didn't say anything. I already refused. Su Wanwan asked worriedly. Then will they come to snatch Xiao Ya? It's possible. I nodded slightly. Lin Shi looked puzzled. Xiao Ya is perfectly normal in her daily life, so why are they so fixated on her? And what is the origin of this Tianyin sect? Su Wanwan asked. Brother Wu Di, do you think the Remnant Council might know the inside story? I was silent for a moment. We won't know until we return from the south. Lin Shi and Su Wanwan could only nod. The three of us fell into silence. Time slowly ticked by to 1:28 p.m. The map on the center console screen showed that we were only 10 kilometers away from the marked red danger zone in the south. I sat up straight, bracing myself with full focus. The RV moved forward slowly. Strangely, the closer we got to the red zone, the fewer mechanical entities there were. Previously, we would encounter a wave every few kilometers, but now, after traveling several kilometers, I hadn't seen a single shadow of one. Brother Wu Di, something's wrong, Lin Shi said from the passenger seat in a low voice. It's too quiet. There isn't even a sound. I nodded without speaking, keeping my eyes fixed on the center console screen. When the RV was 1 kilometer away from the border of the red zone, Xiao Shi's voice suddenly rang out. Commander, large-scale artificial structures detected ahead. The next second, the image on the center console screen switched. When we saw the scene appearing on the screen, Lin Shi, Su Wanwan, and I were all stunned, our faces filled with shock. In the image, a pitch-black metal wall stretched across the horizon like a sleeping giant dragon. The wall extended straight to both sides, disappearing into the edge of the horizon. It was impossible to see where it ended. The RV continued forward until we reached the base of the wall. Even without getting out, the sense of awe was overwhelming. The wall was at least 100 meters high, its surface as smooth as a mirror. My God, Lin Shi muttered to herself. Is this metal? How much metal would it take to build a wall this long? Su Wanwan also widened her eyes in disbelief. What is this used for? Is there something over there? Xiao Shi, scan the wall, I said in a deep voice. Commander, scan complete. The wall material is an unknown high-strength alloy. The wall is 100 meters thick, and the length cannot be determined. Within radar range, no life signals or mechanical entity signals have been detected. The image on the center console screen switched to the area behind the wall. I looked at the screen, my pupils constricting slightly. Behind the wall lay an endless expanse of scorched earth. The ground was a deathly charcoal black, as if it had been burned by fire countless times. Not a single blade of grass grew there. There were no plants, no animals, not even a single intact stone. The entire world was deathly silent, devoid of any sound or life, like a wasteland abandoned by the world. I stood there, looking at the towering steel Great Wall before me, then back at the silent, scorched earth on the screen, my heart filled with confusion. Was this the southern red zone the Remnant Council wanted us to investigate? But there was nothing here. No mechanical tide, no enemies, just an impassable steel wall and that silent, scorched land behind it. What exactly did the Remnant Council want us to investigate? What was this 100-meter thick metal wall built to block? What secrets of this world were hidden behind it? And how were we supposed to cross this impenetrable iron curtain? Countless questions surged into my mind like a tide. I looked at the steel Great Wall reflecting the sunlight, my expression becoming incredibly grave. I had a strong premonition that this was the true core of the world, and all the mysteries would eventually be solved here. Brother Wu Di, what should we do? This wall has no end in sight, and there are no entrances. We can't just turn back, can we? That would mean our whole journey was for nothing, Su Wanwan said helplessly, looking at the metal wall outside. Lin Shi added. Since the Remnant Council sent us here to investigate, there must be a reason. I nodded. Let's follow the wall to the west and see. Maybe we can find an entrance or other clues. Xiao Ya, let's go. Understood, Commander. The RV restarted and drove west along the edge of the steel Great Wall. Time ticked by second. From past 1 in the afternoon until around 6 in the evening. After we finished dinner, we had already traveled nearly 1,300 kilometers along the wall. Yet, the scene before us hadn't changed at all. It was still that endless black metal wall, and still that barren, scorched earth behind it. Within radar range, there were no life forms, no mechanical entities. The entire world was terrifyingly quiet. This is ridiculous, Su Kexin said, slumped against the car window, listless. Who built this? It's so exaggerated. How much time and metal must this have taken? What's the point? They should have just given us the metal. Lin Yu nodded from the side, looking amazed. Sister Su, do you think this is the Great Wall of this world? Even in our old world, we couldn't have built a metal wall this long, right? Just then, the time hit 6 o'clock, and Su Wanwan's talent treasure chest refreshed right on time. A moment later, Su Wanwan brought a blueprint directly to me at the driver's seat and displayed its attributes. Su Kexin and Lin Yu immediately crowded around. Culinary mastery, blue quality after learning, permanently master advanced culinary skills, proficient in 4 types of specialty dishes, stewing, pickling, baking, and braising. Can cook various delicious meals using existing ingredients. Culinary mastery. Su Kexin paused, then burst into laughter. This is hilarious. There's actually a skill book like this. Is the system afraid we'll starve to death here? Sister Wanwan, another skill book. Maybe next time you'll get a magic book? I want to learn spells to control elements, or at least a summoning skill would be nice. It would be so cool to summon skeleton monsters. Lin Yu said, pouncing on Su Wanwan to act spoiled. Su Wanwan patted Lin Yu's head and smiled. I'll think about that when I open the talent treasure chest next time and see if I can get a magic book for Xiao Ya. Su Kexin looked at Lin Shi and teased. This skill book is practically tailor-made for you, Cici. Your identity as the cook is officially set in stone now. I wonder if the food you make will glow after you learn it. I nodded along, equally curious about what kind of food Lin Shi would make after learning the skill. Seeing this, Lin Shi took the skill book, smiled helplessly, and immediately confirmed learning it. Su Kexin asked quickly, Cici, how is it? What does it feel like? Lin Shi slowly opened her eyes. A massive amount of cooking knowledge flooded into my mind, and I suddenly have so many new ways to cook. It's so magical. Is this the effect of a skill book? Lin Yu urged excitedly. Sister, go try it out. I want to taste if it's gotten better. Lin Shi tapped her on the head. What? Are you saying my cooking was bad before? I saw you eating more than anyone else. Su Wanwan suppressed a laugh and reminded her. Xiao Ya, we just finished eating. Lin Yu clutched her head and ran to my side, hugging my arm and acting aggrieved. I was just curious. Sister, you're framing me. After they chatted and laughed for a while, my gaze fell on Xiao Ya, who had been sitting quietly on the sofa. I hesitated for a moment and asked, Xiao Ya, have you ever heard of this metal wall before? Xiao Ya looked up at me with her clear, large eyes and shook her head. Big brother, I've never been this far south, and I've never heard of a wall like this. I exchanged glances with Lin Shi and Su Wanwan, and we all saw a hint of doubt in each other's eyes. I continued, do you remember anything from when you were little? Or do you have any special impressions? Xiao Ya pursed her lips and thought hard for a while, then shook her head again. I don't remember. Oh, boss, why are you asking these things? Su Kexin walked over carelessly, pulled Xiao Ya into her arms, and ruffled her hair. Our Xiao Ya is so cute. It doesn't matter if she doesn't remember. We'll be with you from now on anyway. I can't bear to leave you. As soon as Su Kexin finished speaking, Xiao Ya seemed to think of something. The smile on her face faded instantly, and her body trembled slightly. Although it was only for a split second, I caught it keenly. I immediately gave Lin Shi and Su Wanwan a signal. Come on, Xiao Ya, don't stay with them. Lin Shi understood my meaning immediately, walked over, gently took Xiao Ya's hand, and said softly, how about I take you to the bedroom to watch cartoons? We haven't finished the one we were watching last time. Xiao Ya nodded obediently without a word and stood up from Su Kexin's arms. Su Kexin said, "Hey, what's going on? Cici, you're snatching Xiao Ya again. Why don't you go hug the boss instead?" Su Wanwan rolled her eyes at Su Kexin and stood up as well. "Cici, I'll go keep you company." With that, the three of them walked into the bedroom and closed the door. Su Kexin paused and looked at Lin Yu. "Xiao Yu, what's wrong with Cici and Wanwan? Is it that time of the month?" Lin Yu seemed to have guessed something and looked at me. "Brother Wu Di, is it Xiao Ya?" I replied, "Xiao Ya knows we are outsiders. She must have realized what might happen later." Hearing my words, the RV fell into instant silence. Su Kexin and Lin Yu huddled in the corner of the sofa, whispering to each other for a long time. After a while, Su Kexin moved to my other side and gently hugged my arm. "I'm sorry, boss, I really didn't mean it. I just said it without thinking. I didn't realize. You guys didn't even warn me." I shook my head helplessly. "Look at you. Xiao Ya is just a little girl, but her mind is much more delicate than yours. Brother Wu Di, Sister Su didn't mean it." Seeing this, Lin Yu also came over, sat on my other side, and hugged my arm as well. "But what do we do now? If we leave, Xiao Ya will definitely not be able to survive here alone." "I know I was wrong," Su Kexin said, drooping her head, her voice sounding dejected for the first time. "Then, what will happen to Xiao Ya? We can't really just leave her behind, can we?" "Of course we can't leave her." Lin Yu immediately raised her voice excitedly, shaking my arm. "Brother Wu Di, we must find a way to take Xiao Ya with us. No matter what, we can't leave her here alone." "All right, stop shaking me. I'll try my best." I patted their hands, gently pulled away, and stood up to sit in the driver's seat. Even though I said that, I had no confidence at all. I had no idea if the system could take an indigenous person away. I didn't even know if it was possible to try. Looking at the pitch-black night and the endless steel grate wall outside the window, I felt powerless for the first time. Su Kexin and Lin Yu exchanged glances and stopped talking. The atmosphere in the RV became exceptionally heavy. Time passed slowly, and before we knew it, it was midnight. The talent refreshed. I opened my personal space and looked at the supplies inside, my heart filled with conflict. This was our 5th day in this world, and although we didn't have supply crates, we had gained a large number of high-quality items thanks to our absolute strength. Now, we weren't lacking in energy or weapons, but I didn't know where to use today's precious talent opportunity. My gaze swept over the only 3 finished orange-quality items in my space: the Qianyuan anti-material rifle, the Qianyuan mother crystal, and the runic circuit modification blueprint. These 3 were the only options that could directly improve our strength after reinforcement. As for the orange-quality Earth Armor Vehicle Symbiosis module I had obtained earlier, I had long since ruled it out due to the vehicle level restrictions. After thinking for a moment, I first ruled out the Qianyuan anti-material rifle. With Xiao Shi's hacking ability and the Legion composed of Zero and the Xuanzhou warrior, combat capability was no longer the primary requirement. Next, my gaze fell on the Qianyuan mother crystal. I had originally planned to feed the reinforced Qianyuan mother crystal to the world tree. Recently, the purple quality Qianyuan crystals we had snatched from Wangnan Town had all been eaten by the world tree, and I was almost unable to afford to feed it anymore. However, the benefits were real. The domain space had clearly expanded, the world tree had grown much taller, and the ground was now covered in soft green grass that was more comfortable to lie on than a sofa. I had always been looking forward to seeing if the domain space would evolve a more complete ecosystem after feeding the world tree higher quality crystals. But after thinking carefully, I gave up. That was a long-term plan, not an urgent need. The top priority was to improve our strength to deal with unknown dangers. Finally, my gaze settled on the runic circuit modification blueprint. This was a gift from the Remnant Council. It was the most suitable choice at this stage. Without further thought, I turned to Lin Yu and said, "Lin Yu, amplify." "Understood." Lin Yu raised her hand immediately, looking even more excited than I was. I focused my mind and activated my talent. Ding! Do you choose the runic circuit modification blueprint, orange, as the main sacrifice, with no secondary sacrifice? Ding! Talent usage successful. Item promoted by 2 tiers, obtained. Runic circuit modification blueprint, eternal. Seeing that the system notification only showed a 2-tier promotion, I was a bit disappointed. However, I didn't dwell on it. After all, it had reached eternal quality. But looking at the name of the reinforced item, this was the first time I had encountered a situation where the item name didn't change at all after a talent promotion. With curiosity, I opened the item's attribute panel. Runic Circuit Modification Blueprint. Eternal Quality can perform eternal-grade runic topology modification on any mecha, increasing energy utilization efficiency by 500% and energy absorption rate by 500%, fully recovering leaked energy during operation to achieve zero energy loss. Comes with the passive Eternal Rune. Mecha can autonomously repair its body after being damaged. When the mecha enters combat state, all runic buff effects are doubled. When the pilot possesses a special bloodline, all mecha attribute buffs are doubled again. This buff is not limited to physical bloodlines. Special soul-based origins are also effective. Looking at this long list of attributes, energy utilization and absorption rates increased fivefold, built-in autonomous repair, and doubled buffs in combat. I felt I hadn't chosen wrong. Seeing the double buff for special bloodlines at the end, I frowned. I knew the characteristics of my talent well. Every reinforcement was a qualitative change based on the item's original foundation. In other words, the orange blueprint the Remnant Council gave me might have hidden settings regarding bloodlines, but they just weren't displayed. What exactly did they want? Why give me a blueprint with hidden key information? I shook my head, temporarily pushing these questions to the back of my mind. Although this bloodline buff was tempting, and I had even thought about using the blueprint on my Titan's Wrath, I gave up on the idea after careful consideration. I didn't need to fight personally right now, and I didn't have any special bloodline, so installing it would be a waste of the buff. Without a doubt, the most suitable user for this blueprint was Zero, our main combat force at this stage. Xiao Ya, notify Zero to return to the domain space immediately and stand by. Understood, Commander. I said a word to Lin Yu and Su Kursin in the passenger seat, then turned and hurried into the domain space. As soon as I entered, the fresh scent of grass hit me. The ground was covered in soft green grass, and the world tree in the center had grown to over 5 meters tall. Zero's 12-meter-tall black figure stood quietly in a corner of the space, like a loyal guardian. I walked up to Zero, took out the Eternal Quality Runic Circuit Modification Blueprint, and chose to use it. The next second, the blueprint turned into countless golden streams of light and surged into Zero's body. Fine golden lines began to appear on the surface of Zero's originally pitch-black metal armor. These lines moved and extended across the armor surface as if they were alive, from fingertips to shoulders, from soles to the top of the head, quickly covering Zero's entire body. The golden runes, set against the black armor, appeared exceptionally mysterious and majestic. The entire process lasted about 10 minutes. When the last golden rune embedded itself into the gaps of Zero's armor and perfectly fused with the original black metal, the entire runic circuit suddenly lit up, flowing across its 12-meter-tall body like golden blood 3 times before slowly fading, leaving only a faint halo shimmering within the runic lines. Commander, Eternal Grade Runic Array loading complete. All system performance has been synchronized and improved. Thank you very much for your gift. How much has it improved? In what specific areas? I immediately stepped forward, my gaze fixed on Zero with clear curiosity. What I was wondering was this. Zero was already an Eternal Grade mecha and had previously been equipped with a Law-Grade Source Realm core. Now, with this Eternal Grade modification kit added, just how powerful could it become? Performing full system self-diagnostic analysis. Master, analysis complete. Power system output increased. Energy transmission efficiency improved. Armor resistance comprehensively enhanced. And processing speed increased. Production of heavy hammer Xiao warriors has been optimized. Other functions remain unclear and will require real-world combat testing. I had been feeling a bit disappointed, thinking this upgrade was merely a system optimization without any new capabilities. But Zero's final sentence gave me a massive surprise. What I had been hoping for most was that this upgrade could be synchronized with the Xiao warriors, as that would solve their biggest drawback, their limited endurance. I hadn't expected it to actually happen. Zero, have the already produced Xiao warriors been optimized? Master, the heavy hammer Xiao warriors already in mass production have not been synchronized with this optimization. All right, I understand. I didn't dwell on it further. If there are any abnormalities with the chassis, notify Xiao Shi immediately. As for the actual combat effectiveness, we'll find an opportunity to test it in battle later. Now that the core objective was underway, I would be able to see the results of the modification once the next Xuanjiao warrior entered production. Having said that, I walked over to the world tree, reached out, and touched its rough trunk. The branches swayed gently, as if responding to me. Seeing the world tree had grown a little, my restless heart finally settled. You really are a bottomless pit. If it were any other player, they wouldn't be able to afford to keep you. Just wait a bit longer. I'll get you some good stuff soon. After saying this, I sat down on the ground, leaning against the trunk while thinking about the situations I might face next, and drifted off to sleep before long. The branches of the world tree swayed softly, as if in response. A short while later, Linyu slipped into the domain space. Seeing me fast asleep against the tree, she gave a mischievous smirk and quietly backed out. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, after we finished a simple breakfast, the RV continued driving west along the steel Great Wall. The RV rolled steadily along the desolate highway, the scenery outside the window unchanging. It was still that endless black metal wall, and still that silent, charred land behind it. It felt as if we had been spinning in place, never having moved at all. My God! Sue Kexin was pressed against the window, her face filled with numbness. Just how long is this wall? We've been driving for so long. When will it ever end? Yeah. Linyu nodded, her eyes full of confusion. We haven't even seen a shadow of a mechanical entity this whole way. It's so strange. Sister Sue, where do you think they all went? Who knows? Sue Kexin curled her lip. Then suddenly, as if struck by a thought, her eyes lit up. She slapped the window and turned to me. Boss, do you think Zero could tear this wall down? Look at it, it's all metal. If we dismantled and recycled all of this, forget the domain space. Even 10 domain spaces wouldn't be enough to hold it all. If we can't break through it, let's just dismantle our way across. Sue Kexin's words were like a lightning bolt, instantly clearing my mind. That's right. How could I have forgotten that? Zero's core ability was never just combat. It was the production of Xuanjiao warriors, which meant Zero possessed the necessary functionality. Although the attribute panel didn't list any attack capabilities, and I had never seen Zero fight personally, if it could produce Xuanjiao warriors and recycle various metals, it must have some form of disassembly function. Tearing down this steel Great Wall shouldn't be a problem, right? Xiao Shi, stop the car, I said, my tone urgent. Notify Zero immediately to attempt to dismantle this section of the wall in front of us. Received, Commander. Command sent. A few seconds later, the space outside the RV distorted slightly. Zero appeared out of thin air 50 meters in front of the steel Great Wall, the golden runes loaded onto its body shimmering with a faint, star-like glow under the morning sun. The next second, its palms slowly opened. Countless black tentacles, whether energy or something else, I couldn't tell, extended from its palms like sharp silver needles, precisely piercing the surface of the steel wall. Something eerie happened. The black metal touched by the tentacles didn't make a sound of collision or cutting. Instead, it began to turn transparent and dissolve at a visible rate, eventually turning into fine, flowing sand. Guided by the tentacles, it flowed like a stream into Zero's palms. A crater quickly appeared on the wall's surface, steadily expanding and deepening. While the disassembly speed wasn't earth-shattering, it was definitely making steady progress. Commander, Zero reporting, Xiao Shi's voice echoed in the cabin. Based on current disassembly efficiency, it is estimated that in 6 hours, a passage wide enough for the RV to pass through will be opened. Hearing this, I felt a wave of relief, a long-lost sense of ease washing over me. Today was already the 5th day since entering this world, and we would be leaving in 2 days. Finally, there was some progress. Linyu looked at Sue Kexin with admiration. Sister Sue, you're amazing. Sue Kexin looked at me triumphantly. Haha, Xiao Ya, this is the importance of having a good brain. I rolled my eyes and didn't respond. I checked the time. The center console screen clearly displayed 8:06 a.m. That meant by 2 p.m., we would be able to pass through this steel Great Wall and see what secrets were hidden on the charred land behind it. I looked out the window. The surroundings were still deathly silent. Forget a mechanical tide. There wasn't even a mutated insect to be seen. I couldn't help but frown. Was the Remnant Council lying to me? Was the so-called mechanical tide just a fabrication? Or were all the mechanical entities concentrated somewhere else? Just as my mind was wandering, Su Wanwan, sitting on the sofa, spoke up. Brother Wu Di, take a look at the communication channel. Holy crap. Something happened. Something big. The Fierce Tiger Legion is gone. A large team of over 300 people encountered the Remnant Council's mecha troops and were completely wiped out. There are more and more mechanical entities, and the indigenous people are everywhere. I don't know where to go. Where is everyone hiding? I'm running out of ammo. Damn, this world is a scam, not a single supply crate. Where am I supposed to restock? Advice for the brothers. Find a place to hide and stay safe until the last day. Don't think about anything else. Don't be greedy, and you won't die. What Fierce Tiger Legion? What are you talking about? It's true. We were planning to group up, but we ran into 3 meccas. Those things are terrifying. They aren't even on the same level as us. One laser sweep, and not many vehicles could block it. Less than 20 people made it out, and we all scattered. The indigenous people didn't even chase us, otherwise, none of us would have survived. Hey, what do you think that wanted player did? To make the indigenous people go to such lengths? And the fact that he could escape while they had meccas? That's just absurd. It's over, it's over. 3 days left, and the system is really ramping up the difficulty. How are we supposed to play? I don't even know if I can survive. Don't panic. Everyone gather together. There's strength in numbers. As long as we stick together, even if we run into meccas, it won't be a big problem. Come to Wangnan Town. We have nearly 3,000 players here now. We've already taken out a few groups of indigenous people. I'm heading to Wangnan Town right now. Where are you guys located? Count me in. Going solo is a death sentence. The mechanical entities are getting harder to fight, too. They aren't like the scattered monsters from before. They coordinate. They use tactics. They're just like a regular army. I watched the rapidly scrolling chat logs, my brow furrowing deeper. I suddenly noticed something extremely strange, a detail I had completely overlooked before. Xiao Shi, I asked in a low voice. Those mechanical entities we encountered in the valley earlier, did they have names? Did the monster bestiary give any hints? Commander, there was no name or level information. Based on analysis, there is one possibility. Those mechanical entities are not monsters with independent consciousness. They are purely combat machines controlled remotely. You can think of them as individual units like the heavy hammer Xuanjiao warrior. I was stunned. So that was it. Before, I had been so focused on Xiao Shi and Zero's strength, worrying about whether we could handle the upcoming dangers, that I had forgotten such an important point. Those mechanical entities in the valley were indeed different from any monsters I had seen before. They had no proactive consciousness and only began to counterattack after being struck. Controlled? Who is controlling them? Is there another unknown faction in this world? Could it be the Tian Sect? I thought back to the Tian Sect I had encountered once. I didn't say anything more. I leaned back in my chair, closed my eyes, and began to recall everything that had happened during this time, ensuring there were no gaps in my memory. I glanced around the cabin and saw Xiao Ya pressed against the side window. Her little face was full of curiosity, watching Zero dismantle the wall without blinking. Every now and then, she would point her finger at the golden flowing sand and whisper something to Lin Shi beside her. I let out a deep sigh. Last night, I had already tried. The life and death bond contract had no reaction to Xiao Ya. The system didn't even provide a prompt. I didn't know if Xiao Ya would be able to leave with us when the 7 days were up. If she couldn't, was I supposed to leave her here alone? Leave this little girl, who had no ability to protect herself in the apocalypse, in a world filled with machines and slaughter? Or should I find a way out for her in advance and entrust her to the Remnant Council? I rubbed my temples, feeling a headache coming on. Boss, look. Just then, Lin Yu shouted. The communication channel is blowing up again. So many players are saying they see mechanical tides everywhere. And they aren't scattered. There are thousands of them, and tons of meccas. They're marching in formation, heading north. I immediately snapped back to reality and opened the communication channel. Sure enough, the previous discussion about gathering had been buried by new messages. This damn system, doing this to us in the last 3 days? Not giving us any way out. Holy crap. I saw it in the south too. An endless army of machines. It's terrifying. I told you to find a place to hide, but you wouldn't listen. You deserve it. The main force at Wangnan Town is waiting for you. If you're interested, come quickly. We're almost at 4,000 people. Hide? This is a survival game. If you don't fight to improve, you're just waiting to die. Same here. It's all meccas, just like a military parade. They're walking in perfect order and ignoring us completely. Don't provoke them. Whatever you do, don't provoke them. And don't provoke the indigenous people either. Neither side is someone we can afford to offend. I get it now. This isn't a mechanical tide. It's the indigenous people fighting another faction. We just happen to get caught in the middle. I think there's an opportunity here to fish in troubled waters. Where's the Wangnan Town team? Our group of 30 is already on the way. Could it be silicon-based life forms? Transformers? Don't you guys realize the mecha army is heading straight for Wangnan Town? You're going there to wait for death. Exactly. Seize the last bit of time. Get what you can. This world has nothing else, but the weapons and Xianyuan crystals are really useful. Get a stash, and the next world will be easier. Agreed. After this battle, no matter who wins, they'll definitely leave behind a lot of loot. We'll go scavenge then. I watched these chat logs and looked out the window again. Zero was still methodically dismantling the steel Great Wall. I sighed softly. As expected, I wasn't even on the same channel as these ordinary players. They were still gloating over a few Xianyuan crystals and weapons, still thinking about how to scavenge and how to survive the last 2 days. Meanwhile, I had already touched the core secret of this world. In a world without supply crates or system mission prompts, these players couldn't provide me with any benefits other than some basic intelligence. What's behind the wall? What will the mechanical army they mentioned do? Are they attacking Wangnan Town? I pondered. I lay back in the driver's seat, stopping myself from dwelling on the chaotic thoughts. Time flowed quietly, and before I knew it, it was noon. Lunch is ready. Lin Shi's voice came from the kitchen, carrying a faint warmth. Soon, she and Su Wanwan walked out with plates of steaming food, neatly arranging them on the living room coffee table. Wow, it smells so good. Lin Yu was the first to rush over, sniffing hard, her eyes lighting up. Sister, is that skill book really that powerful? Just the smell is better than before. Yeah. Su Kurson picked up her chopsticks, put a piece of pork rib in her mouth, and her eyes widened. Damn. Cece, this is on a whole different level. The ribs are melt-in-your-mouth tender, absolutely amazing. Su Wanwan nodded gently, taking a bite of vegetables. It really is much better than before. The flavor is just right. Cece, I'll help you prep from now on. I'm never cooking again. I picked up my chopsticks and took a bite. The fragrance of the ribs melted in my mouth. It was indeed more than a grade better than Lin Shi's previous cooking. I looked at Lin Shi and saw her cheeks flush slightly from the praise. The skill book is just amazing. There's so much knowledge in my head now. I understand so much I didn't know before. The happiest one was Xiao Ya. She held her little bowl, her head buried low, shoveling rice into her mouth spoonful by spoonful, her cheeks puffed out like a little hamster hoarding food. Seeing her cute appearance, everyone laughed. Lin, she said softly, eat slowly. No one is going to steal it from you. There's plenty more in the pot. I didn't really notice when we were eating convenience food this morning, Lin Yu said, her mouth full. But comparing it now, the difference is huge. I wonder how good it would taste with a purple quality cooking skill book. Sister, you're amazing. You and your smooth talk. Lin Shi laughed and tapped her on the head. Just hurry up and eat. The meal was lively, and the atmosphere, which had been a bit oppressive due to the unknown road ahead, lightened up significantly. After the meal, while Lin Shi and Su Wanwan were cleaning up, I asked casually, by the way, how much food stock do we have left? Su Wanwan, I track it every day. For staples, we have about 600 kilograms of rice, 200 kilograms of flour, and 200 kilograms of noodles, enough for the 6 of us for a long time. As for side dishes, we have 208 cases of canned meat, 45 cases of canned vegetables, 238 cases of canned fruit, 600 kilograms of dehydrated vegetables, and plenty of snacks and drinks that I haven't even counted. The fridge is still full of meat, and we have plenty of seasonings. Lin Shi, holding Xiao Ya, added. Even with Xiao Ya, this little foodie, at our current consumption rate, this food will last the 6 of us for a long time. If it weren't for our appetites increasing so much, it would last even longer. I nodded, feeling much more at ease. In the apocalypse, sufficient supplies were the greatest source of confidence. By the way, how is the vegetable patch in the domain space? I asked. Although I hadn't paid much attention to it, it was clear that Lin Shi and the others hadn't been busy with it lately. Mentioning the vegetable patch, a look of confusion appeared on Lin Shi's face. It's strange. Ever since the world tree was transplanted inside, the growth cycle of the vegetable patch has become abnormal. The cabbage, radishes, and tomatoes we planted before used to mature in 2 or 3 days, but now they seem to be growing slower. And we can't collect seeds anymore. And they grow very slowly, Su Wanwan added. They only grow a tiny bit a day, as if they've reverted to the conditions of the real world. I really don't know what they'll be like when they finally mature. Maybe that's a good thing. Su Kerson's eyes lit up as she leaned in. That's the legendary world tree. Vegetables influenced by it definitely won't be ordinary. Maybe eating them will directly increase our physique. Isn't that how it's always written in novels? You're overthinking it. I shook my head helplessly. It's not that exaggerated. But there will definitely be something different about them. We'll know once we harvest them. Lin Yu, Brother Wu Di, the trading channel is a mess now. You can barely see seeds or crops anymore. It's all weapons and ammo. And most of it is wanted posts. People looking for food, clean water, and medicine. I opened it to check, and sure enough, as Lin Yu said, everything listed was weapons and ammo, mostly blue quality. It seemed the players had gained quite a bit in this world. I wondered if some of their gains were due to me. If I hadn't raided the Scavenger Alliance, they probably wouldn't have been issuing missions and sending supplies to players. Lin Yu, food and medicine have become hard currency now, and there isn't a single supply crate in this world, so there's nowhere to restock. A lot of people are already going hungry, and medicine has been scarce. A few people who have that monster meat from the first world that can heal wounds are selling it for astronomical prices. Brother Wu Di, it's such a pity. We ate all of ours. If we had it now, we could definitely make a fortune. You little money grubber. Seeing Lin Yu's regretful expression, Lin Shi couldn't help but laugh. I looked at the information on the trading channel and remained silent for a moment. In this cruel world, survival of the fittest was the only law. I didn't have the ability to save everyone. All I could do was protect the people around me. After tidying up, everyone returned to the front of the cabin. I looked out the window. The 100-meter-thick steel grate wall had been almost entirely dismantled by Zero. A massive passage now appeared before us, with only a thin layer of metal still connecting the two sides. The inner walls of the passage were as smooth as mirrors, reflecting the sunlight. It didn't look like it had been torn apart by force, but rather cut by precision instruments. Seeing this, I suddenly remembered something. Xiao Shi, notify Zero to transmit the improved heavy hammer Xuanjiao warrior out. Received, Commander. Command sent. A few seconds later, the space in front of the RV distorted slightly. A tall, black figure appeared out of thin air and landed steadily on the ground. Compared to before, its appearance hadn't changed much. It remained a standard humanoid main battle mecha configuration, its entire body covered in heavy, black mysterious armor. But if one looked closely, faint golden runes could be seen flowing within the gaps of its armor, identical to the ones on Zero. Su Kerson looked at Xiao Ya's innocent profile, and the indifferent thoughts she had held earlier quietly dissipated. She said nothing. I withdrew my gaze and fixed it on the pitch-black tunnel entrance ahead. Whether it was an unknown signal or a potential danger, we had already come this far. There was no turning back. Besides, I had to figure out what was hidden behind that wall and uncover the truth of this world. Xiao Shi, go in and take a look. Understood, Commander. The RV slowly drove toward the tunnel. The moment the wheels crossed the boundary of the city wall, Xiao Shi's voice sounded again. Commander, the unknown signal intensity has increased and is continuously attempting to intrude. Current vehicle status is stable. Xiao Shi, keep an eye out for any anomalies. I didn't pay much mind to what Xiao Shi said. She was no longer affected by energy constraints, so as long as she could handle it, there wouldn't be any problems. Understood, Commander. The RV drove out of the tunnel and returned to open ground. When we saw the scene before us, everyone in the cabin gasped. The world inside the city wall was far more shocking than what we had seen on the screens earlier. There was no vegetation here, no signs of life, not even a single intact rock to be found. The sky was a hazy gray, the sun's light blocked by thick cloud cover, and the entire world was shrouded in a stifling atmosphere. As far as the eye could see, endless scorched earth stretched to the horizon. There was nothing at all. What kind of place is this? It feels so oppressive. Big Brother Wu Di, do you think there are any of those ghosts here that affect our consciousness? Lin Yu whispered. Xiao Ya, stop scaring yourself. We'll know once we keep moving forward. Right, boss? Su Kexin said, looking at me, though her own expression was rather grim. I nodded. I was simply curious now. Where was the mechanical tide the Remnant Council spoke of? Why expend such massive human and material resources to build such a colossal steel Great Wall, just to block off a piece of land that contained nothing? The RV continued to move forward steadily. Time ticked by, and 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The scene outside the window remained unchanged. Still the boundless scorched earth, still the hazy gray sky. Forget the mechanical tide. We hadn't even seen a single moving thing. Instead, it was the activity on the communication channel that piqued my curiosity even more. Holy crap, it's definitely going to start fighting soon. The mechanical army is already 10 kilometers outside Wangnan town. How do you think the Scavenger Alliance will handle this? Are those turrets in Wangnan town just for show? Why haven't they opened fire yet? You guys still have the energy to watch the show? Aren't you afraid of getting caught in the crossfire and dying there? At this rate, the mechanical army will reach Wangnan town in an hour at most. My blind guess is that the battle is about to begin. What about the mecca troops? Why haven't the indigenous people's mecca troops been deployed yet? That mecca unit in the valley earlier was simply terrifying. Brothers, get more people over here. Let's go scavenge for scraps once the fighting starts. This scene is so exciting. It's way more thrilling than any movie I've ever seen. I watched the rapidly scrolling messages. When I was in Wangnan town, I had noticed those massive turrets on the city wall. It was precisely because of their existence that I hadn't easily confronted the Scavenger Alliance head-on. I wanted to know the true power of those turrets. It looked like I would find out soon enough. Not long after, new information appeared on the communication channel. Holy crap. They fired. Wangnan town has opened fire. Wangnan town opened fire? Damn, what kind of power is that? It's terrifying. That blast just now, I felt the whole ground shaking. I could feel the shockwave even from this far away. Look over there. A mushroom cloud. Oh my god, I'm close by. That single shot just leveled dozens of meters in every direction. Those mechanical entities didn't even leave behind scraps. It's a good thing the indigenous people are fighting among themselves. If they aimed all that at us, the system really gave us a way to survive this time. So those turrets weren't just for show. They can actually destroy the world. The indigenous people are too good at hiding their strength. They had such powerful weapons and kept them hidden all this time. Dozens of meters in every direction from one shot. Su Kexin's eyes widened in disbelief. That's too exaggerated. If you got hit by that, wouldn't there be nothing left, not even dust? Boss, what quality do you think that cannon is? Seeing the eager look on Su Kexin's face, I knew exactly what she was thinking. I said helplessly, forget about that. It's not realistic for us to go over there right now. Su Kexin, boss, look at us. We're so in sync. You knew what I was thinking before I even said it. I leaned back in my chair, ignoring Su Kexin, and fell into deep thought. I didn't know the quality of those giant cannons in Wangnan town, but with that kind of firepower, dealing with that mechanical army should only be a matter of time. But the question remained, if the indigenous people possessed such powerful military force, why were they so wary of the mechanical tide? Could it be that what the players saw earlier wasn't the real mechanical tide at all? That the true attack hadn't even begun? Or was the unknown signal Xiao Ya mentioned the real danger? The RV continued to drive across the scorched earth. The others in the cabin recovered from their shock, and Su Kexin and Lin Yu began chattering away again. Just then, Lin Shi noticed Xiao Ya sitting on the sofa. Xiao Ya was looking down, her small hands tightly clutching the hem of her shirt, her little face filled with worry. Xiao Ya, what's wrong? Lin Shi walked over, gently patted her head, and asked softly. Xiao Ya looked up at Lin Shi, then at the others. Her lips moved, and she whispered, Wang in town. Big sister, Wang in town will be okay, right? Su Kexin walked over, crouched in front of her, and said with a smile, Don't worry, Xiao Ya. Didn't you hear just now? Everything is fine. The mechanical tide has been completely wiped out. Xiao Ya nodded, then shook her head, whispering, But I'm still a little worried. She bit her lip and continued, I want to go back and see, but I know that even if I go back, I can't help with anything. I'd only be a burden to you all. Seeing how sensible yet heartbroken she was, everyone fell silent. I looked at Xiao Ya and sighed inwardly. The waters of this world were even deeper than I had imagined.